Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And I have had a very, very short night. How's it going? I hope you're all doing well. Oh, my goodness. Today, we start the trial of Kim Potter. Kim Potter. And this is the taser lady. We will be watching as she is put on trial for the shooting death of Daunte Wright. The shooting death of Daunte Wright, or as you know, Daunte Wrong, as it may have been. Daunte Wright was pulled over in Minneapolis. Well, in Brooklyn Center, I guess. Was pulled over in Brooklyn Center for a traffic violation involving an expired registration tabs, I should say, on the license plate, along with dangly bits, I think an air freshener to be specific, in front of the or hanging from the rear view mirror of the car. Don't do that. That is grounds for a police officer to pull you over and taser you to death with their gun. Just kidding. During the stop, the police officers discovered that the driver is none other than Daunte Wright, who has a gross misdemeanor warrant out for his arrest. Once they do that or notice that and begin to effect arrest on Mr. Wright, he resists and enters his vehicle. He enters his vehicle while the police are there. A police officer that is not Kim Potter has a hand on Daunte Wright until he gets fully into the vehicle and is seemingly going to leave. That's when Kim Potter yells, "Taser, taser, taser," pulls out her gun, holds the gun for about 4 to 5 seconds, and then takes the shot. She takes one shot. It travels through both lungs and both hearts chambers. There's 4 heart chambers, but I'm going to say both anyway. Goes right through the lungs, right through the heart, through the areas, the tissue surrounding the heart, and lodges itself in the side of Daunte Wright, and he dies after driving a little bit, drives away a little bit, and then dies. And that is the end of that. The question is whether or not the firing of the gun is allowed. I don't know how else to say it. Should she have fired that gun? Is she justified in firing that gun? Does her mistake of the gun for the taser negate any potential justification that she would argue? If she is not justified for whatever reason in firing that gun, either through mistake or through a justifiable use of deadly force, even though she's making a mistake, if she is not justified, then she will be found guilty. She is charged with first-degree manslaughter and second-degree manslaughter. That's a summary for you. Hope that's sufficient. Let's see. Kim Potter trial live. Today is day 1 of jury selection, I believe. Oof. That is going to be real exciting. I'm sure we'll have plenty to talk about. The law panel has been invited to this show. Hopefully, the law panel will go ahead and make an appearance at some point. and will assist us in this by bringing up some interesting topics, because again, it is not going to be it's not going to be the most interesting day, in my opinion. Last night was an epic live stream again, in regards to Chad Reed and Kyle Kareth. I hope people are mad about it. Because I've given my opinion on the case. And my opinion is that Kyle Kareth is likely justified under Texas law. And in fact, I'm not even sure he's going to be charged. I think that not only, or I think that if he is charged, I think he will find an acquittal on that one. No one is mad. I have no dislikes on the video. That's true. That's true. Interestingly, I still get to see the dislikes on the video. I wonder what it says. It's only been a couple hours. Oh, yeah. It's got some good ones. 151 dislikes. Did I get any sleep? I got 3 hours of sleep. The baggy eyes. They'll be there. Push all the goop out of my eyes. Joe is covering the Ghislaine Maxwell trial for us. Show him some love. Is he? How's he covering it? Yeah, I have 151 dislikes, which is more than normal. The ratio is 96.5% likes to dislikes. Typically, I hover around 98.5 or higher. So I guess people don't like it. Oh, he's at the trial. He's at the courthouse. I didn't know if he was going to go there. I didn't know he was actually going to do that. So kudos to Joe for that. That's great. Should we listen to what legal experts say from Minnesota about this trial? Here we go. Let's see what legal experts say about this trial. It's a 3-minute video. Here we go.
Trial of Kim Potter, the former Brooklyn Center police officer, is charged in the death of Daunte Wright, who was fatally shot during a traffic stop.
Let's get an expert opinion in 3 minutes or less.
Meyer. And I'm Amy Hocker. Jury selection begins tomorrow in Potter's manslaughter trial. Fox 9's Paul Bloom joins.
That chick has she has kind of a deep voice. I'm Amy Hocker. Jury selection begins tomorrow in the trial
what we
of
can
Kim
expect
Potter.
in court. Paul?
Amy and Randy, a lot of attention, of course, focused on this case. Another high-profile trial of a Minnesota police officer that will be broadcast live. The defense here claims the shooting an accident, that Daunte Wright escalated the encounter by attempting to flee a traffic stop arrest. But Wright's family and the prosecution insist Kimberly Potter.
Please make fun of the Minnesota accents that are prevalent throughout this trial.
Was reckless and she was negligent and should now go to prison. Once again, as a Minnesota police officer stands trial for an on-duty death, it is the video evidence that will likely make or break the case. For Kimberly Potter, the question is,
where's the expert?
Innocent mistake or manslaughter?
It's not as blatant as the Chauvin case where he knelt on the guy's neck for such a long time.
This guy taught that background is terrible. This guy taught at the law school that I went to, right? I didn't take his class though.
and he showed such indifference. She immediately showed shock that she made a mistake. So I think this will come into play.
Mitchell Hamlin Law School Emeritus Professor Joseph Daly tells me, based on what he knows on the eve of trial, he doesn't believe Potter should be charged criminally. Instead, questioning the taser manufacturer for making a product an officer might mistake for their firearm in the heat of the moment, as Potter's defense team has argued.
Oh, I did not realize that she had the taser that looked very much like a gun. Lots of tasers are, they're like yellow and black striped. That was interesting.
The veteran cop did, while 20-year-old Daunte Wright attempted to escape from the April traffic stop.
This is only a first step, the prosecution. We now need a conviction.
The Wright family and their legal reps questioning Potter's motivation and use of force during a minor traffic stop for expired tabs, calling for justice.
I mean, it's a little more than a minor traffic stop when you start fleeing a peace officer. It suddenly goes into a felony.
At this Monday solidarity rally.
A couple of years ago, we had a black officer who killed a white woman, and he was held greatly accountable when he said he shot someone and it was an accident.
That's because Mohammed Noor is a liar.
Now we're going to be faced with very similar circumstances, and the question is, are we prepared to hold a white officer accountable for killing a young black man?
Oh, there we go. There it is. It's because she's white, guys.
Of course, a reference there to the conviction of Mohammed Noor. Now, as for jury selection tomorrow, prospective jurors have filled out lengthy questionnaires asking, among other things, how many times they've watched the video of Kim Potter's body camera. The court trying to keep this case moving here. Opening statements scheduled for December 8th. The goal, a verdict before Christmas.
Opening
Paul
statements
Bloom,
for December
Fox 9.
8th.
All right, Paul, stay with
What?
Fox 9 for complete coverage of the Kim Potter trial. We'll be streaming live.
Oh my gosh. Kill me. So apparently we won't oh, here we go. We're on. So apparently we won't be resolving this anytime soon. So we're going to do what? We're going to look at this. Look at this embarrassing looking courtroom when you compare it to that lovely courtroom we saw for Kyle Rittenhouse. Holy crap. Her attorneys are the oldest, whitest guys I could imagine defending this case. Whew. All right. We'll see how that goes. Very intense mood. Ninja Judge, she's screwed. Oh no. Oh boy. I'm going to go ahead and start reading some of these super chats that we have. Balloon. Oh, whoops. This is one riveting courtroom. Juan Pablo Corsi says, please analyze the Ghislaine Maxwell case. Again, unfortunately, with the Ghislaine case, I cannot actually stream or broadcast any of the court audio or video. But Joe Good Logic is down there taking notes, apparently. So we'll see if I don't know if he's going to keep that up for 6 weeks of trial, but he might be. He might be. Hunch, the dirty roofer, says, FYI, Good Logic is at the Southern District of New York Courthouse today to observe the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. Tune in tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 Central for a first-hand breakdown. Give it a shot. This is the most Minnesota court I can imagine. Everybody's just sitting around doing nothing. Pissed Off Patriot 83 says, too bad, so sad, dead Chad.
So I just wanted to remind you that the jury office has a juror update on number of jurors that have postponed. So that was. Pardon? Oh, okay, I'll speak up. Maybe I should put the microphone. The jury office has an update on the number of jurors that have postponed. So if you didn't get that, let me know and I'll have one of my staff send it to you. It's dated November 29th.
Your Honor, I don't believe we did get that.
Okay.
Whew. We'll see how she does, but right now she is Ambien put into ninja form. The mask. This conducting trial with masks on nonsense needs to stop. It needs to stop, in my opinion. The judge is lotioning her hands, opening that lotion right next to the microphone. Oh, is this ASMR? Keep your hands away from the mic. Don't you know you're being broadcast? We're live. We're live. Oh, God. My mouth still tastes like toothpaste. Oh. 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 Okay. News Now Wyoming says, I do think this is an overcharge, but I haven't figured out what she should have been charged with. Thoughts? I'm having trouble finding out where she should have been charged, frankly. Chris DeMann 417 says, when Chad threw Kyle from the porch since he was holding the gun and used it as a tool, didn't he use deadly force to remove Kyle? I mean, he was engaged in the use of deadly force. The point of contention is that people believe that his threat, his imminent threat, ends at the time that he lets go of the gun. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. In fact, I had a longtime fan send me a whole bunch of messages that ended with he didn't grab the gun twice, you fool. Which, much love to you, brother. I appreciate the thoughts. I would say he definitely tried to grab the gun twice if I was the defense attorney, which is how I was speaking as the defense attorney when I made those closing statement sort of lines. That's how that went. Marv White says, I just donated to Photo Chad. Then I realized I haven't supported you outside of bleed and likes. Here's $3.50 for your troubles. Thanks, Marv. Much appreciated. Schulerbop says, Potter is the biggest anti-affirmative action example ever. If you don't know the difference between a taser and the gun, you shouldn't have been hired. Stephen Lavelle says, morning and greetings from Germany. Hope you had a good rest. New Age Cuck says, where are the grifters? Well, I am here. And as the king, chief, overlord of grift, I will be here before and after. Everyone else is long gone. And I'll tell it like a Minnesota story. Everyone else was not able to keep up the grift. They all had to go back to whatever it was they were doing before. But one tired, lonely Minnesota lawyer sallied forth into that good night. Let's see. Right guy says, started watching Legal Eagle for the Law TV show movie analysis until I realized he was a lefty. You'd be far more entertaining to examine TV shows. Maybe, but I like to cover real stuff. No, thank you for muting yourself. Because we could definitely hear you already. Is that Garrison Keeler? Maybe. Just that Minnesota radio talk voice of storytelling on the shores of Lake Wobegon. Let's see. Joey Smith says that looks like the same courtroom as Chauvin. It looks similar. Yeah, it does. It might be the same room, might not. It's weird. Our courtrooms out in my county, in my house, and in the surrounding counties look like, normal courtrooms. They have the bar that separates the defense and plaintiff's tables. And then you have the gallery area with like church pews because, well, it's court and you're supposed to worship the state. So the church pews are in there. And then you have like, the judge and all of their assistants up ahead. Wannabe Raytor says, is this Nick's full-time job now? Has been for a while. Has been my full-time job for 3 years about. Billy Witch Doctor 99 says, any updates on the paralyzed face man's lawsuit against the America's Got Talent TV show? I don't know. I might look into that tonight. I got to check. Oh, I love that I can't hear even static background noise now. Catherine H says, here's some dollar bills to help you keep warm in these cold Minnesota winters. I should know I'm a Minnesotan as well. Can you do a Richards impression? His courtroom is so small. He's never been in one so tiny. Yeah, it is a small courtroom, Your Honor. There are lots of different courtrooms around the United States. In Wisconsin, we have a large gallery courtroom in Kenosha. It's an old building made out of stone or something. And they've been working on it a long time. This courtroom looks a little more modern because it doesn't have some of the old art and not, of course, as much havoc was wreaked on it as the one in Kenosha. So there you go. There's that. We'll see how that goes. And to anybody who did not hear, I have reached out to Kyle Rittenhouse. Hopefully I will be able to get some progress made on an interview with him. I would love to do so, but it's up to him. And maybe he would not want to go on to a show with, his civil trials that are in the works. Tom Grawl says 1 trespassing, 2 assault, 3 grab the gun, 4 trespassing him from his domicile, 5 in between Kyle and his domicile, 6 threatening while showing ability and strength to do so. The list of Chad Reed's legal sins is long. It is long, but I've said my piece on it. I don't want to talk too much about it. Last night, you can watch my full analysis of it. Maybe I'll have my editor clip it down into something digestible. But the long and short is, man, I think it's a garbage situation. I think it's awful that the guy's dead because he's got kids, you know. But that said,
I'm sorry.
Jury instruction question. We'd like to know.
Okay, I've got a draft of the jury instructions done, but they're not finished yet.
oh my God.
I will obviously try to get those done by opening statements. Okay.
Why would you do that? Let me see, by the way, while we're in downtime, I'm going to see if the court TV feed of this is up.
The fatal police shooting.
Oh my gosh. I thought Court TV won the lottery on this and would be the broadcaster, but it appears not. It appears they're not. So let me see who we have. Kim Potter trial live. Fox 9, Minneapolis. What's this one?
Of course, the court.
Oh God, I don't want to listen to some other. I don't want to sit and listen to someone analyze what's going on here. There's movement. There's no audio. Okay, we're sticking with Care 11, I suppose.
Members of the jury panel, good morning.
Hi,
My
thanks.
name is Regina Chu, and I'm one of the judges on the Hennepin County District Court bench. As you know, this is a criminal case in which the state of Minnesota has charged the defendant, Kimberly Potter, with the following charges. Count 1 is first-degree manslaughter predicated on reckless use or handling of a firearm, and that charge alleges that on or about April 11, 2021 in Brooklyn Center, Hennepin County, Minnesota, defendant Kimberly Ann Potter caused the death of Daunte Demetrius Wright while committing the misdemeanor offense of reckless handling or use of a firearm so as to endanger the safety of another with such force and violence that death or great bodily harm to any person was reasonably foreseeable. Count 2 is for second-degree manslaughter, and that count alleges that on or about April
I feel like she's
11,
teaching me in
2021
6th
Brooklyn
grade.
Center, Hennepin County, Minnesota, defendant Kimberly Ann Potter caused the death of Daunte Demetrius Wright by her culpable negligence, whereby Kimberly Potter created an unreasonable risk and consciously took a chance of causing death or great bodily harm to Daunte Demetrius Wright while using or possessing a firearm. The defendant has pleaded not guilty. This plea denies the charges and places upon the state the burden of proving defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The state is represented by AG Mr. Keith Ellison, Mr. Matt Frank, Ms. Erin Eldridge,
Look at the resources
Josh
they're putting
Larson.
into this.
The defendant is
4
represented
in
by
courtroom
Mr.
state's
Earl
attorneys.
Gray and
Earl
Mr. Paul Ng.
Earl
And
Gray
will
on the left
the
there is one of the
defendant
top
please stand
defense
up?
attorneys in Minnesota.
Thank you. I want to introduce to you a couple of other people that will play critical roles. Oh, I am sorry. Is it Anne Montgomery?
Amanda.
Okay, Amanda. I apologize. Thank you. All right, I'd like to introduce you to a couple of other people that will play critical roles in this trial. My staff includes Mr.
No one knows
Zach
who the hell is
Kramer.
Unicorn Riot.
He's my law clerk, and Ms. Jessica Bauer, my judicial clerk. Ms. Bauer and Mr. Kramer.
Can you imagine this lady
are
telling anyone, "Don't
responsible
get
for
brazen
all
with me"?
administrative matters. If you need to get a message to me of a personal nature, please let my staff know, and they'll make sure that I find out. Okay? Seated in front of me is
Unicorn
Carly
Riot is
Davis.
Antifa.
She's a certified
Leftist
court
streamer.
reporter, and she's responsible for taking down all testimony
I take
and
all
keeping a
challengers.
formal record of the trial. This means that when you respond to questions, you must speak loudly and clearly so our court reporter can make an accurate record of these proceedings. If your answer is a yes or a no, you must give your answer orally so that the court reporter can put the answer down instead of shaking your head. And please refrain from saying uh-huh or because that doesn't make it clear.
Although it's Minnesota, so you can't say, "Oh yeah, oh yeah."
While we get started here, there are a couple of logistics I'd like to address. Please wear your mask at all times during, while in the courtroom and while in the courthouse. I'm going to tell you about, we're going to start out with voir dire, which is basically jury selection. And jury selection is going to have 2 parts. It'll be a group part and an individual part. In the group part, I'll have all of you here and I'll ask you some questions. I will ask you to raise your hand.
Ash.
You don't have to answer orally, just raise your hand. Then each of you will be asked to leave the courtroom and will question each panel member individually. When that happens,
Jesse
I'll ask
Ventura
you
appointed
to
this
take a
judge.
seat in the witness
Regina,
box.
I would like you to be
And,
appointed to the bench.
Do follow-up questions
Minnesota.
on your questionnaire.
I need you to get in there and judge
After that,
like
the
you've never
attorneys will
judged
have an
anything before.
opportunity to ask you questions as well. So that basically is the outline of voir dire. Okay. Please note that we're not able to always control the temperature in the courtroom. So it is a good idea to dress in layers in case it's chilly in some parts of the courtroom, and it may be too warm in others. So I apologize for that. Throughout these proceedings, we're going to take breaks or recesses. Also, there may be other delays. I want to apologize in advance for any delays that might take place. I try to deal with all legal issues before court starts or after you leave for the day. But in every criminal trial, there are unanticipated delays that just couldn't be thought out before. So please understand that when these delays come up, I would suggest that you bring something to read. I'm going to try to keep the delays as short as possible, and I'll have my clerks let you know how long the delay is anticipated to be. All right.
It's the wrong time to eat all that Ambien.
I'm going to give you some preliminary instructions.
Okay, instruct
There are
me.
rules of law that apply in a criminal case. In the questioning that will take place, you may be asked whether you will accept and follow the rules of law that I give you.
Adam K. No, this is
and you
jury
should have
selection,
these
I believe.
instructions in mind when you answer these questions. A complaint is not evidence. It creates no inference or presumption of guilt. No member of the jury should in any way be prejudiced against the defendant because a complaint has been filed against her, or
Just got to get
because
some
the
mic
defendant
discipline.
is
Oh,
on
it's killing
trial.
me.
The defendant is presumed innocent. In order for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove guilt. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant unless and until the defendant has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by evidence admitted in this trial. A common misperception of the American justice system is that the jury determines whether the accused person is guilty or innocent. That is not what American juries do in a criminal case. There is no such thing as an innocent verdict in American criminal law. The jury's verdict is either guilty or not guilty. Guilty means proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Not guilty means not proved beyond a reasonable doubt. To ensure that both the state
That's
and
kind
the
of
defendant
shady, isn't it?
receive a
There
fair
is no
trial
innocent.
by an impartial jury,
Like a jury can't be like,
it'll be
I mean, most
necessary
people are
for
not
me
guilty.
and
This
the
motherfucker's
attorneys to
innocent.
ask you some questions.
Where'd that
Remember
go?
that you
Where's
will
that?
be under oath when you answer our questions and that you must answer truthfully. The questioning, is a very important part of this process. All of us hold personal
I now see why this is going to
opinions,
take
and
so long.
all of us have had things happen to us. The purpose of jury selection is to try to determine whether you hold certain opinions so strongly, or if something has happened to you or someone near and dear to you that would make it impossible for you to be an impartial juror in this type of a case. In other words, those opinions or those experiences would prevent you from listening to the evidence and making your decision solely on the evidence in this case. Please don't take any offense to any of the questions that will be asked. None of us wishes to pry into your personal lives. Our sole purpose and our obligation is to ensure that the jurors who decide this case are neutral, open-minded, and fair. Neutral means that before you hear all the evidence, you are not leaning one way or the other on the question.
Here, I'll do my
whether the
judge
state
impression.
has proved guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Open-minded means that you're willing to listen and consider all the evidence. Fair means that you will base your verdict on the evidence in the case and not on anything that is not presented in the case. We want you, of course, to bring your common sense into the jury room, but your verdict must be based on the evidence you hear during the trial. Your obligation is
there
to
will be
honestly
partial
answer the
sequestration of
questions
this
and
jury
tell us of anything, even if you
during
are not
deliberations, I
directly
believe.
asked, that might affect your ability to be neutral, open-minded, and fair. Some of you who will be questioned will
NW Backcountry,
be
I slept
excused
through
from
law
serving
school,
on the
man.
jury.
I just went to
If
sleep.
you are
It was
excused,
easy.
it does not necessarily mean that anyone doubts that you're a fair person. I hope that you won't take any offense and understand if you are excused from this jury. At this point, members of the panel, I would ask that all of you please rise, raise your right hand, and face the clerk who will swear you all under oath so that the answers to your questions will be
UConn, man,
given.
any of my professors is
So
boring?
please
Oh, yeah.
stand up
Yeah.
and raise your right hand.
Do you affirm, under penalty of perjury, that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror? If so, please say "I do."
They put this poor sap in a
Please
box.
be seated. Thank you. All right. Now I'm going to ask the group a number of questions. Remember that no verbal response is necessary. I just want you
Dr.
to raise
Pimple
your
Popper,
hand.
stop it.
Right?
She does look like her, though.
Okay. Do any of you have serious concerns about
Oh
your
my
health?
God.
If you
Audio.
were to serve as a juror in this case, please raise your hand.
Yeah, I'm afraid that lady at the
No
table is going to
hands are
taser me
raised.
to death with a gun.
Our system of law presumes the defendant innocent of the charges against her unless and until she has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of
Oh, my
proof is
man.
on the state. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence, and she is
Who invited ASMR judge
Do you
to the
accept
party?
the principle that the defendant is presumed innocent
Audio's
and
brutal.
that the state has a burden of proof?
Nick, there's no way I'm going to be able to make it through this trial without passing out, Nick. I'm going to pass out on stream. It's going to be me going like this.
No hands are raised. If you
It's a
serve as
preview
a
of the
juror,
future.
I'll instruct you as to the law. You must follow the law
God,
as I
these
give it to
S's are
you, even if you
brutal.
believe the law is.
Get her a pop filter, for Christ's sake. Can we send her one?
You
Can we
are
send her a
willing
pop
to
filter?
do this, please raise your hand.
I will donate an RE20 and
All
an
right, no
interface
hands
to
are
this
raised.
court.
Yeah.
If you're chosen as a juror, I'll instruct you that proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinarily prudent men and women would act
Oh my God, it's hypnotic,
on the
Nick.
most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense.
You're getting
Proof beyond
sleepy.
reasonable doubt
Sleepy.
I've only had
Look at
3
the
hours.
look at the watch, Nick.
of
Look
doubt.
at the watch. Listen
Does
to my voice.
anyone disagree with this principle of law? If so, please raise your hand. All right, no hands are raised.
I'll disagree with anything to get off this jury at this point.
In
Jesus
arriving
Christ.
at your verdict, if you sit as a juror, the
2x
subject of
speed.
penalty
It's
or
live.
punishment
I can't.
is not to be discussed or considered by you. This is a matter that lies solely with the court and within the limits prescribed by law. The subject of penalty or punishment must not.
Is it a valid objection for a defendant to object to a judge because I'm literally concerned the judge will put literally everyone to sleep? Can I object on that basis? Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Are you
Yes,
willing
you can.
to
You
follow
can do it.
this instruction?
You can do it if you believe.
So, please raise your
I believe. I believe in my heart.
hands are raised.
Oh, thank you, Judge.
Under our system of justice, the jury must decide the case solely on the evidence produced in court and the law that the judge instructs, and not because of bias, passion, prejudice, or sympathy. Would you be able to follow this principle of law? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. There will be police officers who will testify in this case as well.
By the way,
as
if you want to
other
get out of jury
witnesses.
duty, just don't raise your hand at that
I'm
question.
going to give you some guidelines
It's so easy.
in determining whether a witness is believable or not believable. You know, it's basically a matter of common sense, but things to look at are: how did the witness appear? Did he or she seem honest and sincere? Will the witness gain or lose if the case is decided a certain way?
I was telling the chat that
testimony
Bruce Schrader
consistent
is
with
a
other
gem
evidence
of a
in the
judge.
case? What is the witness's relationship to the parties? Would you be able to use these guidelines in deciding the credibility of a police officer just as you would any other witness? If so, please raise your hand. All hands.
What was the question?
Is there anyone here?
Something along the lines
who
of, can
would
you treat a
believe the
police officer
testimony
like
of
a
a police
person
officer
instead of like a demon?
just because he or she is in law enforcement? No hands are raised. Is
No
there
one believes the
anyone
cops,
here who would
apparently.
totally discount
All of those
the
jurors basically
testimony
just
of a
lied.
police officer just because of his or her position. No hands are raised.
Razgriz, the answer to your question is racism.
All right.
That's what the answer
One
is.
thing I want to say,
Oh.
members of the panel, is I want to thank you
As always, this has very little to do with race.
so much for responding to.
Oh no,
our
he asked why
jury's
she sounds like
summonses.
Asian reporter Trisha Takanawa from Family Guy.
By showing up
that
today
question had everything
and
to do with
proving your
race, I think,
willingness
because they don't
to
sound
serve,
at all the same.
You are
She does look a little like.
A little bit.
Our criminal justice system could not work without good citizens like you. Not all of us can serve in the military, but what we can do is do our civic duty and serve as jurors. And I know these are difficult times, but
difficult times breed strong
doing
men.
our duty in difficult times is the American way. A heartfelt thanks for all.
Is doing your duty during difficult times the American way, Kurt? Is that real?
All right.
Sure, whatever.
We're given a list of possible witnesses.
I'll agree with anything you say if it make you stop, please.
Testify. Do any of you know any of the witnesses on the list? I want you to raise your hand, even if you're not sure.
If I start snoring on camera, please mute my mic.
Okay.
Do any of you
I'm gonna eat
have any
Pop-Tarts
trouble
on camera in a
hearing
second.
or understating what I am saying?
I have trouble hearing or understanding what you're
No
saying.
hands are
God,
raised.
it's boring.
Okay, we will start with opening statements after the jury is selected. We'll start with opening statements by December 8th, and we expect.
I swear to God, no joke. She is literally shutting down my cognitive functions. I literally cannot think.
That is our best estimate.
Yeah.
Don't be concerned if we don't finish by Christmas Eve.
What?
I intend to take Christmas Eve that weekend off and start again on December 22nd.
Don't be concerned if we don't finish by Christmas Eve.
By
I can't do it.
Christmas
I can't do
Eve?
it, Judge. I can't do it. I can't do it. I hate people. I hate everyone. She's guilty, guilty, guilty. Let me go.
Typically, the trial will be conducted from 9 to 4:30.
This is going to take longer than Rittenhouse's trial?
There'll be a 20-minute break in the morning at approximately 10:30 and a 20-minute break in the afternoon.
Let's see.
We'll take lunch.
I feel like my qualifications to be judge grow with every passing minute, Nick.
Oh my gosh. Judge and
Please
Potter
remember,
trial.
while court is in session, in recess, that
How's she a judge and not me, Nick? That's all I want to know right about now.
Nor should you discuss the case among yourselves. During the recess, you may see the attorneys or parties in the hallways. Don't take offense if they don't stop to say hello or talk to you. Everyone involved in this case has been ordered to have no contact or communication with any member of the jury panel.
Don't be
Any
offended.
violation
This is
of
the
that
most
rule could
Minnesotan thing.
jeopardize the trial, and this prohibition will continue until a verdict is rendered. Okay, at this point, members of the panel, I'm going to excuse everyone except for panel member number 2.
What? What did I miss?
We're going to
Please
do
follow the
individual
deputy
voir
to
dire.
your
Oh, okay. Is that what we're doing?
area.
We're doing individual voir dire? Okay. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh God. Oh, no wonder this is going to take so long.
I'm not sure there's enough Red Bull in the world.
You know what? I like Schrader's voir dire method way better.
Okay.
Way
Just
better.
take the needle of adrenaline and shove it right into my heart, man.
Juror number 2. Will you
After that
please
Christmas
take the
Eve
witness
comment, I'm
stand?
asking Kim Potter to tase me.
I'll take my chances.
And you may remove your mask.
24 days.
Be seated.
Yes, and be seated. Thank you.
Oh my God. Britt Carmeyer says
Okay,
not even Nikki the
in
Nose
the-
Rackets can
thank
hold
you
this
for
grift
doing the
until
jury
after New
question
Year's.
here, by the way.
We need
I
a
know
new
it was
case and
pretty
just do
lengthy.
10-minute weekly updates on
And
this because
you
that's all it will
did,
take.
Can we get anything from the Jussie Smollett trial? I know there's no video. Is there audio of that? Can we switch to that? That's ongoing.
Are there smoke signals I
you've
can
heard and
watch?
seen things on the
Anything?
media, and you.
If Jussie Smollett takes the stand in his own defense, I hope we better get a transcript because we were going to reenact that shit. I'm just telling you.
Mr. Wright.
We got to reenact that shit if he testifies.
Okay.
Who gets to play Jesse?
You also indicated
I don't know.
you couldn't understand.
We could
why
take turns. I don't
officers
care.
attempt to disable the driver of a moving vehicle, which could potentially injure others. Are you, of course, you always have questions, but and that's a legitimate question.
Let him answer.
Can you listen to the evidence and decide the case solely on the evidence and not on any?
Your Honor, with all possible love, your voice is putting me to sleep. I can't do it.
Yes.
Okay.
I can't do it. I want to be a good juror. I believe in the jury system. I can't do it.
I don't know what's worse, her talking or her not talking.
Do you think you can be a fair and impartial juror on this case?
Not on this one, no.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
This woman needs a Toastmasters class more than anyone I've ever seen in her life. Maybe we'll get her gift
Tell me
membership.
a little bit about why you believe that Blue Lives Matter is.
Oh, okay. So here's what's going on. They
very
did jury questionnaires in this case. She's skimming his questionnaire and asking questions based on his
explanation Blue
answers.
Lives Matter is less in support of the police rather than it is a counter cry against Black Lives Matter. And so that's why I believe that it's not a fair representation. It's not meant to be in support of the police officers. And I think
the state moves to strike this
one of the
witness
reasons
immediately.
That it stated isn't in support of the police because nobody was attacking the police. But with Black Lives Matter, it's an expression that Black Lives Matter too.
Okay, thank you.
Did you hear that?
Sort of. I'm hearing mostly a drone in my brain. Sometimes words pop out. I heard something about Blue Lives Matter. I got my peach flavored Red Bull. We'll give this a shot.
Tell me how it is.
So you've never seen
Ambrosia
here before.
No, this is my first time.
It's like,
I'm really happy to see.
Now I'm
that
juiced.
you've always wanted to serve. I can tell you that I talk to juries all the time.
This trial is brought to you by peach flavored Red Bull. Peach flavored Red Bull for your Kim Potter trial related needs.
They were really glad they had the chance to serve as a juror, and they stepped away with a renewed respect for our sister.
Why are you talking to this guy about this answer? Who cares?
Are willing and looking forward to serving. Well, juror number 2. Thank you very much. That's all the questions.
Roy Mariluno says this is your comeuppance for mocking all those ASMR thoughts on the 24th day of Christmas. Ricada gave to me a whole month of streams just for me. A whole month of streams just for me. All right.
Good morning, Mr. Wessel. My name is Earl Gray.
God, Earl's old.
His name is Earl Gray? Like
he's
tea?
like he's one of the top.
Earl Gray, hot.
Earl question.
I think every time he says his name, I'm just going to say
the time to answer that.
He's one of the top criminal defense attorneys in Minnesota.
One of the first things I'm going to ask you, is there anything
I love
And
Earl
she
Grey tea.
signed
It's
this
my favorite tea in the
questionnaire
world. That's why I'm biased.
Till today.
There you go.
that you would
I love
change
Earl
in
Grey
the
tea so
questionnaire,
much.
or that
I
you would
can't
have
believe
to-
anyone named Earl Grey could ever tell me a lie. That's how much I love Earl Grey tea, Your Honor.
And,
That's a way to get off this jury. I found that out, baby.
Is there something about you that is not contained in the questionnaire that you think maybe the lawyers in the courtroom should know about you in determining whether or not you would be a fair and impartial juror?
Please tell
Passing
me
out as
why
we
you
speak.
should be removed.
You understand that
You
the
understand
state, as the court has told you, has the burden of proof, and the burden of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt. Because of that, the state goes first. Would you not jump to any conclusions until you hear all of the evidence from the state and the defendant, before you decide this case?
No, I would not jump to conclusions.
Okay, you'd wait to hear all the
I would
evidence.
wait until I heard all the
right.
evidence.
And just a couple of other questions. The judge has already touched upon it, but in one of the discussions, or maybe other discussions, you have discussed with other people.
COVID-19 Facts
video of
Uncensored
this
says,
case.
I would pay money to
Correct.
see this judge fly off the effing
Have I
handle.
discussed the video?
Yes.
No, I haven't discussed it. I've seen a video when the news came out.
Okay, because what it may be misunderstood.
Well, and initially when it first came out, yeah, with a couple friends.
Yes.
When the video first came out back in April.
Yes, that discussion, would you be able to block that out of your mind and listen to the evidence that you hear and see in this case and decide the case on that, and not what your friends told you or what you thought you saw in the video?
Yes, because when I was watching it in the video, that was me not assuming that I would be on a jury panel. Being on a jury panel, I would weigh the evidence, because
We have to get
my
this
thoughts
done
and
before
opinions
Christmas
then,
Eve. I have to deliver
and
all the presents
from
to the
what
boys
I-
and girls
what
of
I
the
see in
world.
the court actually has an effect, rather than just me sitting back and coming to a decision based on what I see on the news.
He named the juror at the start. I missed it. That's hilarious.
In the answers to questions about the justice system, you mentioned that, and I'll read this, I hope I read it correctly. All criminal justice systems that produce an outcome work. And you have a exclamation point. If the intention of the question is to ascertain whether I believe our criminal justice system consistently produces outcomes that are fair for all, I do not because people with greater access to superior legal resources will always have an advantage. And that was your opinion about the criminal justice system?
Yes.
All right. But you do understand, do you not, that in a criminal case, there is the plaintiff and there is the defendant. And the plaintiff in a criminal case is the state of Minnesota, and they have all of the money and power need be to attempt to convict somebody.
Yes.
So would you hold it against somebody that is standing up and fighting with that state and
We have a really
using all
high
the power
power,
they
high
have to
price
try and
attorney?
equal the playing field with the state?
No,
All right.
I wasn't referring to a specific case. I was referring to the system overall.
All right. Can you think of any reason why you would not be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
No,
Okay. Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
thank you.
Well, she threatened to tase me.
All right, the
I was
state-
tased yesterday.
Excuse me?
I used tasers with my wife as part of our pleasure games.
I'm fleeing again. I'm fleeing. I'm fleeing the scene. Keep me here, Big Mama. Oh my God.
See, you're having a positive influence on me, Nick. Isn't it good?
Should not have used your name. I apologize.
Whoops.
For that. We pass this jury, Your Honor.
Oh,
The state may proceed.
I wonder if they're going to let him stay up there. Sorry, juror. Your name was doxed. That'd be a cheesy way to get out of every juror that you don't like, though, right?
My name is, here's my address, here's my phone number.
I won't name you, but your kids are at school at this elementary right now.
A jury like this, I'm going to refer to you as juror number 2. As you can see, it's a hard habit to break, but
Hard habit to break.
the right thing,
Oh, yeah.
for you, really. So thank you, as the judge said, for being here. It is a lot of work, and we appreciate, the questionnaire is lengthy. That's to help speed up this process here today. So hopefully I'll let us live up to that.
You notice how
attempt
this
anyway.
guy speaks out of one side of his mouth? I don't trust him. I never trust anyone who does that.
Understanding,
Speak from the middle of your mouth.
I'm curious about your job. Can you tell me a little bit about, somebody who has a BA and a master's, works for neurology?
In English?
In English,
yes.
yeah. Tell me a little bit about what you do, please.
I started working for medical associations back in Washington, D.C. I lived in Washington, D.C. for 16 years. I worked for the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and eventually worked my way into the publications department as an editor. So I'm a medical editor. And when I moved to Minnesota, one of the places I applied to was the American Academy of Neurology, where I work in evidence-based medicine. So I'm familiar with the concept of taking very subjective matter and trying to process that as objectively as possible.
So are you an editor, a writer? What?
I'm an editor.
Okay.
Yes.
Make you something of an analytical person?
I do, yes, personally.
Yeah.
Sometimes editing things that, as your background in English says maybe technically written correctly, but maybe not something you agree with. Does that make sense?
No, I've never worked with content that really evokes an opinion. Either way, it's all fact-based, so.
High-level neurology stuff, maybe.
Right.
BG Willie says
that doesn't seem like that's possible.
Reviewing other people's work.
says, I wonder if any of the potential jurors would ask, Your Honor, would you go back over the instructions more slowly, please?
How long have you been? Well, since 2017.
Patrick L says, Your Honor, I believe I should be removed because I listen to Nick Ricada and he has me biased against the whole legal process.
Is that satisfying work?
It is.
Truth.
And there was this list of questions. Do you strongly agree with this, strongly disagree with that? Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
I assume you filled this out some time ago.
By the way, you and the chat are champions. We have almost 7,000 people watching this jury selection.
About it, just let me know or the court know. We can probably do that.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure.
Can you speak a little bit more into the microphone?
I will try. I think with 2 of them here, I could do that.
Okay.
If there's a time when you don't remember for sure what you wrote, just let me or the judge know, and you could look at your questionnaire again if you want. You indicated that you strongly agree that the police in your community make you feel safe.
I do.
So they're out there doing good
This
work.
guy just gave a detailed explanation as to why Blue Lives Matter isn't the same as Black Lives Matter, and just admit it.
Is that because
you strike
you
this
want
guy?
Good police officers out there making you safe out on the streets?
I absolutely believe there's a need for a change, but I think defund the police sends a message, a negative message. I think it sends an emotionally loaded message rather than we need reform. It's let's just abolish. So I don't agree with that message, and I don't agree with the approach.
Abe Eckstein says, is this the same schmuck who was the prosecutor for Chauvin? He does look familiar.
And so you support the work that good police officers do?
Might be.
Yes.
I don't remember.
But yet also, I mean, you certainly
It
recognize
was so long ago in a far distant galaxy.
Police officer. You can still be fair and impartial and decide issues in this case.
I wanted to do this for that case.
being influenced unfairly by that opinion. Does that make sense?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Chat saying it's the same guy. I mean, it makes sense since the state has taken over prosecution here.
sometimes coming third means a lot of my questions have already been answered. So
sometimes coming third
No,
means you're in a non-monogamous relationship. Just saying. I love that you just shake your head at that. No, Nick, no.
Your Honor, may I have just a moment, please?
Yes, you may.
Let's see. Oh my God. Not applicable says Ninja Judge is pro taser. Gaius Nadia Caesar says someone tell that woman she's
All right, juror number 2, you are going to be on this jury.
There you go.
Okay? So we expect to start the trial on December 8th. If it doesn't start on that date, you will receive a call. You'll receive a call either way to confirm.
So
They're gonna-
I should just assume you come in unless I hear anything. I should come in on December 8th. And
December 8th?
Well, before 9 o'clock.
What?
The jury office is going to be calling you and giving
Why?
We're doing jury selection now. We're not starting the trial till the 8th. Is that what we're doing?
you. Okay, so thank you.
Do they think the jury selection is going to take 8 days?
That would be insane. And why wouldn't you start immediately after you're done selecting the jury? Why would you start the jury on the 8th? I'm confused.
I have no idea. They're going to pick 12 jurors and 2 alternates. So, I mean, we got 1 done, 13 to go.
You should be able to do that in a day or 2 max. If you're in the federal system, you better be able to do it in about 2 hours. Because federal judges don't like to take time on voir dire. They're fast.
Why would anyone want to take this much time? Oh, no. I think.
If jury selection takes 8 days, I'm just letting you know I'm out.
Yeah, no, I don't blame anybody. If jury selection takes 8 days, I might be out until the trial starts. I mean, I don't know what the hell this is going to take so long for in general. If we're not done by by Christmas Eve, how many witnesses do you have to this thing? Like, honestly, how many witnesses? There's a video, there's lady cop, there's other cop, and there's other cop. And then you got guy in car, passenger in car.
Medical examiner. Maybe some use of force guy.
Yeah, a use of force expert. That sounds like the long one.
Maybe a video expert. It's not a long list.
7 people. Let's be generous and say 10 people. But this incident is 30 seconds long. Like, this happens in no time. It's like, this is not like Rittenhouse, which has, a couple hours of time leading up to it. The whole day for, Kyle and Dominic Black.
Hello, juror number 4.
Hi.
Please have a seat. And you may remove your mask.
You told me to keep it on.
Can I put it on? Can I keep on the mask so you won't see my facial gestures I will be making?
Answers to the question.
Because they'll be pretty extreme.
Can I get the alternate chloroform mask, please?
The question now was that you had a very negative impression of the defendant, Kimberly Potter, and that you felt that she should have known the difference between her gun and her taser gun. And then you also indicated that you were neutral with respect to Daunte Wright, that he was a father to a beautiful baby boy, and it's sad he left too soon.
Sure
I
sounds
guess my
pretty
question is
biased.
this. Under our system of justice, you're supposed to decide the
Daunte Wright
case
was a beautiful human
based
being and a
solely on the
father of a
evidence
beautiful
presented
child.
in court
This officer
and
sucks.
on the law that I
Keep
instruct
him.
you on. And bias, prejudice, or sympathy can't go into your decision as to whether or not the defendant or the state has proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you going to be able to do that?
Yes.
In answer to question number 9, you indicated, I feel my community has been impacted negatively with all the looting going on and burning buildings. What were you referring to with respect to that? Was this after the Floyd case?
Yes, it was after I found out about the case. There was another. I lived in the Brooklyn Center area.
Could you speak into the mic?
I lived in the Brooklyn Center area at the time, and there happened to be another looting around the area that I stayed in, which was towards the case that you guys have now, and it was about the Black Lives Matter case as
The
well.
Black Livers.
Related to that, so
Okay. So you were living in Brooklyn Center at the time?
yes.
Do you still live there?
No, not anymore.
Okay. And did you move because of the demonstrations?
Right,
I didn't
Canal?
move because
Me
of that.
too. You
I
love
just
black people?
moved because of change up
Do you
jobs.
love black people?
Okay. And, obviously, you could make your decision based upon the evidence and the law and not on the basis of any potential demonstrations. Would you be able to
Russian
do
name
that?
says, is perjury possible during voir dire? It is possible, but you're not, I mean, they're not going to do it. They just rather dismiss the juror.
You did not respond to the question, I support defunding the police. The question, it's easy to miss these.
Oh, yeah.
So
Real
it's
easy to miss
strongly
these
disagree,
questions that are
somewhat
set out and
disagree,
broken into
no
their own paragraphs
opinion,
with lines under them
somewhat
for you to
agree,
write.
and strongly agree. Or no opinion if you don't have one.
I don't have an opinion for it.
Okay.
I mean, it's a question, and then lines for
also
you to
responded
handwrite.
to the question,
And then the next question,
because
real
law
easy to miss.
enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty. And you indicated that you strongly agreed with that statement. Did you intend to have that response?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you also recognize that
You said it. What? This lady is confusing
there may
me.
be situations where decisions that they make on duty should be second guessed?
Well,
Let me rephrase that. That was a bad question.
This lady says that she
Do you
thought that this
believe
judge made a
that
bad decision
law enforcement
grabbing her taser.
officers should never be held
Then she said they
accountable
shouldn't be second
for what
guessed.
they do while on duty?
I believe they should be held accountable.
Your Honor, again, could you speak into the mic?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I believe police officers should be held accountable for what they do on duty.
Did he just
Thank you.
object to her not speaking into the mic? I'm pretty sure he said objection, Your Honor. Speak into the mic. Earl Grey don't leave no objections on the table, baby. Were you listening, Kurt?
Yes, I was listening.
Did he actually object to her not speaking into the mic?
That's what I heard.
I hope so. I hope for him. I hope we get a different sort of attorney than Richards out of Earl Grey. I want objections.
Seems like it.
to
Seems like it will.
everything. Objection, Your Honor. My sandwich at lunch was dry. It should have had mayo on it.
Juror number 4, do you think you could be fair and impartial in this case?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything you can think of that we should know about you?
I guess I can say can relate to the person that was
Died.
had passed away in this case. I'm a mother of 3. I'm a
Sorry.
mother of 3.
Okay.
I can relate to the person who's dead because
But
I'm a
you
mother of 3.
indicated earlier
He was a
that,
father of 1.
sympathy can't have anything to do with your decision as to whether or not the state's proved the case beyond a reasonable doubt, right?
Yes.
Okay. It's natural. But when you're a juror, you need to focus on the evidence and the law.
Okay.
All right. The defense may proceed.
All right, Earl.
Good morning, juror number 4. We don't use your name, so it's not public.
You did to the
Nice
last
take
guy.
this up. I've read your juror questionnaire. It's quite thorough. Is there anything that you'd like to add to that today that you did not put in it back when you answered these questions?
I can't really remember what I wrote, so if you can.
Can't remember. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything that's not in the questionnaire that the lawyers in this case should know about you in determining whether or not you could be a fair and impartial juror in this type of case? Anything else that we should know about your background that isn't in the questionnaire?
No.
No? Okay. And you answered the questionnaire, what was that, a couple months ago? Or-
Yes.
And you do remember how you answered it, correct?
Kind of. I don't know much
Not
about
really.
it, so I just can answer only to what I know about it.
Well, let's go on then. You determined, based on what you knew then, that Miss Potter you're very negative towards her. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you still hold that decision, right?
Yes.
And you're neutral with respect to the Mr. Wright, and you write that he was a father and had a beautiful baby boy, and it's sad that he left too soon. And you still stand by that, correct?
Yes.
He left too soon.
And you watched the video 2 to 3 times, correct?
Mm-hmm.
For the court reporter's purpose, you have to say yes or no.
Yes.
It doesn't go.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
They can't stenograph. Uh-huh. You say uh-huh again, I'm gonna leap over this table and get you.
And then you're asked opinions regarding the justice system. And you were asked about, under our system of justice, a defendant is presumed innocent of the criminal charges against them. Would you be able to follow this principle of law? And when you answered that, you had already answered that you're very negative towards the defendant, who was Kim Potter, correct?
Yes.
And you answered that question, no. You would not be able to presume her innocent. In other words, presume that she didn't do this. And by didn't do this, I'm not talking about the video. I'm talking about the elements of the crime that the judge has given you already and will give you more at the end. So would it be fair to say that not following this principle, I assume, is partially because you were very negative towards my client, Mrs. Potter, after seeing the video and whatever else you came in contact with before you answered these questions? Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Excuse for cause. Let's move on.
Yeah. The Redneck Ram
At the
says,
end,
Nick,
you
please.
do you
I
wanna
can't
serve
even
as
with
a
how
juror in
slow
this
these people
case?
are. Are they
You
all
have
high?
answered that
Anyway,
question.
you and Uncivil
It's
might
a
need to strip and
interesting
get in a
case
hot
and
tub
would
to hold
love
viewers.
to see how a police officer is convicted.
I'm not sure the hot tub would help with the
When
sleeping
committed a
impulse,
crime
though.
on duty or has made a mistake with severe consequences. Was that still your answer today?
Yes.
Your Honor, outside the presence of the juror, I'd like to.
Dismiss for cause.
Yeah. I'm thinking that's what's about to happen, but
I'm not sure why I have to exclude the juror to do that, because it's like I have it rock solid. It's like just dismiss for cause.
yeah. You can't have this person on the jury. Yeah, I think she's wrong. No, I won't be able to change my mind. The other boy, the dead guy has a beautiful baby boy and left too soon. Oh, and by the way, by left, I mean she shot him and killed him and murdered him in cold blood. Okay. Here in Minnesota, we don't have enough criminal cases, so we take as much time as possible getting through the ones we have. On Odyssey, COVID-19 Facts Uncensored says how much money for uncivil law to beatbox.
Is that helpful?
How long does it take to get this lady out of the courtroom? Get out! Joe Blow says, defense attorney, quote, is there anything we should know about you? Juror. I can't even read. I can't read this. I really hate Nick. Hers. Defense attorney, she'll do. It's two different words. Nick followed by hers. So there you go. Physics Rigger says, who wins? Kim Potter trying to taser Alex Baldwin for having prop bullets. What even is this? What is happening over here? Oh my gosh. I'm going to keep reading some of the chats we have from earlier. Gaius Nadia Caesar says, someone tell that woman she is wearing the burqa wrong. You need to cover the head. That anime guy says, stupid family. It was too much for a traffic stop. Me. He had a warrant for arrest, tried to flee from police. A car is literally a 2-ton bullet that's killed more people and police officers on duty. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the issues there. Getting into a vehicle while trying to flee arrest is oftentimes deadly force. Swade's Lounge says Twitter just banned sharing images of private individuals. Lol, get on Gab. Wait, what?
They have a new CEO effective as of yesterday. You know that, right?
Yeah. I can't wait. But how do you ban sharing images of private individuals? Like,
I don't even know what that means exactly, because wouldn't that be like the vast majority of photos?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. How does
I saw the dislike button counter thing finally became active yesterday.
Yeah, there is no.
They're not allowed to dislike your videos or my videos anymore. I'm just waiting for our friends on the progressive left to complain about the dislike button being gone because they're no longer able to flag hate speech. You know, I'm just waiting for that, because it has to be the next thing to come, right?
Well, my favorite part about the thing is YouTube says they do it for creator health, right? Oh, creators, they're getting dislike bombed and blah, blah, blah. Your YouTube studio still shows your dislikes. So I'm the only one who can see how much everybody hates me now. I get to wallow in that alone.
I apologize. We're having technical difficulties here. You're excused from this panel.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Oh,
you don't have to go back upstairs.
you
okay?
can go straight to hell. That'll work better.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I appreciate you responding to the summons.
I thought I was already there, man.
It's like calmest Midwest mom voice. You don't have to go back upstairs. You can go right into the fires of hell. Sheepsidian says this courtroom is smaller so that she has less redacted to redacted. What the heck, Mama Susan? I just said hands to shake. Zen Cicada says all proceedings to be in eye blinking Morse code. Dex Luther says she has a nice chair, though. It's not a throne. Schrader has been in office long enough to have a throne.
The throne was way too much. That was just too much. I wouldn't want the throne. It's too much for me. This is much more my style, man. Just give me like an Aeron chair or something. You know, let's not overly complicate this.
Why aren't you using an Aeron chair now?
Well,
that
probably
boomer
should have,
gamer chair.
Yeah, I probably should have. Aeron now has that gamer chair, though.
That's what I'm using.
How do you like it?
It's great. Super comfy. It's the most comfortable butt cushion that I've ever had.
I'm not super thrilled with this chair. So maybe I'll change to the Aeron chair, Aeron gaming chair.
Yeah,
that's a promo code or something, or would you like to just gift me one? That'd be fine too.
The gift I can give you is it's a tax write-off.
Specific answers.
Speaking of which, do you have someone who can help me on the taxes issue, or do you just do your taxes yourself?
I do them myself, but I have some referrals in your state, not really close to you, though.
And that you have
Do you pay quarterly, or do you just pay at the end of the year?
I pay at the end of the year. I probably should pay quarterly. Next year, I probably will.
Potter and very negative.
This might be the last year I do my own taxes.
Read or seen about
kind of tired of it.
Daunte Wright. I guess my question is this. No matter what you've seen or heard in this case, would you be able to basically set that aside?
Spit the questions out, lady.
And recognize that you do have opinions and listen to the evidence in the case and follow the instructions of law that I give you and base your decision solely on the evidence and the law as I give it to you?
I would do my best.
Okay. Can you tell me what difficulty you would have in doing that?
I've just read a lot of information about the what happened and what some of the other things that happened prior to the
Hey,
incident
Bizarro, greetings
before
back
I ever
to
got
Florida.
Notified about this summons. So I read the news and I follow a lot of what happens and what's going on.
Well, you're really well informed and have watched the news reports and read news reports on this. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. I guess I'm not doing this very well, but
Thank God someone else realizes
I'm
it.
trying to determine whether or not, notwithstanding the opinions that you have and the impressions that you have about what happened, you can just look at what's presented in court and base your decision on what's presented in court as far as the evidence goes. For example, you indicated that you knew of some of the alleged crimes that were committed by Mr. Wright. Now, if that isn't an evidence in the case, you'll be instructed that you can't consider that in determining whether or not the state has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Will you be able to do that?
I'll do my best.
Okay. I guess I need to have you say something more positive than that, if you can.
I'm just trying to be honest. I've read a lot of information, and I don't want to mislead anyone. So that's why I said. I mean, I'm here doing my civic duty, and I do it kind of for my kids to show that this is what you do. But I've also, like I've said, I've read a lot of information, and I'll do my best.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm trying to not make up excuses or why not to come to jury duty. And like I said, I'm trying to set an example for my kids. So.
Well, you set a good example for your kids just by showing up.
Now leave.
Right.
Scroll wheel ASMR. Oh, it's hot. Work that finger on that mouse. Roll that wheel down.
You also indicated
it's got to be
that,
like 6 pages she just went through.
It's a mess because of these protests, and that you don't feel safe in the city of Minneapolis anymore. Is that going to affect your decision as to whether or not the state has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt?
No.
Okay.
Hear every one of those satisfying clicks of the mouse wheel roll. Yeah. Ooh. The purr, the subtle purr of the mouse wheel. Oh my.
Now, you indicated your father-in-law is an attorney. Does he do criminal law?
He's a judge as well. He's retired now.
Oh, okay. Was he a judge in Hennepin County?
No, in Michigan.
Okay.
Yeah. He was
They don't even know the
state
law
judge
over
and
there,
then
though.
Federal judge. Actually, I also forgot my cousin is a judge in Minnesota, and I forgot to put that in there. So
You forgot to put that your cousin is a judge in Minnesota? Okay. I mean, it's a cousin, though, so, do we care that much?
More tax, and I don't think she's a judge now. I think she works at the U.
How many judges does this man know?
He did criminal. Yeah.
He gets around, man. He
Have a
gets
lot of
around.
contact with your father-in-law?
Oh yeah, he's coming to town next week. So yeah, when we were there Labor Day weekend, and we go there in the summer. That's my wife's from Michigan, so go back to visit.
And how long has he been on the bench?
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Probably 30 years.
Yeah, you stated that you've served on a jury in a criminal case in 1996 and 1997 in Hennepin here.
It was a civil case. If I put criminal, I misspoke. Civil.
Civil.
Yeah.
Now, there's a completely different burden of proof in a civil case.
Mm-hmm.
The burden of proof in a civil case is preponderance of the evidence, or more likely than not. And of course, the criminal burden of proof is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Can you forget everything you learned about the civil burden of proof and the criminal?
Yes.
Okay.
Call Me Straw says, Nick, you're great, but this lady whispering is going to make me drive into a ditch. For the love of God, go back to talking about chairs and mouse ASMR because this is pure agony. Her soft tone is awful.
Look, here's your official warning. Do not listen to this stream while driving or operating heavy machinery. Please, for the love of God. If you're listening to this while driving or operating heavy machinery, stop immediately and put on some heavy rock or something, because you're a danger to yourself and others. Please, people love you. There's no need for this. Make it stop.
You coach youth hockey. And you indicated that it might be a hardship for you to serve because you coach youth hockey. Are you the coach or do you?
Yes, yeah, assistant coach.
Okay. So there are other people that could coach these kids.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh. Oh.
Do you remember Joy? I remember Joy. It was
Oh,
nice.
Thank you very much for your honesty.
Okay.
All right, counsel.
Oh, a different attorney's gonna do this one. Who do we got here? What's this guy's name? I don't remember.
Good morning.
Morning.
Number 5.
Whoa!
I have some follow-up questions for you on behalf
Paul
of Ms. Potter. Mrs. Potter, I should say. The bottom line here is that you indicate on the last page of your questionnaire that you believe your civic duty is to be a juror if called. Is that right?
Yes.
And that your primary goal here is to set a good example for your kids,
Yes.
among other things. And I assume to be a good citizen for everyone. Is that right?
Well, more for my kids.
I don't care about anybody else.
But yes,
I assume both your kids are the hockey players.
correct.
I take it from your questionnaire that you have some negative feelings about the riots that occurred after this incident. Is that right?
Correct.
And you feel not some hostility, but some concern about how the riots were handled. Am I right about that?
Correct.
Can you tell me a little bit about that?
I'm a rule follower. I believe that I respect private property and that you shouldn't be out destroying other people's property that they've worked really hard to get. I follow the laws, I follow the rules, and what has been going on in this state.
This guy's got bodies buried in his basement.
Frustrating. I feel like some people,
Well,
the law applies different to one person than another.
Well, tell me a little bit more about that, if you would.
I just can't, the things I read about that happens and I don't see anything happening to people is very frustrating. I can't leave my car in my driveway with any valuables in it anymore because people are going through our neighborhoods and taking stuff from our cars.
Is it
From our cars?
frustration that these people aren't being arrested?
I think they are, but I don't think they're being prosecuted or they get out on bail. Right.
He's like,
I feel like they're not afraid of the consequences. And I am.
The state's over there like, oh, we got to get rid of this
part of why
guy.
I'm here today, because I respect the law, and I just know that I think I would be. I just respect the law, so that's why I'm here.
Then you'll be a good juror.
sure.
It's not for you to say, I suppose, but you'll try the best you can. That's all we can expect of anyone, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
I think defense wants this guy. I think you want this juror.
Somewhat positive impression of Officer Potter, according to your questionnaire.
I appreciate what police officers do to protect our society.
Oh, bro, I think he just yawned.
What they do, it's a tough job. I work with them in my job. I work in road construction, and we have state patrols on our jobs, and they do great job keeping our workers safe.
Oh, wait, this guy works
keeping
in road
jobs
construction?
safe. They're
Yeah, you definitely
great
want this
people
guy
that have a
as
tough
defense.
job.
Guy
So you've
committing
had
an offense with a
positive
vehicle gets
experiences with
shot.
all law enforcement officials, it sounds.
Correct.
And you indicate it's important for someone who's pulled over by a law enforcement official to follow orders and directions. Fair enough?
Correct.
You still feel that way?
Correct.
You'd have no trouble presuming Officer Potter innocent of the offenses that she's been charged with, right?
Yeah, correct. The way the way the court system's set up, correct.
Okay. The Redneck Ram says, give us a Richards version of this guy's answers. Also, sorry, uncivil, but I have to drive while listening. Too many packages and too much mail to deliver to stop.
And I take it you don't support the defunding movement, defunding the police department.
Don't do it. Save yourself. You have so much to live
For the
for.
reasons you've stated.
Correct.
Anything else?
No, that's to me is the number one purpose of government is to
I wish you
protect
would have
and
tased him first and
the
then
justice
shot
system
him, to be honest.
and follow our laws equally.
Persephone says this guy is a 100% keep. The rest of the jury pool is trash. Oh my goodness.
One of the interesting parts of your questionnaire is that you have pepper spray in your household.
Correct.
Tell us about that, Richard.
It's just a precautionary thing with everything that's been happening.
Did you buy it recently?
Correct.
After the riots, or give us a time frame?
We also have guns too, but after seeing what's happens when you use a gun, the pepper spray seems like maybe a better first choice if someone does something to our house.
This guy's gone. The state is going to work really hard to get him out of there.
One can, and other people in your family have the other cans, or just one?
No, we have them in our vehicles.
Wait, you can't leave valuables in the vehicles. Don't do it.
Yeah, it's too bad.
I'm sorry?
It's.
I have a safe in my car that I keep the gun in at all times, ready to go, fingerprint activated.
I have the gun on me right now. Got it in past your guards. It was no problem.
I took out the standard trigger, put in a 3-pound trigger, make sure it's totally ready to go.
One of the things you were reluctant about for this case was to look at the photographs. Can you tell me more about that? Are you talking about photographs of an autopsy or photographs of the scene? What are you referring to there?
I just really don't want to see that.
Well,
it would be very disturbing to me. I don't want to see that or be part of that.
Well, if you're picked for the jury, there are going to be a few photographs shown. I mean, that's kind of the way it is.
Yeah.
You can see those, though, can't you? I mean, if you're obligated to see it, you got to see it.
I don't want to.
Well, I don't think anyone wants to see autopsy pictures, frankly.
One juror's like, I do.
But
yeah, that's true. That's very, very true. That's extremely true.
Look at them.
I don't want to.
Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to look at pictures of a body that's gone. I mean, it's not pleasant. I mean, it's just something you have to do, though. Would you agree?
We waited 6 weeks
Correct.
to take the picture, so there's extra bloat and rot.
Your spouse is in healthcare?
Correct.
What does she do?
Pharmaceutical sales.
Oh, buddy, I got bad news for you.
Really? You want to lay on some harsh truths there?
She sold the fentanyl to the doctor
Despite
who gave it to George Floyd.
Talking about this, but despite your opinions about things, you certainly are able to do your civic duty here and be fair to everybody, aren't you? Yes.
Correct.
Yeah, pause for a second, Your Honor.
Yes.
Stop pausing. Just soldier on. Are we going to get a second juror seated by lunch? Huddle up, huddle up, huddle up. Okay, okay, guys, okay. They're doing it. Oh no, Earl, you're going to get me too with that hand. You can't do that. You cannot have the hand on the back during the huddle, Earl. Don't. Very unsafe.
We passed number 5, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. State, may proceed.
Can you not figure out how to put headphones on? You had to take your mask off to put headphones on? The hell? Everybody else is able to figure out how to put headphones on with their mask on. Not this guy. Not Matthew Frank. Oh, gosh. Okay, I'm going to keep reading. I'm going to try and keep up with super chats on these streams we can as possible. Dex Luther says she has a nice chair though. Blue-eyed Roof Curry in the base says Judge Frumpy Katana, finish her. Potter is screwed. Not applicable says I ate one Chef Boyardee and I already have diarrhea. What? Othamer says Judge Regina Chu. The judge in this case was initially appointed by Jesse Ventura. Can you give a Jesse Ventura impression of her nomination? Of course I can. Look, I came to the state of Minnesota to be governor and to appoint Judge Regina Chu. I think I did a good job in my tenure doing both of those things, and we got the job done when no one else was willing to do it. I wanted a ninja on the bench, and I got one. There you go. Julia Riley says, did she somehow get Bernie Sanders as her attorney? No, Earl Grey doesn't sound like Bernie Sanders. I get the look, though. Don't forget Navy SEAL. That's true. Very true. Perihelion says, woman judge, ticker label is Karen. That lady is going to prison. Oof. Razor 39T says, care11.com logo looks like Karen.com. Kind of does. Emily Phillips says, the mask is a red flag. Now you have to wear them in Minnesota courtrooms. You're required to. Everybody has to be masked. It's an embarrassment that that's still going on, in my opinion, because it's court. Like, get over it. Shit. Where the hell? Where was my? Where was I? Where did I leave off? There we go. Pissed off Patriot 83 says burgle. Automata says didn't expect the judge to be a lotion ASMR stream. Kyle Stark says ninja judge lubing up got me like stop it. Stop it, Kyle.
I'm sorry, 5. Yeah, I'm losing count. I apologize, first of all, for impersonally referring to you by number only. It's just the way we're doing it in this case, so forgive me for that. I really appreciate you being as candid as you are. I think it's, I appreciate that one of the messages you're trying to send your children is the importance of being here for jury duty. But also being candid about it, right? And you've told us a lot of things, and that you really feel strongly about. And I mean, in your questions about Black Lives Matter, you called it a Marxist communist organization. Pretty strong opinion, right? I mean, what did you mean?
This guy is amazing.
That's what they are. They are Marxist communists. They don't.
What do I mean? I meant exactly those things.
Is to
can't help noticing a lot of hammer sickle flags and communist propaganda Che Guevara shirts.
Be converted into that type of a country.
Correct.
Also read their platform.
Just sort of leading that charge into the guise of Black lives.
Correct.
That's not, no.
And that's
They're bringing us to
part of
commie
what's
Marxism.
creating some of the problems that you've been telling us about, right? People not following the law, people looting and rioting, stealing, right?
Correct.
And it seems like sort of it's sort of an us versus them, right? Like they're trying to convert this country into something you don't want it to be.
Correct.
And
Based juror.
Causes you
This guy's amazing.
enough concern to arm yourself.
Correct.
And to get pepper spray, because I wasn't quite sure what you had said about while you have had guns, you've also gotten pepper spray. Can you explain that to me, please?
Because if you use a gun, you're going to get in a lot of trouble, even though it was for self-defense.
Preach it, brother.
So
Preach it.
use pepper spray first.
And you talked about sort of the law applying differently to some people than others, right?
Correct.
And is this sort of a symptom of this problem that you're seeing, this sort of us versus them, that there's this group that the law isn't being applied to equally?
Correct.
You're a law follower, they're not.
Correct.
Correct.
And that's, how much of a race issue is that for you?
Zero. It's some people can do things and they aren't charged with it, and other people they are, and it really depends what political views you have, in my opinion.
Preach it, brother. Preach it.
Does it?
Let's invite this juror on the panel.
Yeah, when he gets
Black
dismissed
Lives Matter
immediately.
Juror, if you're out there.
If you happen to tune into this, juror, please look me up. You sound like a phenomenal guest.
And they're part
I'll
of
drive
the
out to your
problem.
house. We'll hang out.
Creating this sort of us versus them.
No, I would disagree.
Why is that?
I think the law is applied differently to different people, and that's where the issue is.
And
also, Attorney
the
General
one way
Keith
it's
Ellison's a
applied
piece of
differently,
shit commie too.
is it doesn't apply sometimes, in your mind at least, fairly to people who commit crimes.
Correct.
And number 5, one of the things I was, not everybody is right for every jury, right? I mean, one of the reasons we go through this process is to make sure that we take people who just aren't right for this case and have them serve jury duty on some other case. You see what I mean?
Correct.
And here, obviously, you have a young black male victim, right?
A black male
And
victim.
You told us before.
Or were they blackmailing
honestly,
him
before
for
you
it?
got the jury summons? Understandably, you had read a lot about him, so you know the things that the media reports he's been alleged to have done, right?
Correct.
And he's not on trial here for those things. You believe that he's gotten away with some things. He hasn't been held accountable for those things.
Well, I mean, he didn't get away from them.
And it's sort of part of the problem. I think you mentioned in your questionnaire that can't believe he was out in the streets, right?
Correct.
And you have a situation where he allegedly wasn't cooperating with a police officer, right?
Correct.
And you think that's wrong, and that's part of why you have a negative view of him, right?
Can I comment more? Or?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah.
I think if he would have listened to the directions, he would still be with us.
And that's an opinion that you hold pretty firmly because of all that you learned about the case before.
That's what I teach my kids. That's what I do myself when I've been pulled over.
It's also pretty obvious.
I follow the directions.
Yeah.
Like that's plainly
I'm
apparent.
not criticizing you for having gained information, and
I got it all way before I was summoned.
I completely understand that.
So I have not read new things since because I'm literally a square and follow the rules, but I've read a lot before I got my summons.
I'm a giant nerd and a dweeb or whatever.
Once before,
totally follow rules.
Right?
Correct.
Do you remember what? Well, let me just ask you this: as the judge said, the two burdens of proof are quite a bit different.
Correct. It was a lot different experience than this.
And
I'm literally a square.
The judge asked you,
come on,
put that aside, put all that you've learned and
said.
read and the opinions that you have aside, and you said you would do your best.
Correct.
And we appreciate that. We really do. How do you think, I guess what I'm getting at is we do want your kids to appreciate, and please don't take offense that I'm including your children. I think it's a very valid point that you raised. But isn't it also a worthwhile issue for your kids, being honest here? You're under oath. You want to follow the oath that the court put you under, right? And you said that you would do your best. How do you know now that you would be able to do that? How do you know now that after sitting through weeks of trial, you would be able to put that aside? Or are you telling the judge you just don't know right now?
I believe I would.
Yeah, that would be correct.
Wait, what would be correct? You just asked you like 5 questions.
Yeah, exactly. What's correct there? It's like, strictly speaking, how do you know? Well, you don't know because you're asking me about what will happen in the future. So no one can know.
You indicated you respect the law, and that's why you're here. Again, appreciate that. We as lawyers really do appreciate it when people respond to jury duty. It's a critical part of this system, right, to function properly. Part of that is having jurors we know can be fair and impartial. Right? Sounds to me like what you're
I'd be
saying.
like the worst person because they'd be asking me all these questions about do you know? And I'd be like, well, strictly speaking, no one can know. You're asking me how I'd feel in the future. How can anyone know that for sure? Well, I can tell you what I believe will be true. They'd hate me.
Yeah, gosh, I got to find this chat that came up. Where'd it go? It's actually hard to find chats in StreamYard when the chat's actually moving. MD had the best chat. Here, wait. Oh no, I had it.
But you would agree that
there it is.
You've made some impressions based on what you've read about Mr. Wright that you still hold today. They're going to be very difficult to get out of here.
Oh, that made me really happy, MD. Your microphone is too loud.
Maybe address the court again, please.
Nothing is going on in this courtroom that necessitates me turning down the mic. When we get to the actual trial, I'll work on balancing it more.
At least for me personally, I feel like this is the actual trial.
No, you're talking about a different type of trial.
I know. That's why the joke is funny.
This is you in a nightmare. And the only way you can wake up is to persist through all of it, every minute. If you leave even for a moment, you'll never wake up.
Oh, great. That's just good news. That's great news. Fantastic.
You never left your chair after streaming yesterday. You've been sleeping in it the whole time. You're sleeping in it now. Oh,
I believe it.
Let's see. Kyle Stark. Oh, wait, I read that one. Neo Ritter says this could be you, Nick, in your lawyer ASMR channel. Mac Medic 892 says it rubs the lotion on its skin. Roxas says, what's with this ninja nonsense and the guy with the Jamie Farr schnoz? Pissed Off Patriot says, have you ordered the Asian food yet? God, I want some Asian food. Mag says, here's my contribution to the Griff. Thanks for the photo chat interview yesterday. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Solarial X says, I think Hotep Jesus might contest your claim to his King of the Griff title. He's someone you should talk with if you haven't already. Reapa Cheaps It. Thanks for the donation. David Moore says, do you think the hidden letters in the bottom right of the screen are ns.karens.com? Hidden letters. I don't see the NS. What am I missing?
I don't know.
Oh, it's care11.com is what it is. Care11. General Sortie says, will Ninja Judge use throwing stars against those she holds in contempt? Reapa Cheaps It. Thanks again for the donation. And then finally it says, will there be any coverage of the Maxwell trial here? If not, can you point me to who is? I loved the Rittenhouse coverage. There's no coverage of the Maxwell trial that will be going on like the Rittenhouse coverage.
We literally can't
do it. It would be a violation of federal law for us to do so. President-elect Four Doors More Horse says, when will you grift a chair like Schrader's throne?
You're going to be excused from this panel.
Okay.
Oh no, really? This guy?
Upstairs?
We're excusing this guy? Base juror got excused?
All right.
No, man.
Yeah.
We've got another joining the fray. What's up, brother?
Yo, what's going on?
We're fighting the sleep man. Have you been watching any of this?
I saw a little bit of just this guy, Mr. Square, but it is what it is. It's gonna be hard.
Why are we excluding this juror? He's awesome, man.
He's awesome for the defense.
Yeah, the state immediately hates this guy. I don't think you guys have been doing your job prosecuting people, all these bad people out there.
Let's see. We should probably take a break.
Wouldn't that make him more likely to convict, though? Because, I think you guys should be prosecuting more. So I think, wouldn't that be good for the prosecution?
10 after 11.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
I know. This case. Well, how are you guys predicting this case right now, based on the facts that we know now?
Oh my gosh. I think here I'll pull it. Let me bring us into normalcy here.
Well, I'll give you two answers. How about that? My read of the law so far, I think, strictly speaking, by the letter of the law, that it's probably not guilty, but I think the more likely outcome from the jury is guilty. So how's that for an answer?
Guilty on one or both?
Probably on both, if I had to guess. I'm assuming a lot here about what's going to happen in the future, but I'm assuming the prosecution's going to bring on a lot of people that are going to talk about the officer's training and experience and her familiarity with tasers and how they, in classes, go over the difference of them and how they are different physically and how they're kept on different sides of the body exactly for these reasons. And they feel differently in the hand and they have different actuation mechanisms specifically to prevent people from getting confused. I'm going to imagine that the prosecution is going to bring on people like they go over this in some extreme detail to make sure that people are aware of, you only use your non-dominant hand to do this, and so forth and so on. So they're going to go into a lot of detail about how she is trained, experienced, has familiarity, she's certified, etc., and so forth. And so this error from her goes to she shouldn't be able to make that mistake. Now, what I think the defense answer to that, which is not as persuasive, I think, but probably more correct, is that, in the exact moment, you're not thinking. There's probably not really thought going through your mind. You're just reacting. So she didn't have the sufficient mental state to be guilty. But I think on the whole, I think the prosecution, I'm trying to build the cases in my mind about what these cases look like. So this might change radically as the testimony gets offered. But in my mind, I'm like, yeah, I think the jury is more likely to go with the guilty verdict. So that's kind of how I assess things right now.
Now, the interesting thing, prior to the stream, I was watching a video where Minnesota legal experts weighed in. And they really didn't have any Minnesota legal experts weigh in on anything of any value. But one of the things they showed was that it seems that they're blaming the taser design company because the taser that she was using, at least this is inferred from the coverage, looked exactly like a Glock.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't, the taser on the other guy's hip the other officer's hip was this yellow and black striped taser. It's got a different size handle, but the one that they had in the little video clip, I mean, it was the same size as a Glock, same length as a Glock, had a black handle. There was no yellow on it at all. Anywhere on the thing. The only thing that was not black, in fact, was the front panel, which was purple, but that's down in the holster. So I don't know. I think that changes things a little bit.
It does change
if
things
that's,
substantially.
well, if that's the taser she's using.
Well, there are two things. Number one, when you're in law enforcement, they do teach you about dominant hand and weak hand and so forth, where to put the weapons. But one thing that they always tell you too is that when you make a mistake, you go on trial, right? Your mistakes, if you mistakenly kill somebody, you're going on trial. And this is probably an officer's worst nightmare. I don't think there's any doubt in my mind that this woman made a mistake. And I'm just going to say it. I don't think this had anything to do with race. I think this woman pulled the wrong thing and she made a mistake. This is just like I think there was a case in about Starbucks where somebody was allergic to milk and they only ordered almond milk, but the person grabbed the regular milk by accident, poured it in, and the person had like this big reaction and oh my God, they didn't charge that person criminally, right? Because that was a mistake. Here, I think the mistake is she pulled the wrong tool and she screamed multiple times, taser, taser, taser. Now, if she fires 4 or 5 shots, right? That is kind of making me think less of a mistake, right? But the fact she only pulled it once, because that's what you do with the taser, pull it once. Yep. The fact that she was right after, oh my God, I actually shot him. I thought it was a taser. It's really, really, I'm thinking this is an overcharge for the mob. I think the more appropriate charge may be a culpable negligence charge, where you're saying, if the taser was on the wrong side, for instance, if it wasn't on the left side, but on the right side, and they train you, don't put your taser on near your gun, and that's where she had it, and she grabs the taser instead of the gun, then you got negligence, then you probably even got recklessness, right? Because she did something that she wasn't trained to do. But in this case, and I also believe that if you're talking about a situation where this is just a run-of-the-mill pull out your taser thing, like it's not a very enhanced moment, then I can understand that, hey, all right, you should have known not to pull out your taser. But this is somebody fighting, struggling, you're there on a warrant, you're trying to take him into custody. These guys, he's jumping back in the car, everything is moving, and you pull the wrong weapon. And now you get me back into this is just a tragic accident. So I'm just going to say it. If this woman is convicted, I think this would be a poor conviction based on the charges they're having her. They're laying out to now, because I don't think you get recklessness, because recklessness to me is that you're doing something so crazy, so flimsical that it couldn't have been reasonable. That's driving the car at 90 miles an hour on a 25 mile an hour street. That's reckless to me.
Right.
But this was, this wasn't that. This wasn't anywhere near that. And I think the defense's argument should be, if you were at your job and you made a mistake and it happened to kill somebody, should you spend the rest of your life in jail? You got to internalize that to the people sitting in that jury, because that's essentially what you're saying. If you make a mistake, an honest mistake, because I don't think nobody's saying that she didn't make an honest mistake, should you spend the rest of your life in jail? She should pay money. She should lose her job.
She's facing 15 years for whatever it's worth on the distinction.
But again, the defense, I'm going to say the rest of your life. Should she spend the rest of her life in jail for making a mistake? She shouldn't be a cop. She shouldn't do all that stuff. Is good, but should she spend the rest of the job? And is it criminal? And that's where I think I can't get to the criminal piece. Now, maybe that might just be because my law enforcement background, because I've been in situations where I've pulled the wrong tool. I meant to pull my aspartame, but pull my pepper spray. I meant to pull my pepper spray, but pull my aspartame, right? Because they're so close, and in the heat of the moment, you pull something. But I think in those instances we're wrong. Thank God nobody got hurt or got killed. But in this situation, it's just hard for me to believe that they're charging her recklessness because they think they can prove it. And I think that's what this jury. Picking this jury, I think, is going to be very, 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 very important, because you want to pick jurors who understand the difference from someone making a mistake and maybe being negligent to somebody being reckless. And I think that's the key issue in this case. Is it reckless or is it negligence?
Right. She didn't
Especially if the recklessness. I'm sorry, Nick. Go ahead.
I was just saying she didn't act with indifference towards his life or anything like that. There wasn't any of the sort of like you said, there's nothing you associate with recklessness going on here. It looks like an accident. It sounds like an accident. She says, "I'll tase you. Taser, taser, taser." And then she shoots him with the gun. She's like, "Oh, shit, I shot him." Oh, she clearly feels bad about it. Immediately, it doesn't feel like contrived to me that she's like, "Oh, I shot him. That's too bad." All of it feels natural, and so I don't know. I don't know what you charge this woman with if you're going to charge her. What I do think is, I mean, Kurt, you and I went through the laws the other night, and it's hard to get to what happened here in those statutes. So I don't know. I am not a big fan of police making mistakes and someone dying from it. But at the same time, can she go to prison forever for it? I don't know if I'm quite there.
Well, the question to the panel is, do you think this was an honest mistake? Because if you do think this was an honest mistake, then she wasn't being reckless, right? This was an accident. If you think this wasn't an accident and she was being reckless, then they were talking about it, because recklessness isn't an accident. And just so everybody understands, accidents, saying that something was a mistake or an accident is a true defense of the law. That's going to be her defense here. This was an accident. So and I think if people in the chat honestly look at this event and say that this was an accident, then it's not guilty. And that's where I'm leading to. So
they also seem to be trying to get to the idea of recklessness because she was putting her fellow officers in position of harm because of how close she was when she fired to her fellow officers, that she was putting the fellow officers in some danger and reckless towards them, which I'm also not really buying, because I would imagine that in police scenarios, sometimes you have to use a firearm and there are other officers that might be nearby. It doesn't necessarily make it reckless, especially if you're trying to, I mean, she seemed to be aiming with deliberation what she thought she was aiming and what she was aiming. So I don't really buy the recklessness to the fellow officers either, but that seems to be another theory they're trying to go for.
Yeah, that's how the complaint was written. When we were reading it, they mentioned how close she was to the other officer's arm, how close she was to the other officer's, fired across his face or whatever. Yeah. And it's like, I mean, I think that's a big stretch, mainly because it's hard to say someone acted recklessly when they pulled out a gun, pointed it, and put the round on target. We saw a similar thing with Kyle Rittenhouse. How are you charging him for recklessly endanger Robbie McGinnis when he puts 4 rounds on target on Joseph Rosenbaum? It just doesn't seem to add up to me. That is part of the consideration here.
Yeah, I understand the need for like for them. This is like right next door to George Floyd. The DA's got aspirations of becoming a senator. The HE. So we understand this was going to be charged no matter what happened, right? This person was going to be charged. But I also think that they're setting communities up for failure, because if this woman is found to be not guilty, which I think is probably would be the appropriate outcome with these charges, then it's going to make it seem like the system failed, not knowing that we don't imprison people for making honest mistakes, right? That's why you have intent. That's why you have criminal culpability, because if someone is making an honest mistake and someone dies, there's civilly problems, they lose their job, the family gets paid from the city, all that stuff happens, but you don't put her in jail for the rest of her life because it was an honest mistake. And again, I think the defense is, if I was on this defense team, we would be hammering that hard home, because I would be making very clear to the jury, if you put her in jail for making this mistake, the next time you're at Starbucks, the next time you do something, the next time you hand somebody peanuts who has a peanut allergy and they tell you they got a peanut allergy, they take that and they die, then you're going to be up there for reckless murder, because and that's the way it's going to go. You got to really internalize that to those regular people, because that's what this is. That's essentially what this is.
Now, I largely agree with Nate, but just for my own point of clarification, whatever problems I have with this prosecution are not nearly as bad in scope as they were for Rittenhouse.
Oh, yeah.
I think, I thought that charges against Rittenhouse were absolutely ludicrous. And I thought the prosecution was stretching beyond stretching to try to get to anything. It's like, there's just no way. We all see the tapes, and it's like, you guys knew what your own witnesses were going to say. So you guys knew you had nothing, and this whole thing was completely bogus. So I had a huge ethics problem with what the Rittenhouse prosecutors do. At least to this stage, and I'm willing to have my mind changed as things develop, maybe as on this testimony develops. But at least at this stage, I'm not having that sense of outrage. It's like, no, I don't think the facts quite fit, but the prosecution's case at least has some superficial potential, unlike Rittenhouse, where I thought it was just total crap from the start.
Yeah, Rittenhouse.
Oh, Nate, one thing I wanted to ask you, as a former officer, there's a different angle to this that is interesting, right? And that is the possibility that had she pulled her gun intentionally and fired, she would be justified.
Yes. And that's the part but the thing is that there's no such thing as accidental self-defense, right? Because self-defense is, so everybody knows, self-defense is, I knew you were doing this and I killed you because I thought, you were going to harm me or someone else. So there's really no accidental self-defense. But I think in this case, was she justified in pulling her weapon and shooting him? I don't think you can actually make that argument, because from my recollection of the events, he gets out the car. There's a struggle. He tries to jump back in the car, and there's a struggle, right? Because they're trying to arrest him. And there's one cop wrestling with him, right, while he's in the driver's seat, while he's trying to drive.
Yep.
And she pulls out the gun. I don't think at that point you can. I don't think she's justified in pulling out the gun at that point in time if he's running away. I think she would have had the argument would have been different, but I think that would have been less justified. I think Andrew makes that argument too. I think she would have been less justified to killing that person then. But that's interesting.
I don't know, because I've seen a lot of cases where a fleeing suspect in a vehicle becomes a danger to the officers who are present right there, and the shootings becomes justified.
Because it makes me think of have you ever heard of the case? What's it called?
Nope.
Tennessee v. Gardner. No,
no, I don't. Not off the top of my head.
Black. Just so everybody knows, Tennessee v. Gardner. If you ever go to any law enforcement academy, they're going to mention this case. It's called Tennessee. They're going to mention two cases: Tennessee v. Gardner and Graham v. Connor. Those are two seminal cases. If you watch any case with any cop, they're going to, like in this case, you may have Tennessee v. Gardner, but you're definitely going to hear Graham v. Connor. But you're going to hear Tennessee v. Gardner is a case that happened in Tennessee, where the law in Tennessee is that police officers were able to shoot fleeing felons in the back if they were escaping. So in this case, Gardner was someone who was burglarizing a home. It sounds very familiar to the Arbery case, but he was burglarizing a home. Cops were called. Cops go there, and a cop sees Gardner exit the house. First they see the glass broken from the window. Then they see Gardner exit the house, and he's running out through the backyard. So the cop goes into the backyard, and Gardner is actually trying to climb over the fence. Now the cop knows that if Gardner gets over the fence, he's gone. So the cop pulls out his service revolver and shoots Gardner, killing him. Shoots him in the back. It was a great shot. He shot him in the back of the head, killed him. Boom. Totally clear, because state law said you can kill somebody, you can shoot fleeing felons in the back. But the Supreme Court said, we're changing that. You can no longer shoot fleeing felons in the back. You can only kill people when they pose an immediate risk of death or serious physical injury to someone else or to yourself. So if someone's fleeing and if they're not posing a risk to someone else in front of them or to you, then you can't employ deadly physical force to just apprehend them. So that's been the law of the land since that case. So in this case, if the person is fleeing, even in a car, unless there's like a group of school or something there, then generally police aren't allowed to employ deadly physical force to stop that person unless they can articulate that person is going to use deadly physical force against them or someone else. Now, I'm not sure, in this case, I'm not sure if how they get there if he jumps in the car and drives away.
Because you got three officers, two of them with their hands in the vehicle, they're right next to it. If he drives, they're all, the two for sure are at risk of serious bodily injury, if not death.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't think it's likely that they'll die because they're on the sides of the vehicle, but it's very possible they could be run over, or have a portion of them run over, get their hand crushed in a door, get dragged, for example, if they're there. So I've seen several cases where that has been raised as an issue is that if there are cops in proximity to the car, then that becomes a deadly weapon very quickly when someone's getting inside.
Yeah.
drive, so.
Yeah. Well, just to be clear, too, you don't need death. You need death or serious physical injury. So
Right.
you're right. If there's a cop in front, like there was a case just recently where the cop was in front of the car and the car was driving toward the cop and the cop shot in the car. That's all good and go. And like you're saying right now, if somebody's inside the car and the guy's about to hit the gas, then yeah, I think you're right. So again, maybe I'm just not familiar with the facts of this case, but I think as the facts are as they are now, she may, which is sick, she may have been better off just saying, hey, I'm shooting him to protect the other guys. But the facts that we have now, I honestly don't believe I think it's a not. I would say she's not guilty. I would say she's not guilty because I don't think that they can prove the intent. If they can prove intent,
Right.
then they got her. But I just don't think I don't think you can prove the criminal intent.
I want to clear something up for the chat because I've seen this in a couple places. Nate didn't say that she fired 4 or 5 times. He said, had she fired 4 or 5 times, it would have looked less like a mistake. But since she only fired once, which is what you would do with a taser, it looks a lot more like a mistake. One pull of the trigger is what happened. So just to clarify that you did not suggest that she shot 4 or 5 times. Some people misheard that. So please invite the Hodge twins for their comedic input in this case. I'll just call them up. Those guys are hilarious, but I don't have contact info for them.
This is a tough case. I think a lot of people, they see cop, they see, and it's I know it's an unpopular opinion. I'm not even going to pretend that it is because hey, she shot him, she should go to jail. Yeah, generally, yeah, but in this case, unless people could honestly say that wasn't a mistake or an accident, then maybe there may be some facts that come out that say there wasn't a mistake or an accident. But if this is just a true accident, a true mistake, I don't see how you get there. I just don't see how you get there.
Yeah, it's very tough, very tough. It does feel like an appeasement. This is an appeasement charge for the mob.
Even the police chief came out, right? He was like, "Hey, listen, it was an unfortunate, it was an accident, right? She resigned before she resigned. They came out, they said, we looked at it. This was an accident. This was a horrible accident, and what do we charge her with?" And then here comes the DA. He's like, "Well, I'm running for senator, so we're going to charge her with murder." I was like, "What? No, that's we're going kind of crazy here." So,
yeah. Oh man. So what else you covering right now, Nate? What do you got going on?
Oh, I think the court's back. I'm doing the Arbery wrap up and the and I did today the top 10 things for Rittenhouse. This the whole state line. You still got people out there talking about these crossing state lines. I literally had some fool sit there and argue me for an hour about Rittenhouse, and then I was like, well, one of the guys had a gun. He was like, somebody had a gun. I was like, yeah, not only Rittenhouse, but the guy who was, got pointed the gun at his head. He's like, I never heard anybody pat. He's calling me a liar. I'm like, the guy literally said he pointed the gun at the kid's head. It's like,
on the stand, he said it. Oh my God.
So it's like, I didn't know that until you just said that. I don't believe you. I'm like, you don't believe me.
I love that. Someone will sit and they'll argue with you and all this stuff, and you find out, oh wait, you don't actually know the facts at all of this situation, do you?
All right, is counsel ready for juror number 6?
Have we seated a second juror yet? I don't think we have. Have we?
If we're doing this way, it's going to take forever.
This is long. The jury questionnaire should have gotten a lot of these people out. I'm surprised they're going one by one.
This judge, Nate, is like the Titanic sinking, but in slower motion. Everything she does is slow. And earlier she slapped a bunch of lotion on her hands right by the microphone. It was like one of those ASMR streams. It was horrifying. Like, what are you doing? Don't you know you're on the internet, lady? Please, let me help you. You need a consultant.
There's so many things happening. This Juicy Smollett, then you got, it's crazy. We got so much going on.
Yeah, I know. And Smollett and Maxwell aren't covered. They're not televised. I wish they were. I heard Smollett's jury's already seated.
Oh, you know what? I wanted to ask you guys about Smollett. Do you guys think there may be a double jeopardy issue with that case?
No, I don't think so. I know that courts have already looked at it, at least in part. But my understanding is double jeopardy typically doesn't apply until a jury is impaneled or the first witness is called. Now, I understand that they kind of had this quasi settlement, but it was a no like contender. It wasn't a plea. So no, it wasn't. It wasn't no contender. It was what's the other one? Help me. For when you dismiss it, what's it called?
Is it Alfred? Alfred plea?
No, when you just straight out dismiss it.
Oh,
there's no prosecution.
What's
no
it called? Decline to prosecute.
Yeah, no pros. So they just null prosecute. They declined to prosecute, so it wasn't part of a plea. So I don't think double jeopardy applies. But that's my understanding.
That makes sense. Yeah. See, I didn't think they declined to prosecute.
Fine. Good.
Because that whole
All
paid
right.
$10,000 and all
I
that
have a
stuff. That was
couple
kind
follow-up
of
questions on your questionnaire. Okay. You indicated that you have a very negative impression of Kimberly Potter and also a very negative general impression of Daunte Wright.
Oh, she hates both people. That's good.
Elaborate on why you had a very negative
I don't know how I
opinion.
answered that way. I guess I didn't want to. I wanted to say that it's equal. I mean, not necessarily negative, I guess.
Oh, yes, there's a microphone.
I answered that, but going back, I didn't elaborate on it. I wanted to get my questionnaire back, but
I do want to say this. Look at her cheer compared to the other.
I guess
other
I
judges'
was
chairs.
feeling more like
She's got to up her game.
there's maybe evidence on both sides that you could maybe argue about, if it was, I don't know. I would say it's equally.
Okay. The big thing.
Might as well keep the liquor going from last
one of the
night.
things that jurors should do
If
is
you take liquor, man, you're going to be out like a light, dude.
they've heard all the evidence and not be leaning one way or the other on whether the state has proved the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Can you do that?
I can.
Okay. And that would be notwithstanding any initial impressions that you have of either Mr. Wright
No,
or.
I really don't. I mean,
Okay.
I guess I maybe answered it the same for both because I really don't.
Gotcha.
I answered that I hated both of them, but I don't actually hate them.
She probably tried to get out of jury duty. She was like, if I hate everybody, they're gonna let me out. Like, you're the perfect juror. You hate them all. No.
Are you willing to serve on this jury?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Oh, this judge drives me nuts.
She's very slow at this too.
It is horrifying.
I'd like you to elaborate on your answer to the question, do you believe that the jury system in this country is a fair system? Why or why not?
I think that not always. You hear about cases where the person's found guilty and later on you have more evidence comes up, or I don't know. I've never served on a jury before, so.
The difference between a perfect system and one that works.
Oh, do you believe that our criminal justice system works?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. You indicated in your answer, not always, it was equity issues. Could you explain that answer?
And what was the question?
Do you believe our criminal justice?
Do you think if I got on the jury and they asked me about that and I said, well, I know for an absolute fact there have been cases where police officers have manufactured evidence against people in death penalty cases because I read the courts of appeal cases, so I know for a fact that sometimes it doesn't work. Is that going to help me in my jury selection?
Well, you're a lawyer, so that wouldn't help you at all. Get that man off the jury. I remember I was watching jury selection. They had got all the white people off the jury in Brooklyn, And then so they had to have some white representation on the jury. So they had one white person who happened to be a lawyer, non-practicing lawyer, and they were like, "How the hell we get a lawyer on the jury?" Because for those who don't know, lawyers become juries of one because all the jurors look at the lawyer to say, "Well, what's the law?" No matter what the judge says, and the juror says, "Okay, this is the law," and then that one person becomes the person who everybody listens to.
Would you be able to?
So that's why lawyers generally aren't good for juries.
It's natural.
What does a lawyer think?
Right.
But if it was your duty, you
Any image that you see stays with you, so. Okay, sorry. What I was saying is that when you look at, photos or video, that image stays with you. And when it's something like,
let me get out of here. Taser.
Graphic and choose to if I get
later, guys. I'll be back later, guys.
See you later, man.
Okay. And in response to the question, is there anything else I and the attorney should know about you in relation to serving on this jury? You said my concern is that I will be overcome with emotion.
Mm-hmm.
I've been treated for depression and anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
My daughter passed away.
I suffer from narcolepsy, Your Honor.
Difficult time of the year. First of all,
I'm going to be chasing Provigil like a champ.
She passed away on New Year's.
Well, now that Nate's gone, I can be here.
Oh, hi, Legal Bites.
So our family's still grieving.
Did you need help going to sleep, Legal Bites? Because that's what we have here.
Yeah.
I saw the comments on Twitter, and as soon as I opened up the stream, yeah, I agree. It's very ASMR, very very ASMR. Let's all have nap time.
I don't think that would be a problem to
separate
concentrate. I just don't
from
know
your
if it's
consciousness?
difficult for jurors to get emotional,
And relax.
And
You're
I-
letting your neck muscles relax. So relaxed. Just
And now we're
feel
going
the
for the
relaxation.
Shavasana pose. Just allow your arms to fall to the floor.
it's understandable to be upset.
Just now, imagine all the cares that you have just in a cloud. Once the cloud just disappearing into the distance, you're so relaxed.
So what have I missed?
A lot of that.
Really, like she actually warned the jury not to be afraid if they don't finish by Christmas Eve.
You've got to be kidding me.
Well, I mean, I
She
go
said
through day to day.
And she seemed to imply
Taking care of
She seemed
myself
to
and
imply the trial wouldn't start until December the 9th.
things, even though that's
Oh, sorry, the 8th. Like, there's a huge difference between those two numbers.
I
I'm
guess if I
sorry.
can do
Yeah,
that,
she seemed to imply the trial wouldn't start till December the 8th. So apparently we've got 8 days of jury selection anticipated. Fun.
Okay.
Oh man.
Do you think you could be fair and impartial to
Do you
both
think you
sides?
can lie your way onto this jury?
Thank you.
Because if you think you
I-
can
I'm
lie
a
your way
retired teacher, and
onto
one of my
this
students
jury,
told me one time
I'll
that
kill
I'm
you.
strict fair.
Those are two good things. All right. Mr. Ng?
If you lie your way onto this jury, I'll lie in wait in your bedroom. When you lay down to go to sleep, I'll be there with a knife.
I have a follow-up questions for you on
That's just
behalf of,
mildly terrifying.
and then the state will follow me, and then you'll be done.
Ah!
All right.
Okay. In the first part of your questionnaire, you have
It's Troll Fauci.
narrative of what the case was about. Do you recall this?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicate remembering something about
He looks like the
Officer
rock
Carter-
trolls
Carter
from
shouting,
Frozen.
Taser.
Yeah, and shout, yeah.
A little bit. I can see it.
It's in the
Tape
facial
or the
structure.
video that you saw, or did you get that
Like
from-
not like definitely I would not say an
But
exact one-to-one copy, obviously, but there's
I'm not
something
sure.
about him that the element is
Or
there.
it could have been something I heard on, NPR or something. I
On
don't
Kiwi
know.
Farm, someone posted his picture and
Those
says
three
this
words
guy
have
has
an
an
impact on you
unsettling
when you-
appearance.
I read
Oh,
4chan.
really? when I first heard about this, my reaction was, how could this happen? And that's kind of where I'm still at, you know. And this trial maybe will clarify some of those things.
Well, let me tell you that if you're selected,
Yes.
Officer Potter will testify
Mhm.
and tell you
Okay.
what
she's a
she
cop, so
remembered happened.
less stupid than normal.
So you will know,
Mhm.
not just from the video, but from the officers at the scene.
I want Ronnie
and
O'Neill
Officer
to do
Potter
all of
herself,
this.
what was occurring.
Yes.
I take it you'd be quite interested in hearing what she had to say.
Yes.
And you would be willing to wait for her.
Yes.
You know, the state goes first. They have the burden, of course. We go second. Just the nature of the organization of a trial. But we have something to say here, too.
Right.
You'll wait for her. You also indicated in your narrative that Mr. Wright had been involved in a shooting that left the victim mentally and physically disabled.
Yeah, I heard that someplace too. But I understand, given that, I understand that he is not on trial, and that can't be even talked about, can it? Like in a trial.
Well,
like
it's
this?
up to the judge on what is evidence and what
Okay.
isn't evidence. You're bound to listen just to the evidence that
Right,
is presented
right.
here. You're good to go with that idea.
Yeah, I understand that, you know, he is not on trial here. That is not what this is about.
But you're willing to evaluate his conduct and what he was doing that day as well.
I guess, I mean, that's a piece of it, you know.
This happened in 12 seconds, basically.
Right.
And it's everybody's perception
12
matters. and
seconds
what everybody
to,
did matter.
to
You
stop
agree with
the
that.
spread.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yes.
Our concern.
Did you consider the fact that Miss Potter
is with
prevented
your
a
last sentence,
COVID
according to
spreader from
sources,
being
Potter
out
had
there?
been
that
training and
day?
hadn't been performing active duty assignments. What did you mean by that?
That's just something else that I heard in the news, that she hadn't been in that, and maybe that's not accurate. I don't know.
Have you heard of the phrase a field training officer, FTO? Do you know that phrase?
I don't know.
Well, the next question I have
We've
is
got an
the
FTO,
one
KIA,
that
and the
she asked you
AO.
about, that you had a negative, very negative impression of her. And of course, we're concerned about that because we represent Officer Potter. And
I can't explain
you
now.
got to help me with this a little bit.
I don't know if it was just more of a reaction to the incident that I felt negatively about that. I don't know what kind of mindset I had when I answered that way, because I did it for both the victim and the
you said that she acted impassively. I don't think it's impassively. It's do you remember the word you used?
Could you read what it
Impulsively?
says? Impulsively?
Yeah, I think it's
maybe
impulsive.
that's
It's hard to read.
Right.
Okay. Do I have that word? I think that's right, isn't it?
Right.
Okay. And why did you say that?
Well, because I just think in the heat of an exchange like that, she just automatically reached. Here's what I was thinking, is that if a person is right-handed, would you think that?
I wish my barber would come to my office and cut my hair while I'm sitting here.
Use her right hand and not have time to really process that it's, maybe not the weapon that she meant.
Yeah. And you would agree that the situation was frenetic and quick. You had made
Frenetic?
Everyone had to make decisions quite quickly.
Frantic, I think he means.
Frantic was that sounds better.
And later in the same page, you say,
and I guess frenetic works.
You still didn't understand how something like
fast
this
and
could have
energetic in a
Yeah.
rather wild and
Is that
uncontrolled
kind of
way.
where you are?
I am, yeah.
And if you realize the nature of the trial is our attempt to explain
exactly
why this happened, and you're again willing to listen to us,
right?
Because we will present testimony as to the why.
Yes.
Okay. Mithrin Emrys says, "Oh dear Lord, can someone get this judge some caffeine? Something to counteract the Valium she appears to have mainlined before doing this."
Oh my.
There's this
Dan?
one chart on page 7 where you had to strongly agree.
I
and
think she just moonlights as a yoga instructor.
I don't know.
Well, let me ask you what
Like that's exactly the way that they talk during any yoga class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is
One of the
great in
questions
yoga,
is
but not
because
so
law
great in
enforcement
court.
Officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty. And you say you strongly disagree.
Well, I think read the question again. What was
Yeah.
it?
Because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty.
Well, I do disagree with that because if they're trained, then, they would, a lot of police incidents happen and you wonder why they do that. Is it their training?
So you're willing to second guess, but you're also willing to listen to the training that they receive.
Right.
And how a confusion could happen.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Well, another question
What
is
did I
at the
sign
end,
up for
people
with this
today do
trial?
not give our law enforcement officers the respect they deserve. And you say somewhat agree.
Yes.
Talk to me about that one.
I guess like I said too, I don't know, depending on, are people profiled? Are they being fair when they detain you for some reason? I know they have a dangerous job, but I just think that, I don't know. I just think that they are supposed to be able to handle themselves.
Well, do you believe police officers should arrest people who have arrest warrants out for them?
Yes.
And you said also that black people and other minorities do not receive equal treatment to whites in the criminal justice system, and you strongly agreed with that.
Yes.
That's kind of what you touched on with Judge Chu. And you still feel that way, of course.
I do.
Okay. Do you have any prejudice, though, because Officer Potter's white in this
No,
case, and Mr. Wright was black, and he was arrested on a warrant? Do you have any prejudgment in that respect?
No.
Dan says in Mark Richards' voice, "Objection, Your Honor. Your ASMR voice is wreaking havoc on the court.
You had a strong opinion
half
about
the
firearms.
audience is asleep, Your Honor."
You said that there's a need for restricting the use of firearms to ex-convicts and mentally ill. Tell us a little bit more about that one.
I am just really anti-gun, I guess you would say. I think there's so many people right now that are buying guns. You never really know what you're up against, especially if you're law enforcement. I've shot a gun, I think one time about 50 years ago, but I've never owned a gun or hunted or anything. So
they were all
I take
lever
it
action back then.
You believe in the permitting process.
I'm sorry?
Do you believe in the permitting process that if someone
I
wants
do, but I think that laws need to be looked at as far as, what should be legally sold as a firearm. Not the automatic or
Don't just throw her off the
guns
jury.
don't
Throw her
really
out
need
of
that
society,
for
please.
protection
Plenty of
or-
other countries will take
or
her.
hunting. So
How about handguns? How do you feel about
handguns,
those?
I have kind of negative view about that too.
These handguns?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
I just I don't like.
Hey.
But you do believe someone should have a permit to have one.
Well, I believe that in certain, if you work in maybe a high crime or live in a high crime area, I can understand that. Or, in some ways, I can see why you would
By the numbers,
want that
if
handgun.
you live in a
but
high
most
crime
of the time,
area, you're
I don't
have
see
a higher
the point
propensity
of
to
it.
be a
I think
committer of
they're
crimes as well.
Cause more
I suppose so.
death and injury than if they didn't. So.
The chat is Once she said the gun stuff, the chat went into overdrive.
It did. It did. It was just a blur of not even letters
The one
and
daughter
symbols.
Right. I have four.
Four.
So
So
I have,
what do they do? If you could tell me.
my oldest daughter works for Merck in Boston, Merck Pharmaceuticals. She has a
Tommy.
PhD in biochemistry and molecular biology. My third daughter is an engineer,
Is what? I'm sorry.
an electrical engineer, and my youngest daughter works for Allianz. So they're all math science kids.
All very well educated.
And they say that women need help getting into STEM. Come on. What are they talking about?
I mean, if you do look at the statistics, they're
The only
different.
statistic I know is 3 for 3.
A couple more questions. I said that.
Maybe your kid should be on the jury.
You said, no, I believe role and social status contribute to the unfairness of the criminal justice or the jury system.
I do.
Okay. In this case, though, we're going to be fighting for Officer Potter.
Of course.
And you realize our role in doing that
Mhm.
and representing her and being her voice.
Yes.
And there's nothing unfair to her in litigating the case and pleading not guilty, is there?
Mhm.
And she has a right to be here.
Of course. Yep.
And you'll listen to what we have to say.
Mhm.
I'm not sold.
Regardless of social status and race.
Right.
Oh, God, you're dragging this out here, Eng.
A couple more questions then, and I do mean it this time. The last question of the questionnaire was, do you want to be a juror in the case? You say yes, and you want to fulfill your civic duty, which I think we understand. You have an interest in true crime.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I just watch a lot of true crime. Any true crime.
Go,
thing you
go.
see
Get
on,
them out. No true crime ladies on
on,
juries ever.
Cable, cold case files, investigation ID.
Yeah, that's someone that's going to try to
watch all
start
those
digging
shows.
behind the evidence that's presented to her and to try to find some other
And
meaning
of course,
behind
they
it.
know this is the real deal here.
True
Yes, I
crime
know.
is the most white lady genre that exists right now. It just is.
I realize this is a difficult time of year.
Someone has to
where
explain the
you-
appeal to me. I went to a
This
true
is a
crime
bad case, of
conference
course,
in Austin to try to understand the appeal, and I didn't quite get it.
And I
So
don't want to ask any questions about your daughter's passing, but is it?
I could
was it,
do it, but we'd
it's
have to
not
do it on
involved
Odyssey.
in anything like this case, I assume.
No, she died of breast cancer.
I'm sorry I asked, but I have to ask the question.
Yeah.
Alexander Hamrick says, which one of you is going to tongue my ears and which one of you is going to get on a nanner and swim in a swimsuit while being in a pool? Well, buddy.
I
Depends
don't
on,
think any of those questions will be asked on voir dire.
No, he wasn't asking them. He was asking us.
Oh, well, it's not going to be me. I'll say that.
Well, Kurt, I'll rock, paper, scissors you for the swimsuit and the banana.
deal.
Peter Quincy Taggart says, watch the sloth scene from Zootopia on YouTube. Reminds me of the judge. Call Me Straw says, this is absurd. This woman doesn't seem to know what she believes about anything other than basic Democrat talking points. Do people just never challenge themselves anymore intellectually? Angel of Sin says, I'd like to take this time to share my hobby of generating unsettling
Yes,
phrases.
sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My most hideous as of late, I'd like to have read in the ASMR judge's voice. Juror number 53.
You will be a juror on this case. Okay. So we're gonna start on December 8th. Okay.
So the state didn't even ask
Oh, I'm
questions. for this
sorry.
one.
I forgot.
She said, she just said, right? We're going to start December 8th. She just said that, right?
Okay.
Excuse me, I forgot about you, Mr. Frank.
Oh my God. She forgot about the state. The
Happens all the
judge
time.
is being put to sleep by the judge.
When we get to lunch break, I'm out.
Apologize for
I might see you
calling you by
December
number.
8th.
It's just the way
But
we're doing it in this case.
if you want to really live stream the
And
rest of this
not
jury
gonna play
selection,
out
God
just
bless you,
more
brother.
questions.
Okay.
I don't know if I do.
Okay.
But of course, I come
Angel
third
of
now,
Sin.
so I probably don't have as many
Juror number
questions
53.
as you
What
do,
flavor are your
as,
teeth?
the others have already asked many of them.
Ace's Fate
Can
says
you
this
tell me
judge's
a little bit
ASMR is
about,
better than Amaranth. How can I donate bits to the court for my new mommy judge?
Hold on just a second. You're currently retired, correct?
Yes.
Congratulations. Tell me what you did before you retired.
I was a special ed teacher in the Osseo, Maple Grove, Brooklyn Park area schools.
How old were your students?
I actually had been in elementary and high school. My last 5 years was at the high school.
And so how long did you do that?
I started my teaching career when I was 50. So I taught that, and then I also taught part-time English language to immigrants.
Okay. When did you do that before?
I did that at the same time, actually. I did that 2 nights a week in addition to my teaching job.
Okay. Did you like doing that?
I did, very much.
So starting teaching at 50 would be a challenge, I think.
Yeah.
So,
Even more so now, I think.
Yeah.
Starting teaching at 50, is that when she started 50 years ago?
Well, not what I expected. Like I
We're
said,
1950.
family, grieving.
1950 was not 50 years ago anymore.
Because COVID.
I know.
Isn't that
I planned to
nuts?
travel, but I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, I guess.
And a tough couple of years.
Yes.
1999 was like 5 years ago. What are you talking about?
Deep condolences on your daughter's loss. All of us that work in this field understand somewhat.
Have there been any male jurors so far?
How significant they
Yeah.
There was base juror who got eliminated.
He was eliminated.
Probably already been asked, and it sounds like
Why? Because he was too based?
you can
Literally, yes.
commit to this.
What did he
You were selected as a
say?
juror, knowing that anniversary.
Cops weren't doing a good enough job putting people
Grieving
in
really
jail for all the crime.
always
Their
goes on.
neighborhood's gone to shit. Black Lives Matter is a bunch of commie Marxists.
He did
Those
literally
are all
say commie
actual
Marxist.
quotes.
He
That's
literally said
gonna
commie
get someone
Marxist
off
thing.
a jury.
It's great.
Might have said the commie Marxist thing, yeah.
He definitely said the commie Marxist thing. He wrote it on his juror
Mr.
questionnaire.
Eng mentioned that
That may be someone that was actually looking to get off the jury.
And he
I don't know. That's probably what I'd write.
Ms. Potter's going to tell
I
you.
think of PLM. I think they're a bunch of communist Marxists. Yeah.
If she does that, are you going to just simply believe what she said, or are you going to evaluate her testimony like any other witness?
I would evaluate it, I think, like any other witness.
And do you understand that obviously she's not going to be the only witness in this case?
Right.
And Mr. Eng told you that, for instance, this all happened in 12 seconds.
Mhm.
And I'm going to, I guess, because you've been a teacher, you're probably going to be okay with me telling you this, but you have to answer with yes or no.
Okay.
Because the court reporter has to take everything down. It's one of those things that it's a hard habit to break.
Yeah.
But we just have to make sure that the words show up in the transcript later.
Oh
So,
my God,
if I
get to
interrupt
the
you and tell you that's
question.
simply why. But Mr. Eng said, this all happened in 12 seconds. You understand that may be one position on this.
I think that's a factor for sure. I really feel for any law enforcement because things can happen just so quickly.
And do you understand that if there's evidence in this case that really the basis for the crime extends well beyond Mr. Eng's 12 seconds? Do you understand that may happen?
Say that again?
That the circumstances involved in this case go well beyond those 12 seconds.
Okay, like the before and after.
Certainly before.
Mhm.
One of the things you mentioned earlier is training.
Mhm.
Yes? You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And you're going to have testimony in this case about training. And that's going to be part of the evidence you'll hear as well.
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
And are you going to evaluate that evidence as part of all the evidence in the case?
Yes.
And you talked about, in response to some of Mr. Young's questions, having to make decisions quickly.
Yes.
And if there's evidence about officers being trained to make decisions in those circumstances
Yes.
over decades, you'll evaluate that evidence as well.
Yes.
And that making those decisions have to be made in accordance with the law. You'll hear evidence about that.
Yes.
You'll evaluate all of that evidence as well.
Yes.
Ask the question. Ask a question. Ask a question.
You've been asked a couple times about the very negative and very negative.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
I think I'm getting to an understanding of that. Is it fair to say that what you're telling us is it's not really personal?
No.
It's just
No.
somebody's dead.
Yeah. Just the circumstances around the whole thing.
And obviously, you have some sympathy for a young man who was killed,
Of course.
and an officer who made those actions.
Yes.
And as you sit here today, can you tell the court that you can set aside those impressions, those feelings, and decide the case based solely on the evidence presented to you in court?
Yes.
These kinds of questions, I always wonder about these because obviously there's only one reasonable answer to these questions. Like, obviously you can set aside your biases, right?
Gain some information about.
It's odd to me. It just seems like it's kind of a waste of a question.
It is.
Mr. Wright's past before.
And it doesn't really, because it doesn't really tell you anything about the
indicated
juror one way or another as to whether they'll be actually
Except
biased.
they lack self-awareness.
We don't tell you what the law is.
Because can you really put aside your biases if you really think of us? Can any of us really put aside our biases?
But
to a certain extent.
If you hear no evidence,
if you work
about
on
in
it,
this case,
you can.
You understand that you have
I'm not-
to set
I'm not
aside
gonna-
any of that part.
I'm biased against the pacing
And
of this,
in fact,
this trial.
The things you've heard about have never been proved that you know of.
Exactly. And you can only get so much information wherever you look,
Where have you looked?
I assume
have
as
you
a
looked
teacher
beyond the
and a
dark?
parent,
Yes.
you've had two people tell you different versions of what happened.
Yes.
And you have to sometimes make decisions based on what you're told.
I think you have to do your fact checking, you have to check your facts.
I do
And
my
when
fact
you do
checking
that,
at
do you wanna
Snopes.
Take into
Don't you
consideration
know?
everything that you can about what actually happened.
That would be a red flag.
I believe everything on PolitiFact. They're always super honest.
Pagan says, Kurt in the pool with a banana. Clue is solved.
Like I said, sometimes my questions have already been asked, so I'm trying not to duplicate.
Of course, she's a fact checker, guys. She listens to true crime podcasts. Like, I don't. The stereotypes write themselves in this case. Oh.
Forgive me for not knowing this, but
I mean, is this hard?
you have family members in the military.
I have my brother was in the Marines. He went to Vietnam.
And your father was in the Army, maybe?
My father was in the Army.
What do you, how do you feel about their service?
Well, my dad was stateside during World War II, so I don't really know a lot about that. My brother was wounded in Vietnam.
This lady's very old.
I think he had
her
a hard
dad
time
was
adjusting
stateside
when he
during
got
World
back.
War II.
So many dead.
She's not that old.
Has that improved at all?
If her brother was Vietnam, that means she's probably in her 60s, maybe 70s.
Did they,
That's not very, very old.
I suspect your brother not so much, have a favorable, did they like being in the military? Or was that a important part of their lives?
Did my brother like being in the military?
Ooh, maybe not during Vietnam.
You know what? He was very young. I mean, he left before high school graduation, and he was only there for, I think, 2 years. And we haven't really talked a lot about it.
He was only in Vietnam for 2 years. That's brutal.
Did your father talk much about his military experience?
No,
A lot
I
longer
think-
than anyone's deployed these days.
I think he taught insurance or something. You know, he had very not so military kind of a job when he was in the Army.
So I mean, other than your brother's ongoing memories of it, were either of them really involved in the military, or was it just short time in and out?
I think it was short time in and out.
Why are we still on this juror? Like, this juror is a dream for the state. What are they trying to do? Why is he still asking questions? Like, if
Excuse me just for a moment, Your Honor, may I?
if the defense is not going to strike this juror, then the state wants her on. Like,
Yeah,
for sure.
for
I
sure.
cannot. Like, why on earth are they belaboring this so much? Are you trying to figure out if the teacher who listens to true crime podcasts and says, "Oh, don't you know I got to fact check everything,"
Also listens to NPR.
right? If you think that this lady is not an ideal juror for the state in this case, then I don't know who is. I don't know. She also thinks black people are treated disproportionately worse by the justice system. She's against guns. This case involves a gun. Like, this is a state again. Why are you asking so many questions? What are you trying to disqualify her for?
Forgive me.
You just huddled about the question. Ask.
Not to kind of go back, well, this is going to be kind of a similar question.
Okay.
There are two questions in the questionnaire, one about Black Lives Matter and one
Yes.
about Blue Lives Matter.
Yes.
And you checked somewhat favorable for both.
Right. Yes.
Just describe for us what you mean.
Well, I mean, the peaceful demonstrations I thought were fine, but there was also a lot of, violence during these protests where people were even, killed. So I guess that's kind of what I was thinking.
And saying the same thing about Blue Lives Matter. Do you remember?
Yeah. Blue Lives Matter. Yes, but I guess when you see certain times when they maybe don't use such good judgment and someone gets hurt, I think they matter, but everybody matters, right?
And there's nothing about that would not allow you to look critically at the conduct of a police officer in this situation if you were selected as a juror.
Yes. Yeah.
You could do that.
Yes.
And, this issue about, obviously, we've gone through a lot of demonstrations and protests and riots over the last couple of years. Were you personally affected?
No.
What did you think about those things going on?
I think that the people who were really, really had a passion for, Black Lives Matter and were there to, protest some of these things, I absolutely support that. But it's just that some of the instigators to that violence kind of got intermingled with them. And so.
Yeah. So do you think, there's a legitimate purpose for some of this, right? Demonstrations and
Right.
Can good things come of that?
Yes,
But then, of course, we've also seen some of the bad side, right?
yes.
There had been some similar activity, I guess you could say, after Mr. Wright's death in Brooklyn Center.
Yes.
Some.
Anything about that?
3
sticks
days
in
of
your
rioting,
mind
yes.
To this day?
No.
Would you be able to set all of that aside, decide this case based on the evidence and not kind of all that other stuff going on outside?
Yes.
That's not evidence of what
Right.
happened.
That's not, has nothing really to do with this particular.
In your true crime podcasts, they have rules of evidence, or do you normally just go ahead and consider everything outside of the actual trial because it's a true crime podcast?
Thank you, Juror 6. Your Honor, we would pass the juror.
Okay. You will be on this jury. Okay. You'll be called.
All right,
as
we
I
seated a
indicated
second
before,
juror before lunch,
we
baby.
expect to start
12 to
December
go.
8th at 9 o'clock. But you'll receive a phone call confirming where you are to report and the exact time.
Okay.
Okay? So have a wonderful rest of the day.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, so they're done for the day?
No, that juror is.
Oh, okay.
They're going one at a time. They have the jury questionnaire. One at a time after you have a jury questionnaire should be quick. It should not take 40 minutes a juror. This is insane.
Yeah.
How long this is. The judge just yawned. Yeah, Judge, us too. Us too. Pick up the pace. Are you going to call lunch? It's noon. You're going to call a juror for 3 minutes and then send them back out. What are you doing?
Yeah,
here?
she's probably gonna call lunch.
She has to decide for 20 minutes if she's going to call lunch. Oh my gosh.
Oh, at first I thought she was pulling her hair in front of her face. I was very confused for a second. I'm like, what weirdness is going on here?
Please
Oh,
have a seat.
they are calling in another
And would you
juror.
please
Why?
remove
It's
your
new.
mask?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a headache.
Just a couple of follow-up questions. Thank you for filling out the questionnaire. All right. You were asked a number of questions about what you knew about the case or what you recall seeing in the media. And you were asked also what your general impression of defendant Potter was, and you indicated somewhat negative. Can you explain why you feel that way?
So I know I definitely saw the video a few times, especially initially. And with the flurry of excitement, there was a lot of things like, just everyone throwing out their opinions, whether on the internet or social situations.
Robert, could you speak in the mic?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, please.
Every single person.
Maybe I should start right away.
To
I
be
don't wanna,
fair, these are jurors. They're not
do
used
myself
to
a
speaking
disservice
into
here.
a mic
I
in a
work
courtroom.
overnights, and I have not slept yet, so I'm almost at my 24 hours.
Be nice, Nick.
So just a heads up, if I seem a little despondent or weird, that is why. I do feel good energy-wise, but just like cognitively, I feel like I'm slipping a bit right now. But in regards to the question here, so
how do you feel
I
about
did
this
see the
particular
video
judge then? That's
initially
what I wanna
a
know.
few times, like when it was released. There was a flurry of excitement surrounding it, like a lot of people throwing out their opinions on it.
Throwing them out.
And
throwing them out.
Looking at the video, like I have not seen it in a long time, and it did seem like it was kind of clear what happened. But also at the time when I was filling out that questionnaire, I didn't really know what the charges would be or what we would be looking at. I don't want to pat myself too much on the back here.
Sorry.
But I do feel like I am somebody that is open to new information.
What are you researching, Nick?
Any opinions
It was
that I
from
might have upon initial
Chad
reaction.
Reed.
When I was answering that questionnaire, I feel like I was just sharing my initial reaction.
I thought you didn't like case text.
And as of
it was
right
just
now,
it was quicker to
the
pull
video's
up
not
than
fresh in my
Westlaw
head.
at the moment
you
because
know,
I wasn't
I'm
logged
open to
in.
new information and seeing things from a new
How do you like
perspective.
case text? Never really
What's
used
that?
I
it.
would not say that.
How do you
I'm
like case
allowed to
text?
make
I've never really used it.
on it. per
It's
se. Like,
the basic nuts and bolts.
you know, the
So
video
if you don't
does,
really
like,
need all the
show us
bells and whistles of Westlaw,
but
it's
I
a
do know
much
there's
much
nuances
cheaper
in
option.
realistic
It's true.
situations, and
We need
I'm
Westlaw to
not
sponsor
gonna
us.
throw those out the window and schedule it just because of
Yeah, that'd be
I
nice.
don't know, initial excitement around the video. So.
Okay.
I could use
Well,
relief from my Westlaw subscription payments
what
for
we need
sure.
to have you do here
Yeah.
is notwithstanding
That's why I use
what
case
initial
text.
reactions you had,
But I really would love
I
access to
have
some of the
fast
stuff that
case for
Westlaw
free as
has.
part of my bar membership in
that you would
Virginia,
not
which is kind of
create
shit.
evidence
Mm.
that is in the form of testimony of the witnesses and any exhibits
Mhm.
that are admitted in evidence and base your decision solely on that. Can you do that?
Yes, I do believe so. Yeah, confidently I can say that. I really like what you said to us when we were sitting over there about that, about how we're not
Jumping on the judge now.
coming necessarily to a judgment of like what the outcome should be.
Hey,
but
girl, I
really
love what
just
you were
looking at
saying
the facts
earlier.
and seeing
Hey,
if they're
Bev.
It was so
valuable
nice.
and viable. So.
What you doing
I
later? What are you
agree.
doing for lunch?
By the way, what job do you have?
So I'm an operations manager at Target. So I got like a team of about 110 people that I manage.
Hey, girl,
I
I
work
manage
overnight,
110
so I do,
people. I can manage you.
4 o'clock to 7 a.m. just Saturday, Sunday through Monday. So that's today. Tuesday is usually my zombie Tuesday where I catch up on sleep. So
Okay.
yeah.
Now, of course, if you're chosen as a juror in this case, we would be doing the trial during the day.
Mhm.
Are you able to take time off to sit as a juror here?
Yes, I have already talked to HR just a little bit just to see what my options are, and they do like have leave options available for jury duty specifically, and my bosses are very in tune and attuned to me and like my own like needs and stuff. So they'll be pretty
In tune and up tune.
Okay. So
I
you
don't
won't
know.
be able, you won't have to work overnight if you're
No,
chosen as
yeah,
a
it
juror.
sounds like I should
No,
be
jury
fine. Like,
all
I
day,
know, my mentor
job
at that
all
job,
night.
he was called for jury duty, and they just didn't have him work for that entire period. So I'm
This guy's an ops
anticipating that would
manager
be
at
the same
Target.
situation for
Kim
myself
Potter wants
if
him out.
That's what happens. So.
You stated that your cousin is a former police officer and her husband is a current police officer. Where are they police officers?
So
Have you heard
I
of
know
Derek
they
Chauvin?
both,
No.
or at least my cousin was in Douglas County.
I have.
And she eventually became a DNR agent. And I believe that is what she's currently doing right now. Her husband, I want to say Carver County. I could be wrong. I'm not too sure. I'm not very close with him. I don't know. Should I disclose his name?
No.
Okay. Oh, that's right. No names. Yeah. So yeah, we're just
Okay.
cousins. Yeah.
In the introductory portion of the trial, when I brought you all in and asked you general questions, are you going to be, even though you have relatives that are in law enforcement, are you going to be able to judge their credibility just like you would any other witness?
Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. People are just people.
You stated that your friend was mugged while, I can't read the writing there.
Oh yeah, I do not have good handwriting.
Okay.
Yeah, I do not remember every question.
Walking, I think
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
walking.
walking. Yeah. So I know my friend was mugged walking home. I'm not sure what the question was asked exactly. I know he didn't really receive much help in that situation, but I also do understand that a lot of that, like there isn't much help that can be done.
Okay.
And we're just one-off mugging. So
All right. So when did this happen and were the police called?
Chat is brutal to
I
this
want
guy.
to say this was
That is brutal to everyone. Let's be real.
you know,
The chat likes you. What are you talking about?
Not everyone in the chat. I also see the comments in the chat of people like, "Oh God, Legal Whites is here. Now everybody's gonna sip."
And you said that you were somewhat unsatisfied.
That's not them being mad at you. That's them being mad at the Simps.
Well,
Yeah.
they're still mad that I showed up.
Well,
Someone also
Like,
told
thinking
you to
about it
rub the
now, like,
microphone with your
I
feet.
don't know if
So,
there is
I
more
mean, it's
that
a
I could have
wash, I
done,
think.
just with like the limited nature of details that my friend could have even provided, you know, like, and I feel like that's not something I should really be speaking of, or probably should have included in the questionnaire, because I'm not the individual involved. I don't know if the police officers pulled security cameras or anything like that. So I probably shouldn't have even included that in the questionnaire.
Okay.
So
Is there anything about that incident that's going to make you feel like you should not sit as a juror in this case?
no.
All right. And you're not going to hold that against any police officers that testify, am I correct?
No. Again, I'm not quite sure what that question is or was, but like I've definitely had situations where the police force was very accommodating and very helpful. So like, you know.
Okay.
She actually just whispered that. Okay.
You've had training or experience handling a
Have you
taser.
had training or
What type of
experience?
training and experience have you had?
So I went through
through
firearm safety,
your
and
testimony.
then I did previously briefly own a taser, but not quite a taser, just like a little stun gun. So my training was very minimal.
It was a
Probably
taser,
would've
but
been
not.
Just a baby taser.
So
For tasing babies.
And
Oh no.
That's one way to get them to stop crying.
Perfect for those rowdy daycare classes.
So you had it when you were 14.
oh yeah, I think I was like 14 around the time I did it. Yeah.
Do you presently
Introducing
own a
baby taser.
No.
That'd be great.
He owned a taser at 14? Isn't that illegal?
I have no idea.
Tier 3 stuff to the ASMR judge. Oh my God. As she scrolls through. Jim Fry says Judge ASMR with 5-inch lashes. She does have some long eyelashes. That's true.
Are you willing to serve as a juror on this case?
No.
Yes.
Say no.
Yeah.
God, just change it up once. Mithrin Emmer says, wait. Have they
There's a question here that you can't read, watch, or listen to news accounts of the trial. You're not to talk to anybody about the case. You're not to post anything on social media or elsewhere. And the question is, would you find it difficult to follow these instructions for any reason? And the response that you had on the questionnaire was, no, I don't believe so. Can you tell me that you won't do it?
Yes, I will not do it. My only really social media that I use will be very easy for me to just delete off my phone, and then
Okay.
there's not gonna be any issues with that.
All right, thank you.
I understand how serious this is.
Mithrin Emmer says, wait, have they already exercised their preemptory challenges based solely on the jury questionnaires, or will they seat enough jurors to have enough left after preemptory challenges? I honestly don't know. They didn't
one
say.
question that states, is there any other reason that you could not be a fair and impartial juror in the case? You said that I am slightly distrustful of cops. I believe they have an incredibly hard job, but I believe they should be held to the highest standard of scrutiny. Now, there is probably going to be testimony concerning what a reasonable police officer would do under the circumstances.
There's probably going to be testimony about that.
Those standards and
Well, out on a limb.
not
It's a
any
safe bet.
higher standard that
Maybe.
should be held to.
Yes, and I can see how my language there is a little, but yes.
I
Well,
can see how my
Concernicus?
language is a little inflammatory.
I think the main point I was trying to get at there is that like people are people, and I don't think that a badge should like exclude you from consequences to actions potentially. Just like the other side of that coin is also like, like shouldn't trust somebody just because there's a badge there either, you know.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, God. Ruby C says, what's this judge's 900 number? Jesus. Dirty Dan says, she looks about as asleep as she's making me. Got some.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rasmussen.
Good afternoon.
I'm Earl Gray. I'm a lawyer for Kim Potter, and that's Paul Lang. We were introduced by the court early on. I'm going to ask you a few questions.
Ooh,
about
the
your
Chad
questionnaire,
pants
not
lift.
many.
Yeah.
And our goal is to find a fair and impartial juror for our client, Ms. Potter. One of the questions I have is, since you answered this questionnaire a couple
Oh, did he
months ago,
say his
was
name
it?
again? Damn
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
I'm
Since
never
that
listening when
time,
he says
He
the
did
name.
say his name.
Have
He
you
said
know
Earl Grey.
information you would have included in this questionnaire that you can think of?
When I filled out that questionnaire, I was definitely
Great name.
rushing. I filled it out like the day before it was supposed to get sent out. So anything I would have done differently would have just taken a little more time with it. But no new information per se. I have not looked up the case or looked up any more details or been discussing it with anyone. So I haven't, if anything, I've unlearned information just by it, like, you know, not seeing the video and it not being fresh in my mind anymore. So.
Okay. Besides this questionnaire and the questions that were asked by the court, is there any other information that we didn't include in the questionnaire that you would think would be pertinent to us?
I felt like the questionnaire was pretty in depth. I felt like it covered a lot of topics. I did not finish it thinking, oh, is that it? Or anything like that. So no.
Okay. One of the questions on page 13, and I think the judge has already asked you about this a little bit. Under our system of justice, the jury must decide the case solely on the evidence produced in court and the law that the judge instructs. Now, what that means, of course, is that the multiple times that you watch this video, they have to be set aside. And that's sort of a legal fiction because it's extremely difficult to do. Would you attempt to do that and set that aside?
Yes, definitely.
And
I just told you it's impossible, but would you do it?
because of bias, passion, prejudice, or sympathy. And with that regard, you answer, I would try my very best at least. Would you involve your bias or passion or prejudice or sympathy in your decision making in this case?
No, I know bias is a real thing that everyone holds, and I will actively do my best to not like lean into that at all. And I know like the judge's words to us when we were sitting over there, like really help clarify like what my responsibilities as a juror would be.
A bias
which is not
isn't
I was
something you
super
tend to
clear of
lean into.
filling out that questionnaire. So.
Okay. And
more like it
with
leans into
respect
you.
to the 15-hour overnights, you answered that to the court. I wasn't quite clear. Is it going to happen now if you're selected on this jury and you're called back on the 8th that they will change, Target Corporation will change a work schedule for you so you don't have to work a 15-hour night and come in here on a Tuesday without sleep?
My job has been very accommodating. I
That
believe
doesn't
that,
answer the question.
yeah, I believe they will put me on an actual leave while I will not be working during this period. If I am working, I would just be working Saturday and maybe a half day on Sunday. So I'm still going home and getting sleep.
Okay. And so you wouldn't be working a full week then, correct?
No. Yeah, and I still need to connect and with HR and like see exactly how that looks like, but I know they do have great
I feel like
leave
that's
programs.
still problematic for him to work on Saturday,
Are
Sunday.
you going to be paid?
Because then he's going to be interacting with a bunch of people who are
My
gonna
understanding,
maybe have
yes,
some interest in the
70% of my
trial.
salary. So.
Were you involved at all, and I've seen this on the news, with respect to Target and some other companies where sort of attack by 10, 15 people to steal items out of the store. Did you have any involvement in that?
No, I work at a distribution center, or the distribution center, so no. Yeah.
The distribution center, did you have to send some more product out to these Target stores that were hit?
Well, there was a Target store or two that were like kind of shut down completely, so we were not sending product there. So we did notice that. Yeah.
All right. Anything about that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial?
No. Yeah. No.
Some of these questions sound stupid to you, but we have
they
to
sound
ask them,
stupid
and,
to me too, Earl.
You wouldn't think that would affect your process, but you never know because obviously we don't know you.
Yes.
You never
Yeah,
know
I
because
appreciate the
obviously
due
we
diligence.
don't know. Well, we don't know. We can't tell
I hope
you
the same
because
for
we don't
myself,
know it.
so.
You know? Don't you know?
Come on, man.
Come on.
And with
man.
respect to a taser, you had some kind of a stun gun that was a taser.
Yeah. Again, I did that firearm safety class when I was 12 to 14. I realistically do not know much about guns or tasers. What I had was, I believe it would be technically a stun gun, not a taser. Just the one with like the two prongs that zap. It doesn't shoot a projectile or anything like that.
And you were 14?
I think I was 14. Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember the circumstances under which you purchased it?
Sorry. So yeah, I should clarify that. So I went through the firearm safety around 12 to 14. I owned the taser about 4 or 5 years ago. I spent the majority of my 20s playing in a touring rock band. And with that, we were living on the road in our van. So we just had that for protection. And actually, when we toured Canada, they actually confiscated it. And I just never bought a new one. So we never had.
God, Canada sucks.
Tell us a little bit about riding with the rock band.
If Russell were here, he'd be like, "Yup, that sounds about right."
As you were touring with the rock band, did you think about the slogan "Four doors, more
I feel
doors"?
like as a result, like my worldview has like shifted and grown through that experience. So I'm very thankful for it. Not thankful for COVID and shutting that down, but you know, with that being shut down, like I've been able to focus on my work at Target. So
why does he write everything like an announcement on, or say everything like he's writing it on Facebook?
And I guess in relation to how it pertains to this case, we never had any issues with like police officers. Any run-ins we had, they were extremely helpful and supportive. So
sounds like this juror is going to have like the hardest thing he's going to have in this trial is sitting for 8 or 10 hours and not talking.
Everything, and I handled the visual.
He seems like a very social guy.
And did you travel the whole United States?
Yeah, there's a few states that we haven't hit, but yeah, we've done the majority of the United States and a lot of Canada, and we had intentions to do Japan and England right before COVID hit. So, but
and why did you stop doing that? Was it?
Oh, just COVID, but also like I'm knocking the door. I'm 30 or 29 right now, and you know, like all four of us now live in different cities and or states. So it's kind of like, I wouldn't say the natural conclusion, but it's transition from this is my focus in life.
Crazy just sitting here like, why is he talking so much?
So just, time. Yeah.
You still play in a rock band at all?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. And when do you do that?
So
what music do you play?
In a rock band? Yeah, like we send tracks back and forth as we're writing. One of us is in Missouri, one of us is Virginia, one's in Duluth, and I'm here in the Twin Cities.
Do you have any rap songs where you confess to murders?
Together and playing? No, but I'm still technically playing in the band. Yeah. So I mean, every day I'm playing in my room and writing parts. But
I'm going to be playing in the jury room.
Friday night.
The only way I know how to talk to people is through song.
We just got offered a tour in February, but I don't feel comfortable. I'm very sensitive about COVID. So.
And it was, what kind of a band was it? A rock and roll band?
Yeah, alternative rock, grunge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh God, at least they're with the times. Yeah. Playing that very hip grunge music. It's really popular with the kids right now. Jim Fry.
Is there any reason that you could not be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Please explain. And you answered, and I realized it was hurried because you had waited to fill this out till the last minute. But you did put down back then that you're slightly
a procrastinator,
trustful of cops. What happened in your 29 years that caused you to be distrustful of cops, if anything, or what you read, or maybe playing a guitar, you saw something that.
Right. A lot of it is just like
police were grasping me. I
different
thought I was a hippie
and stuff, or just different situations. Obviously, it's pretty easy for people to compile like video evidence of like police brutality and stuff, and like we had a very emotional year in Minneapolis the last couple of years.
We had a very emotional year the last couple of years.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I
guy's been
always
awake for
worried
like
about my
23
bias getting in the way of like
Probably
with somebody, and I try really hard to.
No, he said that literally.
Judge a book.
He said that at the beginning.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that.
And,
Sorry.
He works 4 p.m. to
with
7
the cop
a.m.
thing. Like, I'm being honest. Like, there is a somewhat of a distrust there, but I do recognize that it's a very hard job, and it's not something that I could do myself. And I do see the value of the police force.
Defense
and, like,
wants him out for
it feels childish to say that there's a
multitude
distrust
of
there,
reasons.
because I do know.
I heard ops manager at Target, and I said, "Get out."
So,
because I've
and
met
there's
ops
trust in there
managers
that
from
I'm gonna
Target.
receive that help.
Could you set that aside? Because I'm sure you've had a long time to think about this, but could you set that distrust aside and sitting on this jury?
Yes, I believe people are people regardless of your occupation.
Not only setting it aside, but the law is that my client and Paul's client, Kim Potter, she's presumed innocent of each and every element of the
Won me
two
over if he
crimes
said people
she's
are
charged
people
with.
except pedos.
Can you presume her innocent?
Yes, and I think that is 100% how we should handle things in this country and the court system. Yeah.
Jim Fry
I
says,
think
imagine
there's
ASMR
even a
raising her
question
voice
in
to
there
school
about like my
lunchbox
thoughts
and
in
zinger.
general about the court system. And just to throw like kind of a generic quote out there, I think it's Winston Churchill, just like, democracy might be a terrible form of government, but it's the best thing we have. And I feel like that kind of loosely extends.
It's the worst form of government except for all the others. I think it's what you're looking for.
Loosely quoting Churchill.
That we have thought of yet. So, like, especially this trial by jury and by your peers.
I mean, that doesn't have anything to do with democracy, but okay.
I disagree with Churchill, by the way.
You think there's worse forms of government or better forms of government, or
Then direct democracy, all of them, yes.
Well, I don't think he necessarily meant direct democracy.
The narrative you wrote,
I don't think so either.
page
But he's
3,
dead,
which would
so
be
he doesn't get to say
what you
anything.
remember you saying about this. And I won't ask this again, but you've got to block that out and just rely on what you hear from this case, and you'll probably see videos in this case also. Be able to do that.
Yes, yes. Luckily, I have an advantage where I do not have a great memory. But regardless of all the,
I have an advantage that I don't have a great memory.
I would be
Awesome.
entering
Here you
this
go.
with fresh eyes and open to new and new nuances and
This is horrid. This is horrid.
Save yourself, Joe.
Another question.
Go back
I
to the
have,
Maxwell trial.
Testified that you managed over 100 individuals at Target. Is that right?
Yeah.
And would you be willing to, when you get into the jury room in this case,
Is it my audio? It's terrible. Or theirs.
the evidence
It's
of the
theirs.
law, would you be willing to listen to everybody else and not try and become the leader and have your own ideas and nobody else's?
Yes, definitely. I would say I'm not like an egotistical leader like that. I'm definitely a people-focused leader. I care a lot about nurturing success and nurturing growth. And a big part of that is listening to what people have to
speaks
say,
like
listening
Target.
to their needs. Yeah.
I don't have long. I gotta get back into court.
If I can help it. So
How's it
not
going?
good time.
So far.
What's the name of your band?
I just uploaded my first video,
with an ED,
and there were some huge names that were dropped this morning in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial.
Google search. We're still very small.
Yeah,
Yeah,
check it
on the
out.
sworn testimony.
We're so biased.
Yeah.
But we're
So I'm urging you guys. You might want to. Is that not cool for me to mention this here?
No, please
do
talk
it.
about it. We have nothing better to talk about.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
This
so
is-
fine. Yeah, no, some huge names were dropped by the pilot, swearing that he had flown, amongst others, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, and Prince Andrew, and a whole bunch of others. Kevin
All right.
Spacey.
Yeah, I mean,
no.
these are all suspected anyway.
They were all suspected. It's the first time there's actually sworn testimony about it. Yeah, I also did I did a very brief analysis as to the effectiveness of the state and of the defense counsel. The cross-examination was really particularly interesting. So you guys probably want to check that out at your earliest convenience. Our break is only 45 minutes long, and I'm a half hour into it. Well, actually 40 minutes into it. So I got to get back inside. But I will come back to you, and I'll give you a more detailed report after court closes today. All right,
man, Joe.
Thanks, man. Talk to you soon.
Great work.
Take care, brothers. Good seeing you all.
Right, so I have a lot of
I'm
my
a brother. It's fine.
very forthcoming. We really appreciate that.
Jim Fry says, imagine watching this at night intoxicated. No wonder they won't be commencing until December 8th. Mark E says, in Lady Judge ASMR voice, don't get brazen with me. Billy Witch Doctor says, Earl Grey makes me miss Mark Richards. Jim Fry says, Nick, is this SNL? Who may take this seriously? God, keep me out of court. Poor court recorder. And Sif and Dark Star says, Rittenhouse trial alert sound.
Very wise to be so. I can tell you the court has.
What was that pew 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 sound? I forgot. What was that?
I appreciate it.
No, someone's phone, I think.
His text messages. Judge Schrader's text messages.
Set up here. The courts have set up here. Okay with you? Is it causing you any concerns?
Yeah, I did not enjoy my elevator ride, but aside from that, yeah, it's been great.
What?
I was looking around for some stairs, and I was like, well, that's a lot of floors.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they will try.
Oh my God!
Sheriff's Department will try to be very.
He's a stairs guy.
About that, I'm sure as the process.
He prefers to take the stairs, which is fine. That's healthier. It's a healthier option.
It's not why he's doing
it. Is very interesting.
This is a target ops manager. I'm telling you, they intentionally hire broken people.
And
no.
Oh, yes.
100%
taking
yes.
things down.
Yeah,
So.
my apologies.
No, it's a hard habit to break.
It's part of their forward
so
mission.
We're very tolerant of it, but if I say that, that's why. Anyway, so you will not let any biases affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror, right?
Yes.
And recognizing that people have biases is probably a big part of making sure that you can do that without biases affecting a decision.
Yes.
Long-winded statement, but do you understand what I mean?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. And so, but on the other hand, I just want to make sure that being cognizant of biases and thinking about them, while great, wouldn't prevent you from making.
Sorry, in the Odyssey
decisions.
chat, a guy says he cries almond milk.
Something you would consider, just like any other considerations you have to make as a juror in reaching a decision.
Yes. Yeah, with bias and stuff, I'm mindful of it. It's something I've been actively working on. Just in general, just trying to be a better person. The world is full of different people. People have different needs, different ways that they need to be talked to and addressed. With the bias thing, I do not believe, as I try to not lean into
Get
that.
Robin DiAngelo on here.
At risk
I'm a
of
racist
and ignoring my instincts or
Somebody clip
anything like that.
Uncivil saying I'm a racist.
Didn't seem like that person.
Yeah, thanks. That's great. Thanks, Nick.
Freeze you up, in the sense
I appreciate that.
Anytime.
to make decisions.
I can help you
Right.
out.
Yeah. No, it should not affect my ability to make decisions.
We're 30 minutes into this guy's voir dire. This is atrociously tedious.
You have some cousins that are in law enforcement.
Remember how it took
Yes.
the Ahmaud Arbery
And
trial? It took them a week to
you
see
said
the
they're
jury.
just cousins. How often do you see them? Or
Well, luckily I just saw
Schrader
them for
seated
Thanksgiving.
Rittenhouse in a day.
But not too often. A couple times a year. It's just a holiday type thing. Not as close as with them as I would like to be. So.
And again, some of that is thanks to COVID, right? But
Yeah.
is
COVID.
Do you have any concerns being serving as a juror in a case involving a police officer? What your family members might think later?
No, very much my own person. I very much value their inputs and their thoughts, but we disagree already on so many different things. Just that's just the nature of being human. So I think we have enough respect for each other to just respect each other. So.
If you can excuse him for just a second, please.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, again, this is one of those things where I just can't figure out why the state is persisting in asking questions.
Thank you, Juror 7. Your Honor, we would pass the juror.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Juror number 7, you will be jury. So, as I indicated before, we expect to start the trial on December 8th at 9 o'clock.
We would pass the juror as the way of saying we accept the juror in this jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Confirming where you should go and what time you should report. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right.
The state talk or what?
All
Was
right.
just the one?
Have a great rest of the day, okay?
What was that?
Thank you.
I mean, did they both get a turn or did they forget the state again or what?
No, the
they
state
did
just
both.
finished. Yeah.
Thank you.
The
Okay.
state only went for like a couple minutes. Thank God. Because they had to realize this guy is a great witness for the state.
I'm sorry? Sure.
Your Honor, we didn't realize this was the actual jury selection. And so we want to take these backsies, the last 2 panel jurors. We forgot that we could strike them. Your Honor, we thought this was a dry or a test run, so to speak. And so can we maybe start over, Your Honor? Actually, can we start next week? I've got golf. Oh my God. Wow. Wow.
So I missed the very last interaction before she put on the headphones and the mask. What is she listening to and reacting to right now?
They're conferencing with the court. So everybody puts on their cool gamer headsets and they're talking to each other. But not over the court mic system.
So this is their method of having a sidebar?
I guess. I mean, I've never seen this.
It's odd that she put the mask on for it. I'm not gonna lie.
That's very, very strange.
Maybe she doesn't want the camera reading
well,
her
yeah,
lip.
so they can't read her
That's
lips, maybe?
what I was gonna
That's
say. Is
right.
like that's the one advantage that I can think of is like to prevent. It's like in a football game, like the putting up the paper in front of their mouth.
We're going to break for 12:30 to 1:30. Okay, and I think the lunches will be brought up for you.
12:30 to 1:30. They could have voir dired one half of a juror in that hour. Oh my God. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do every day of jury voir dire.
No.
Yeah, not if they're going to be starting the actual trial on the 8th. It's a whole week from now.
Yeah, the 8th is what? Is that next Monday?
Next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have I have a charity thing on Saturday, and so I have to have a negative COVID test within 72 hours. And my dad scheduled me for a COVID test on Thursday, I think, right when I would be doing the show for this trial. And I was like, Dad, you can't just randomly schedule me for stuff. You got to talk to me about it. I can't do it. Well, now I probably can go. No problem. Because there's no way I'm going to sit through this voir dire of juror after juror. Oh my God. I mean, I don't know. I might sit here for some of the days, but I can't. This is historically boring. Why is this so long for this case? Why is this so long? I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, for Chauvin, Floyd, it would make sense to go into this level of depth, but this isn't that. I don't know why you have to do quite this much.
Yeah. No, I'm not gonna watch Joe's video right now. That would take 8,000 potential views away from Joe. No way.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Go watch Joe's video for sure. I mean, I'll take this off. Whoops. There we go. go watch Joe's video. Absolutely. But I'm not going to play it here and take away a whole bunch of potential views for him. The guy's doing the work. He's at the courthouse.
That's awesome that he decided to go down to the courthouse and actually like report in himself. That's awesome. I wish I were in a position to do something like that, because that would be a cool experience.
Emperor Blast says, can we do Juicy Smollett instead? No, it's not televised. Can't do it. I would absolutely love to cover that trial. I think it'd be hilarious.
You could live stream somebody's live tweeting.
Yeah.
Talk about their live tweeting and then give your reactions, which would not be the same experience.
Yeah. Whew. What is the opposite of based? Unbased. There. Very good answer for that one. Let's see. I'm going to start reading super chats.
Yeah.
Again, because we have many to go through, or I have many to go through. I shouldn't say we, I suppose. President-elect 4 Doors More Horror.
Thanks for rubbing it in, Nick.
No, I'm just saying you guys don't have to sit through the super chats. I'm the one who
I know. I'm just kidding. Giving you a hard time.
I mean, goodness gracious. I was giving you permission. Here I'm assaulted and attacked by legal bites. President-elect 4 Doors More Horror says, when will you grift a chair like Schrader's throne? AI says, or Al maybe says, glad I found your channel. You're definitely making it easier to understand legal jitsu. Great job, Nick, and love your panel of buds also. Oh, there you go. Thanks, buds. Chris Kane says, when they break, Judge smashes smoke bomb in front of herself and vanishes. Killer Combo says, Chad had no past legal issues, but Kyle had relatives with felonies. No, Chad is a federal felon. Chad's a federal felon and has a history of domestic assault and regular assault. Can't say he has no past legal issues. And Kyle had relatives with felonies. Also, likely not the first time Chad's ex failed to follow the custody agreement. Kyle was very much potentially aiding a kidnapping. No. He was not.
Appreciate the enthusiasm but no, custodial interference is no.
It's very, very different from being late for a pickup. It's a very different thing. I screamed and ranted about it last night. I'm going to bite my tongue today. Okay. So next. Jammy at Pulliam says, please give this to Mrs. Rackets for a holiday coffee and treat for putting up with your wacky schedule. My name is pronounced Jamie. Did I say Jamie? I hope I said Jamie. Full Dissadulation says, now do Richard's impression while lotioning for a friend. I'm going to put this on my hands and rub it around real slow. Have you ever thought about Richard's pillow talk before tonight? I know you'll be thinking about it after tonight.
Thanks. That's great.
Damn it.
It's too much. Too much.
It's Judge Regina Chu's fault. This trial would have been moving. That would have never happened. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Full Disadulation, for making that horrible. General Sorty says, hello, I'm Ninja Judge Gina Cho, and this case is going to take forever. Yeah. Hako says she talks like the vet did when she was about to euthanize my cat.
Oh, no. Oh, that is so sad.
She kind of does, though, right? Like, well, I know he was a good friend, and he's been a wonderful companion, but he's in a lot of pain.
Oh, no.
He's in a lot of pain right now, and we can ease that pain, or you can carry on with it, and we can help try to mitigate it. But really, I think this is for the best. Awful.
Oh,
FUCJ says she sounds high AF. In Fantasy I Die says this judge looks like a female binger. Anyway, we shall see. Brett Wooldridge says, Your Honor, I call Brandon to the stand. Mr. JUPL says, ASMR judge. General Sorty says, Nick, it's all deceptive. Remember, she's ninja judge. Jess Abel says, her voice is like nails on a chalkboard to me. Good God. Pissed Off Patriot says she sounds like a phone sex operator. Brett Woolridge says, Your Honor, I call Brandon to the stand. Toby Jean Almy says ASMR judge is her gamer tag. Bradley Hyber says Smollett jury is seated. Labor the Nation State says she sounds like that machine from Logan's Run. And Fantasy I Die says Asa Akira did not age well. All that facial abuse. You better stop. You better stop with that nonsense. Reagan Virostek says sounds like some of the jurors are wearing helmets. Catherine H says, I'll give her points in the clearing explaining things department. She needs to take a charisma course. Boring. Alex McCamey says, record the judge and play her back at double speed. TJ Ziegler says, Judge Ambien. Rick Nikita says, I just drove through the Twin Cities. The streets are filled with blood and bone fragments. There are cultists demanding blood for the blood god and constructing a throne made of nothing but skulls. John O'Brien
very
says,
detailed.
Yeah, well, this is Minneapolis, and Korn demands his tribute. John O'Brien.
I didn't realize that Minneapolis turned into the set of the next Indiana Jones movie.
Mm-hmm. It did.
All right, I'll have to check it out sometime.
You probably don't want to, because I can guarantee you that movie's going to be terrible. 100% promise.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are only 3 movies. So, there are only 3 Indiana Jones movies that exist.
Yeah.
There's no hypothetical 4th.
That's true. That's true.
So how could there ever be a 5th?
I don't know. You're the one who brought up a 5th. I just said the next.
I said next.
But then you just said 5th just now.
Who's on first?
I don't know.
All right, next super chat.
Oh, wait, no, sorry. It's what's on first.
No.
Who's on
no,
second?
Who?
Who's on
first?
first?
Who's on first?
Yeah, but then he says no, what's on first? Right? Who's on second?
No.
The guy says, I don't know, third base.
Okay, I don't know, nor do I care.
I definitely know it's who's on first. That much I do know.
It's the response to who's on first.
Who am I? Where am I?
John O'Brien.
We're breaking Kurt's brain.
You chose to participate. This is your fault. John O'Brien says, can you imagine a sidebar with this judge? It's like, my God, it was a simple compound question objection. Why are we here an hour later? Arden says, does Karen 11 own an EQ or compressor? This audio is atrocious. God, the spiking on and the pops are really bad. Wrestler Town says, Nick, where are your law friends to help you now? Oh, this was early on. Philip Frakowitz says, Judge Xanax Valium. Nathan C says, this judge either mixed up her meds or is actually prescribed Ambien and Valium. Irie says, you guys are freaking awesome. Haha, much love from beautiful British Columbia. Steve C says, I'm just glad this isn't in the great state of Mississippi. Robert, it would have been funnier. I love, Mississippi accents are way more interesting than Minnesotan ones. Robert Gorchiana says, how much money to get that judge to lick her microphone a few times? General Sortie says, well, if you're trying to get off work for jury duty, you won't be back to work until next year. Mars R1970, monotone ASMR needs to be against the law. Jeff K says, low-hanging fruit, joke probably already made, but judge's name, Gina Chu. Sorry, I'm 12 years old. Lol. Joachim Stark says, do we all or the judge need Ritalin? Yeah, which is it more effective to just distribute Ritalin to the judge?
It's a toss-up, honestly.
Moose on the Loose says, I wish we could watch her talk at 1.25 speed. Caveman Chronicles, message retracted. Nathan C says, Nick, you were more lucid than this judge after 5 hours throwing back drinks during your late night stream. Lofty Tranny says, degenerates of the chat, please raise your hand if you want Nick to switch to Twitch, just chatting. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to open a just chatting channel, and all I'm going to do is
just stream the audio.
Mark
ASMR
Richards
tag
pillow
it, yeah.
talk. No, Mark Richards pillow talk all day. That's it. General Sortie says, wonder what her average trial length is. She started one 10 years ago and it's still not done. She hasn't finished any of them yet. Do you think I could pay Mark Richards to do an audiobook of 50 Shades?
I don't know. I doubt it. No.
Maybe. I mean, everybody's got a price, right? Britt Cormeyer says, not even Nikki the Nose Rackets can hold this grift until after New Year's. We need a new case and just do a 10-minute weekly updates on this because that's all it will take. Well, yeah, we could fit a whole week of what happens in the courtroom in a 10-minute update. I'm actually convinced of that now. I wasn't before. Good Lord. Michael Roth says, new YouTube trend after today, ASMR courtroom. Greg Hansen says, you committed to full coverage, Nick, and no backsies. I know. I might actually do it because I'm an idiot.
No, save yourself. No, there are limits, man.
There are limits. Automata says, Nick, but there is also integrity. And I'm a lawyer, so I don't have any. Automata says, Nick needs to understand the case will be like a Noel calendar. Only every day you get a new state expert talking about training of tasers versus guns. JF says, does this judge lick mics in her off hours? This is worse than ASMR. Jim McCobb, welcome to Paralegal Status. Salt A says, she's such a great, trustworthy judge, Rackets. Cat FP says, Christmas Eve greetings. Timelink says, why does the judge look like Asian Wendy Williams?
Not me.
Is that you?
Oh.
Then we got some clouds. There's no name there. Sent me a donation. Thanks. Matt Bond says 24 days, and that's just for selecting jury. Chris K says, how can you sleep? Her S's are like knives. I know what he did. I know
he called
he
himself,
did.
or he asked someone to call him. He asked someone to call him to bail him out. He did the old like, this date isn't going well thing.
Yeah. I should let you know I'm a surgeon and I gotta go save children from a burning hospital.
Pop, beep, boop. I gotta Nick, I gotta take this. Sorry. Bye.
None your business as NPR is running this. Kate says Nick should be Jesse. He had colored his face before and is good at voices. Oh no. Wait,
read that again.
Nick should be Jesse. He had colored his face before and is good at voices. Which Jesse?
I don't know. Maybe they mean Jussie?
Like
Jussie
Smollett?
Smollett, which
Maybe. Is he good at voices?
I don't know. I actually haven't seen any of his work.
Me either. I don't watch Empire. Tranagast says, Ricada Law, can we go live with Joe at the Ghislaine Maxwell trial for a weather update? Well, we did just a minute ago, but he only had a couple minutes, and Matthew Frank or whatever was talking, which is very exciting. Rock star. Oh, that was okay. So they're saying I could be, yes, since the Smollett trial is not being televised, we would get the transcripts, and I had asked who would play as who. And so they're saying I would play as Jesse Smollett.
Okay.
I would do that part.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Oh, wait, somebody mentioned in the chat that he was in Mighty Ducks. Or a bunch of people mentioned in the chat. I did not realize that.
Wait, so is he the kid who called them cake eaters? Is that him?
I don't know. Now let's IMDb him. People are saying yes.
That was him?
I had no idea. I did not put those two together.
Yeah, me either. Stupid cake eater.
Oh, so he was the goalie, right?
Wait, cake eaters was D3? Oh, it was D3?
No, it's showing he was in Mighty Ducks. So the original in 92.
I thought Cake Eaters was in the first one.
I can't remember. It's actually been a minute since I saw any of the Mighty Ducks movies. It's been too long. It has been too long since
he wasn't the
them.
goalie. The goalie
Those are
was
worth
not...
revisiting.
What was his name in Mighty Ducks on IMDb?
Let me see here. Terry Hall.
Terry Hall. Okay. There you go. Yeah, I think he's the kid who called them cake eaters.
That was he was the chubby goalie kid.
No, he was not. That was Goldberg.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I think you're right. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
no, people are, Oh, I see him. Okay. I can share my screen here.
Yeah, do it.
You can.
It's way better than the court screen, which is just nothing. There's the Great Seal of Minnesota. Not like we had the Virgin Wisconsin seal versus the Chad Minnesota seal. This is remember when
share my screen.
When this seal was
It's all set
around,
up.
this is right around that time of that Sioux uprising. So I'm guessing that this guy's about to spear this guy. Because that's how that worked. No, that's Goldberg.
Okay, but behind him, right here, this looks like Jesse Smollett. Let me see if I can zoom. It's not letting me zoom in. Yeah, that's him right there. Let's see if I can find a closer picture there. Photo gallery. Oh, come on.
There's one right there, isn't there? All the way to the right. No. Sorry, 3 rows down, all the way to the right.
3 rows down.
That one.
That would be him right there, maybe? Yeah, it says that he's in here. So
I would tell you which one was. I
know.
guess that's him. That's the kid who kept calling him cake eater.
That sounds about right.
So, or he played the little brother of Cake Eater.
Sort of the chat's like, this is good lawyering.
Yeah. Well, listen, we've got to solve the real issues going on in the world.
We really do.
Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. Dragon Slayer says uncivil law for Juicy Smollett. Marty McFly says, for the love of God, Nick, please cover another case. This is torture. I'm not aware of any other public cases that can be covered. I would have loved to cover the Maxwell trial. I think that would have been huge, but we can't.
I know. It's really unfortunate that happened to be in federal court.
Yeah. And that federal courts are stupid.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it. Rule 53 is garbage and federal courts are stupid and the Supreme Court is stupid for upholding it. public access to the courts should be a right of the people, not. I don't remember the people giving the right of public access to the courts to the feds when they established the federal government. So take that, feds.
Yeah, I haven't actually seen the Supreme Court case law on it. Do you know what was their reasoning for it?
I don't know.
Oh.
Their reasoning is we're big stupids who are stupid.
I'm sure that's exactly it.
That's what they wrote. I'm pretty sure Roberts wrote that opinion himself.
Of course. We are a bunch of stupids, and that is why.
Yeah, it's one of the only decisions I agree with. It's amazing. They nailed it. Okay, not applicable says Care 11 equals Karen, literally the Karen channel. Not applicable also says, can we get this bish a stim pack for real? Philip Frakowitz says, can we sue the English language for all those S's in damn near every word? Greg Bilata says, is it a coincidence that the top Minnesota defense attorney is the Earl? I rest my case, Your Honor. Ahimi Carrizo says, is it me or does it sound like the judge is reciting a soft adult film? Fuzzy Creature says, the best defense in this state? I thought Rittenhouse proved you can hire a can of coffee with a JD and defeat a murder case. Why hire the best? Yeah, there you go. Poor Mark Richards. He's on life support right now. NASCAR Kelly says, famed defense attorney Earl Grey just partially ID'd the first panelist during voir dire by addressing him with his last name. Oh boy. Not only the first panelist, but also this most recent panelist, Mr. Rasmussen. Both of them were named directly by Earl Grey. I think the reason is that normally these, since they're not televised and there's not public interest in the trials, usually you are referring to the jurors by their name.
Yeah.
That
it kind of helps to get a direct connection with them while you can, I think.
Yeah. So they screwed that up, but it normally, it wouldn't be a big deal because there's only going to be the individual people in the courtroom. You're not going to have the sort of media pressure and intimidation that you would have in these types of high profile cases in normal cases. Normal cases, no one cares. Normal cases, people barely even show up, even for murder trials, right? You got the victims' families and you got the defendant's family, and that's about it.
Yeah. I mean, maybe sometimes like one or two journalists, maybe at the back of the room. If something happens, like there was, so my 1L summer, my 1L summer there was I think I talked about this trial in the last trial, but one of the benefits of interning at the public defender's office was we were able to just take a lot of time over the summer and just observe trial. And so there was one where I just watched this guy. Oh no, this is a different one than I talked before. But it was a really sad case actually, where there were 2 or 3 children. They were very young that died, and so the parents were actually on trial. I think the mom specifically was on trial in this one, and there was a situation where a juror actually passed out when the medical examiner was giving his testimony, and I mean they had an image of one of the kids on the table, and like it was a biracial couple, and the juror was African American, and there may have been something that happened there where he may have felt some sort of a connection, like this looks a lot like one of my kids or something, but he passed out. And so the medical examiner actually got up and rushed to him to sort of like give him aid. And so the defense counsel was like, this is highly prejudicial because now the whole jury sees this witness for the prosecution as totally, this hero and whatnot. This completely bolsters all of his testimony, et cetera, et cetera. They ended up calling a mistrial for it. But as like after the juror passed out, there were like a few of us interns just sitting there in the, in the seats watching. And there was like one journalist at the time, just sort of like sitting there at the back. And then all of a sudden, like we start seeing like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like a bunch of journalists like rushed in, like, oh, what's going on? What's going on? So yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, otherwise it's pretty boring for the most part.
I so we did foster care for a while, and in that you have to do all sorts of training and stuff, and one of them was recognizing the signs of prior abuse. And so what they showed us a whole bunch of abuse, results and stuff like that. That was a tough thing to sit through, right? You just see a bunch of damaged kids, picture after picture after picture of the physical signs of abuse. It was not.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of that type of stuff. So
I mean, it's understandably, like most people feel that way. I would say, but
yeah.
It was a tough case.
Jeff K says, I live by the government center. Small but steady group of people gathering outside right now. Jeff K, is Eddington's still down there? Is there still an Eddington's like in the next building, in the US Bank building? I used to go there for lunch all the time. In Eddington's, you could go and you could get all you can eat soup, and they'd have like 6 or 7 different soups, and they'd have breadsticks, and you get all you could eat soup and breadsticks for like $6-7, and it was good. It's good soup. I'd go and get. I'd start with a bowl of chicken noodle. They put whole peppercorns in their chicken noodle. Sometimes you'd crunch into one. It was really. That was nice. And then they would have that tomato basil. That was really good. But I typically get like one bowl of chicken noodle and go back and get a second bowl of something else and go back for my third bowl would be chicken noodle again. And then like 25 breadsticks. Their chicken corn chowder was good.
That sounds like a pretty eventful meal.
Oh, it closed a couple years ago. God, it sucks. I mean, I used to eat there all the time. Man, they had good cookies too. Okay. Not applicable says he's Earl Grey. He has to keep the Lombards at bay. Big Pickens says, is she one of those ASMR people? James Knoll says, you guys tune into the World Chess Championship. That stream just ended and I'm here now. Lol, nerding out on a Tuesday. No, I did not watch the World Chess Championship. Who won? I'm curious. Nicholas Gorham says, I'm just here for the commentary. General Sorty says, welcome to the 24-hour day roast of ASMR Ninja Judge. Simple Living says, you were very generous with Nathan yesterday, but don't give away all your super chats. You have kids to feed, and we are all giving generously to Nathan on his Give, Send, Go. No, I will. I pledged the full amount of that stream, and I will be fully okay making that donation. And I may actually be able to make it prior to. I said I had to check bank accounts and everything to make sure I could make it prior to the 21st because it's a big donation. For those who don't know, we raised $2,700, a little bit more than that on this stream yesterday for Nathan DeBruin. And I said I would be donating the gross amount. So I'll be donating that. I just had to make sure I could do it before getting paid. And I think there will not be a problem with that. So
someone in the chat said that he's got over 21,000 on the fundraiser already. That's awesome.
Yep. He's doing great. Like I said,
well deserved.
My hope is that enough money would be raised to allow him to maybe strongly consider transitioning into doing what he wants to do full time. If he's going to be punished for doing his civic duty and answering truthfully, then he should take this opportunity to launchpad himself into independence, into independent work, and do the photography thing. Whatever, if it gets him the money he needs to, open a studio or get better lighting. I don't know what he needs, but if it does that, then it's a good thing, in my opinion. Nordic Nightmare says, thoughts on police reform, not the BS defund. I mean, there's a lot of things that could happen. Defunding the police is very short-sighted, and it's a slogan. I don't think it's very useful.
Well, and if you ask people like what exactly it means, you'll get so many different answers from various people, which is like, that's one of the hard things about like taking on a slogan, is you have to absolutely understand what it means and ensure that other people also have that same understanding, because otherwise you have, you run the risk of basically being a co-opted voice for someone else's message or someone else's, platform.
This old guy says, Nick, can I send you $300 to make it an even 3K? No, just give the $300 directly to his GoFundMe. That'd be better.
Because that way,
Or his Give, Send, Go,
30% of it doesn't go to YouTube.
Yeah.
No offense to YouTube, but I mean, if you want the most efficient way, of getting it to him.
All the offense to YouTube. Look, I think super chats are for creators, like having done thorough, extensive streaming with super chats and with StreamYard or Streamlabs and all that stuff. I think super chats overall benefit creators the most.
Yeah.
Because something about how they work entices more people to do them. I think, I don't know, that it's just, I've noticed super chats always outperform every other alternative. So YouTube taking a cut is not the worst thing in the world. Them taking a 30% cut is really, really lame. I think it's way too big. And the worst part is, to me, actually the most egregious thing is the Apple 30% cut. That should be illegal. I'm going to say it. I don't know what about Apple's App Store YouTube app necessitates a 30% cut from for Apple on a super chat sent through YouTube.
That's when we bring Rick Hogue into the chat, because that's when we start talking about Epic Games versus Apple.
Yeah. And
he is very well versed on that one.
And it's fully legal, but it shouldn't be. That is garbage. And that's, by the way, that's every app on the Apple App Store that has payment through it. So
although now they recently changed that, right? So that it's like if your company is under a certain size, then they reduced it to 15%.
Yeah, something like that. But basically nothing.
They're like everybody smaller than Epic Games.
Yeah, pretty much. Raven Z says Twitch should be illegal. They're 50. They're sort of 50. They're 50 on tier 1 subs. They actually go to 70-30 on tier 3 subs, but their split on bits is not 50%. The split on bits is different. I don't know what it is exactly. Actually, I think bits directly translate because you buy the bits in their currency. And so I think all the bits go to the streamer. But yeah, anyway, the Apple cut is disgusting. OG Boxer says, so is this judge the daughter of the Splinter and new leader of the Foot Clan? Vincent Clark UK says same prosecutor as Derek Chauvin trial, I think. Yeah, one of them. And this is being done by the state attorney general's office. So that's why we see the same people. Ryan Cannell read that one. Murderbit says, I bet this judge's dirty talk is on point. And N says, Ricada, real talk. How do you get a judge like this? Understand not everyone is the same, but what is this soft-spoken airhead garbage? Am I off? Well, I don't know that she's an airhead. I don't think we've established that. She's probably fairly smart.
If she's a federal judge, she had to go through a certain process to get appointed to that.
It's a state judge.
We're talking about this judge.
Yeah, this is state court.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Maxwell. Sorry.
I know. No, you're fine. But state court judge, you get elected. That's how you do it.
Or appointed by the governor, at least initially. I mean, depending on the state, depending on the situation.
Raven Z, I've been checking. I've been watching you. Been watching you on Odyssey this whole time. JT Friday, thank you for the donation. None Your Business says judge is auditioning for an NPR drive home show. Hello and welcome to Legal Matters. Here on Legal Matters, I'm a former Minnesota state judge, and we'll be talking about everything in the law and all of the legal things that do matter. This is brought to you by MailChimp. MailChimp is a wonderful company. Oh my God. Joe M says, Your Honor, Al Sharpton is my hero. All cops are bad. Please, God, I do not want to be here until Christmas. JT Friday, thank you again for the donations. I'm guessing your messages are being censored by YouTube because often that's what I find is happening when people send a message and nothing comes through. The DNI next, thank you. Or the DNL next, I don't know. Richard Winter says, I grew up in Good Thunder, Minnesota. Keep up the great work in making watching a trial not boring. Oh, I don't know if I'm doing a great job, but I'm trying. Abe Eckstein says, objection, Your Honor. She doesn't speak into the mic in Mark Richards' voice. No, wait, I can't do a Mark Richards voice doing an objection. I've never heard it. Doug Murray says,
that's not true. We heard him object.
Doug Murray says, somebody give this judge some Coke so we can speed this up. Jack Snack says, this is a really sad case. I truly believe Kim made a mistake, but it was a deadly mistake. I can go either way with this verdict. I think they're going to have to really focus on the law itself. Both sides. I think that's the way they're going to have to do this, because if the prosecution gets into this, well, she had a responsibility, blah, 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 then the defense is going to go, look, it's a mistake. Would you, like Nate was saying, if you've ever made a mistake, do you deserve to go to jail? I mean, sometimes mistakes cause people to be hurt, and it's unfortunate, but without intending to do it, without making a conscious decision, can we really hold people accountable for it? And that's going to be a disaster. If they focus on the law and say, I don't think they get to this under the statutes, frankly. I don't think it's there, but I think that's the strategy, especially because it seems like the state is going to take the tack of she was firing near her partner. Therefore, her actions were reckless to her partner, but caused the death of Daunte Wright. That's what's kind of written in the complaint. Did you see that at all? Have you read this complaint?
I haven't, actually.
I don't blame you. I hadn't read it until Friday, and Kurt and I were reading through it, and it is weird.
All
It is a
right.
weird one.
I'll have to, well, at least I have until next Wednesday, right? Because court won't start until then.
Only
trial won't start
if
until
they
then.
get around to impaneling a jury by then, but it's Minnesota time. So who knows if we'll actually, do that. We might just not ever make it there or something. OG Boxer says, I now know it. The judge is the lawyer version of Laverne Hooks from Police Academy movies. Oh yeah, Laverne, the quiet lady.
Oh yeah. Okay.
But then
I remember now.
when she starts yelling, it's always great. So maybe we'll get some of that. Maybe the judge will have a great blowout yelling session at somebody.
Maybe, or maybe her like the way that she reprimands people will be like one of those like very, very stern mother that's like, I am not angry, I'm just very disappointed, and like just like that silence is just like deafening in between.
Yeah, that'd be. I could see it going a lot of ways.
I could see that happening for sure.
Like someone runs over her cat right before trial, and so she's on edge, and like the cat's alive, right? But it's at the vet, and she doesn't know. So it's very dramatic, and she's sitting there, and she's like, I swear this Earl Grey motherfucker says one thing wrong. He's like, objection, and then she's like, you shut up, you son of a bitch. Oh, that would be great. That's what I want to see. Patrick McNeely says, last year in late December, there was a murder in a town near me. It was the first murder in 100 years. It was in Byram, New Jersey, and it's a wild case to check out. It was a soldier killed by a fellow soldier over a car trade. There you go. What was the car? Or what were car trade, I guess. Were there two cars?
That would imply, right?
Were each of them Nissan Sentras? What cars were they? Can you tell me what cars they were? I'm very curious. You can just tag me and tell me what cars. Patrick, please. Let's see. Next, we've got 2D Harem King Jack says in German accent, Kurt, get the hot tub ready. Let's see. Next. Oh my gosh. Jonathan Bailey says, for the beatbox show, I'd give more, but it was terrible. To be fair, it was terrible. I hope Kurt would
What
agree.
beatbox show?
Someone asked how much money for Kurt to beatbox, and he beatboxed poorly.
Oh no, that's why he left.
It's true. He was actually, his phone wasn't even ringing. He was beatboxing the phone ringing. Mark Hargis says, Nick and Madame love the work everyone does. Wait. Take some time off in February and come to the great city of New Orleans for Mardi Gras and let me chauffeur you all around. Much love from the Dirty South. Oh man, do I really want to go to New Orleans and eat.
The food is really good.
If I go back to New Orleans, I'm going to gain like 40 pounds. I'm going to be just shoving beignets into my mouth all day long. I'm going to dip beignets in gumbo and then put more powdered sugar on top of the gumbo like soaked beignet.
That doesn't sound delicious though.
It is.
Like beignets with gumbo at the same time and then powdered sugar on top.
Doesn't
make sense.
You got to cut open.
No. You mix the beignets with the bananas Foster. That's what you mix it with.
I'm telling you, you take the beignet and you turn it sideways and you cut open the top of it and you got that like space on the inside kind of because it's nice and airy. You fill that with gumbo.
No.
Right? Yeah. And then you eat
That's
that.
what you get a bread bowl for.
No, it's your bread cup. It's your bread cup. It's delicious. I've never even tried it and I know it's good. Gosh, I love Cajun food. My mom's from New Orleans, or no, my mom is from Slidell, I should say, Slidell. And so, I grew up eating some level of Cajun food. And, now I like to cook Cajun food because yum. Matt says your commentary is killing me. 100% dead on though. Cedar Stuff says, top tip, if you want to serve on this jury, don't answer the questionnaire by volunteering. I can't wait to watch a cop get convicted. 68 SPC says, are either you or Kurt actually available for legal representation in your areas? Like, where can we be and call you guys for representation? I technically am available for representation in Minnesota, but I don't, right now, I'm not accepting any cases. And I don't know when that's going to change. I just finished up a criminal case that was a 2-year-long endeavor, and I'm not super hyped to do another one at the moment. So I try to discourage people from calling me for representation. There is a possibility I would take a case, but it's when I get a case, it makes it hard to do YouTube. Because I have an ethical obligation to the case, and I don't like those two things coming into conflict because one of them pays me a lot better than the other. And frankly, if I'm going to put a lot of work into something, you
want to get paid for it.
I have to. I have other people in my life that exist.
Yeah.
That's the big thing. So Janet Morgan says dislike button removed. I can't speak for Kurt. I don't know. Dislike button removed. Get ready for the tutorial trolls to come out and suggest deleting System 32. Make sure PC faster. Get ready for stupidity to rise more. Zerp Twerp says, I dislike every single video now that I can't see the consequences of my actions. I owe your mental health an apology. Deep Surface says, Judge Pearl Queem gives great life sentences. I don't know what that means. Murray B. Rothbard says, dear God, the sheer volume of Minnesota in this trial is amazing. Oh, every single juror is a Minnesota goodbye. I mean, that's what they all are. That's every single voir dire we've had.
What's a Minnesota goodbye? What do you mean by that?
Where they don't actually leave. They just stand around talking. It's like, oh my God, can we get out of the house? Go, go, go.
Okay, so that's like a Slavic goodbye.
Yeah, well, I'm Nordic goodbye, Slavic goodbye, all the goodbyes wrapped into one. Just pick them. They just don't go. Be like the French. Give them a small cup of orange juice and shove their ass out the door. That's how you do it. Ryan McKenna says, today, Junior. Bo Music Says the person needs to report the tweet to have the media removed. Twitter decides if it adds to public discourse. Corporate media carved out. Of course. Twitter is quickly becoming, of course, right when I hit 80,000 followers on Twitter, it's become absolute trash. I mean, it was already trash, but now it's absolute trash. I'm going to just start tweeting out pictures of people. I'm just going to go on Google and I'm going to type in people and hit images, and then I'm going to just tweet out
that's
pictures of
such
people.
a confusing policy, to be completely honest, because I mean, to a certain extent, it's necessary so that you can report on things that are happening. I mean, so what? Citizen journalists now are not allowed to post their stuff online. Is this in response to the Kyle Rittenhouse trial? Like, what's happening here? What are we doing? What are we doing here?
It's a response to Twitter. It's a response to Twitter. That's all it is.
Well,
wait, Angry Baneling, was it really a Lamborghini Gallardo? Was that really the traded car? I mean, now I can understand the murder. Not only that, I'm sympathetic. No, yeah, it's just Twitter again, out with the old asshole, welcome the new asshole. Like, that's what it seems like to me. I don't the guy's already got some nasty quotes about how they're it's about not being bound by the First Amendment, but realizing how the world has changed. It's, oh, thanks. Great.
The world has moved on past the First Amendment. We don't need it anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, the founders took the freedom of speech out of the democratic process specifically because at some point the world would move past the silly notion of freedom, because the world always throughout history moves past that silly notion of freedom. It never fails to move past the silly notions of freedom that flutter their wings from time to time before they're stomped on by the boot of government. That's why they took it out. And they said, this is not part of the democratic process. This is excerpted. You don't get to talk about this one. This one sticks around. You're going to make it really, really hard to change. Watching you daily says Cajun food sucks. Have you considered possibly that you suck?
Have you considered the possibility that you have no taste? Maybe you do not have taste buds.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Look, like, I don't know if you suck, but if you think Cajun food sucks, it might be your fault. All right. Where are we? Oh, Kenneth Slayer says, someone please turn the heaters off so they will chatter faster. Ryan McKenna says, she sounds like Kamala Harris after a few Xanax. Not Applicable says, is it a no-no for you to disqualify yourself as a juror? No. You just stand up and say, no, I can't serve on this jury. I can't do it. Why? Because I hate Kim Potter and I hope she dies and burns in the fires of hell. And if, and also the prosecutors should all be prosecuted. I don't know. Just, you could say whatever you want. But if you can't be on a jury, like, just be honest and say you can't be on a jury. Like,
I mean, yeah, judges will get annoyed with you. Like, I've definitely seen that where someone comes in and that they just walk in and that's like the first thing that they say is like, yes, I'm very biased. I can't possibly set aside my biases. I don't want to be here. Goodbye. And like the judge, like, I saw it on his face that he was like, I really hate that you were saying this right now, but I have to let you go because how can I possibly keep you on this jury now that you've said that? And it's like, you could tell that he just wanted to keep her there for a little bit while he then moved on to questioning other jurors. But yeah, they don't like it, but ultimately, most likely you're gonna end up leaving.
Yeah, it's the whole thing about a judge being mad at you. I mean, that lasts about 30 seconds. I mean, they're not going to hold you in contempt for saying I can't serve on this jury because I hate the defense. Just say you. No, don't say that. Never mind. Othamer. Awesomer says, as Jesse Ventura, I made sure to appoint that man's whole family to the bench. Curly Bap says, any of his judge relatives living with Binger. Oh yeah, this is the one juror's like, they're like, so you said you're related to a judge? It's like, yeah, my father-in-law. Oh, and my cousin. Oh, and my other cousin's a former judge. It's like, geez, man, how many judges? A guy under a bridge says, you misunderstood her when she said Christmas Eve. She didn't mean the trial. She meant the jury selection. Joe Blow says, Daryl Brooks did nothing wrong. He was fleeing from 2 Trump supporters carrying bleach and a noose, and they were yelling, this is MAGA country. And I don't know if we haven't considered that possibility before. Robin Camp, thanks for the donation. True Ananana Shabada Bad Pressure Bada Cafecare says, I'm going to get a root canal now. Can't take this anymore.
Oh.
200 Watt Studio says, I waited 2 hours to meet this judge speed dating. Hannah Sanders says, glad you're streaming this. Probably would have asked someone to off me if I couldn't watch this without your commentary. You've kept me laughing. Thank you, Hannah. 200 Watt Studio says, judge whispers because kids sleeping in the other room. Douglas Stewart says, hey, Nick, I have a suspended attorney who has weaponized the FBI against her targets via false reports and now filing lawsuits. It's Melinda Scott on steroids. I tagged you on verified.af. It's insane. I'll have to check it out.
I also got a question from someone asking me to ask you about your kitten poster. I know you've told me about it, but
the painting
the cat behind you.
That
Yes.
one.
Yes.
So it is a painting by an artist named Eric Waugh. He does all kinds of different art. He's a very cool guy, also very nice guy. And he paints stuff sometimes from pop culture or just random stuff, and he throws it up for charity auctions when he does it. This is, of course, styled after the famous viral video of the lawyer who could not figure out his Zoom filters that his grandchild or something were using. And so he looked like a cat, and he assured the court that he was not a cat. I'd like to assure the court I'm not a cat, but I am ready to proceed if we need to.
The best part about it was like the kitten looks scared. And like his voice sounded so nervous, but he was just like, I'm still ready to proceed. Like the voice actually matched the kitten, and like the eyes darting back and forth. It all like matched so beautifully well that it was hilarious.
No, it was.
And I want to steal that painting from you. I want it.
There's only one. Only one exists. You're not going to get it, especially not how far away you are.
Yeah, that's true.
Mystery Guest 1 says, should this guy have said nothing and just tried to get on the jury? Yeah. NW Justice Project says, volume please, up, please. 200 Watt Studio says, Judge Chu Asian food is here. Oh gosh, I'm hungry. Phantom Mercenary says, are there rules or sanctions against a juror making hardcore, openly racist comments in court to get out of jury duty other than public shaming? Look, if your comments get too spicy, a judge could warn you and then hold you in contempt. But it's pretty tough. There's not like a prior restraint on speech, but they will restrain it if it goes like far outside the bounds of decency. They'll tell you to knock that off. But I guess a judge could do whatever they want. They could just put you in contempt right away, but then you'd have a chance to appeal it from jail. So have fun with that. Chris Friday says, I listen to Recato Law. Judge, you're dismissed. And is this the judge? And is this the judge from 2.5 Men? 2.5 Man? I don't know. Jeremy Forsyth. Wait, no. Damn it. It just did that. Oh, man, I got to go back to wherever we were. Oh, I hate YouTube's thing. I hate its system, but at least I still have it. Jeremy Forsyth says, why are they all wearing headphones? So that is when they have a conference that's just supposed to be between them and the judge. They get the headset on, everybody can hear, and they stay at their tables because with COVID, you don't want to, Oh.
A couple of the jurors that were named, it's out there. So I don't want that to happen again. So
Earl.
Okay. And I know it was a mistake.
That's all on you, Earl.
She said, in case anybody didn't hear,
we also have
there are a couple
another
jurors that were
issue.
named, and that should not happen.
Juror number 16 has been called and she has not responded. And it's likely that she will not respond. So I guess I'd like to talk with the lawyers about what they want to do about that. Can we
Would
just
they like
skip
to
her?
send a missile to her house?
Counsel?
No, I want a bench warrant, Your
What's
Honor.
your feeling about that? Juror number 16 has been called and she hasn't responded. And she's probably unlikely to. If we could just skip over her and go to the next one, that would be
She fell asleep
my suggestion.
into an
God.
eternal slumber.
Is there any objection to that?
Her mic skills had gotten better, but
Oy.
So anyway, they wear headphones when they do basically a sidebar. Abe Eckstein says this guy is getting booted so
Yes.
fast by the prosecution.
We're concerned we could just excuse it because his son had some serious criminal trouble. She wanted more to discuss it.
Okay. All right, so everybody's in agreement. Carly, this is on the record. Everybody's in agreement that juror 16 who has not responded to phone calls, we can just skip her. Oh,
Nicholas Elliott says send a cop to taser her.
yeah, we'll just release her for cause. Yes.
We released her for the cause of she didn't show up. Good cause. The chat, man. Rib sauce is middle-aged mutant ninja turtles. Stop. You gotta stop. You're killing me. Yeah, that's true. Don Baca says it's not politically correct to refer to juror 16 as she without first knowing their preferred pronouns. That has to be considered here.
For all we know, that could be a box check on the questionnaire, though.
Might be. This is Minnesota. That would be the first page of the questionnaire. Every possible identity.
Okay, are the lawyers ready for juror number 8?
Why are you even asking? By the time you call juror number 8, they're going to not only be ready, they'll have gone home, gone to bed, woken up, and come back. I'm sorry. I hate how slow this process is. It's infuriating how long this is taking. Mike Fenn says, why do I get the feeling that once trial starts, this judge turns into Phil Hartman's Ronald Reagan mastermind character from the SNL Girl Scout sketch? Could be. Oh, now I want a cookie. Now I want anything to eat, actually. I had these Pop-Tarts, but that was hours ago. Thomas Stein says, here's $5 so y'all can get some coffee. Y'all will need it for this trial. Joe Blow says, attorney, is there anything else we should know? Juror, my best friend is black. Attorney, and who is your best friend? Juror, Clayton Bigsby. Oh, no. Derek says this isn't kangaroo court. This is sloth court. MD says, can we watch something less boring? Maybe we can replay Schrader's jury instructions again.
Would you please remove your mask?
Oh,
Thank you. First of all, thank you for filling out the questionnaire. I just have a couple of follow-up questions, and the lawyers may have
A couple plus 50.
You indicated
it's actually very
your
deceptive.
answer
She
to the
only asked 2
questionnaire
questions. It just
you
takes
had
20 minutes.
somewhat
They have sub questions. That's why.
general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter. I guess my question is whether or not you could set aside whatever impressions that you would have had with respect to
One more
Officer
heavy
Potter
sigh,
or
please.
Daunte Wright, and concentrate on what the evidence in the case is and decide the case solely on the evidence.
Well, I don't know about, I would like to hear that question because it just doesn't sound like I would agree to something like that without having more information. So
10 Pendulum says, do you think she reads
But
out
I was
life
thinking
sentences
some
in
of
that
the
voice?
questions
Yes, and it
really,
actually takes the entire life of the person
know
listening.
which way to go on this.
Yeah.
By the time she's done,
But
she
I don't
releases
know,
them for
you
time
wanna read
served.
that question to me, maybe I could give you more
Okay.
insight.
The question was, from what you have seen, read, or heard, do you have a general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter? And there are little boxes to check, and you checked somewhat negative. Your response was,
I have to
because
step
it's
away for
something
just a
no
few
one
minutes.
wants to
All right. I'm just going
So-
to steal all your subscribers. It's fine. It's not a big deal.
Please do.
Personal-
Please do. I'll be back.
One quick personal thing. There's, when people work jobs and live their lives and everything like that, I mean, there might be nothing negative about it. I don't know, but it's a negative situation. So I was kind of taking the context of the situation. So it's, even if, it's somewhat, for some reason, it just made me want to put somewhat negative on it. It wasn't nothing to personally her or anything. It's more of the situation or something. I think I was looking at it in that context.
Okay, I understand.
I'm thinking.
But you could be fair and impartial to both sides here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's like, you use empathy and there's,
I do love his accent.
we value the police department, we value being a citizen, and when you're in a line of work, you are held to a higher standard, to a certain degree. It doesn't mean that you're I don't know, it's just people in authority are to a higher standard somewhat. That doesn't mean that I have an opinion either way, but citizens have things that they do, and they're so I mean it's one of those bad situations.
Okay. During the course of this trial, you'll probably hear some evidence concerning what a reasonable police officer would do under the circumstances. Would you be able to base your decision on whether or not the state has proved the case beyond a reasonable doubt on that testimony as opposed to any other personal opinion concerning what that duty is?
I think, if I knew more about the law and knew more about the information, and I would be as reasonable as I would want to make the most reasonable decision I could.
Okay, so in other words, you're going to keep an open mind.
Oh, definitely keep an open mind.
Okay.
Definitely keep an open mind.
I didn't even really pay attention. I was up building my cabin and I got that thing in the mail, and it's like, I hurried up and filled it out and sent it in. And I got rid of my cable TV like 3 years ago. So, I mean, I listen to music and I do my thing.
So he lives off in a cabin,
And I
has
really
no
haven't
TV.
Paying a lot of attention.
Somehow got his juror notification.
TV, I can see that.
But I'm trying to be, I live my life as an open-minded person. I was raised in the cities, and I've always valued everything, being around people, and I value everybody.
Okay. Oops.
All right. Next question. Next question.
I'm sorry, I'm having a little difficulty with
Oh no. Oh no. Technical difficulty on top of it.
Do you want to be on this jury?
Oh, I'm a retired person. It fascinates me. I feel I can be very honest and impartial and listen to both sides. I feel I'm very capable of doing a good job, and I feel both sides would be very happy to have me on there, because once all the information gets out, because one side don't have all their information, or they don't have all their information, and once everybody gets their information, who knows? They may all feel the same way. I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea.
I think this is another juror that would have a hard time not talking to people during trial.
That's in a realistic world, right? So, yeah.
All right. I liked your answer. Do you want to serve as a juror in this case? Yes. Why do you feel that way about serving as a juror? Because I am an open-minded and fair person.
I mean, most people feel that way about themselves, regardless of whether or not it's actually true.
Questions I have, but the attorneys may have some questions for you.
Good afternoon. Number 8. You're retired from your employment,
Yes.
and you just totally retired, or do you have another employment?
No, I don't have any unemployment. No, just
What did you do before
retired
retirement?
full-time. Yep, correct.
And can you think of anything that should be added to this questionnaire since the time that you filled it out a couple months ago? Any other news that we should know about you that isn't in this questionnaire?
Let me see. I don't think so. I haven't had a lot going on, so I
Well,
don't
let me tell you about my life
add
story.
anything to it.
Okay. Is there anything
That was actually a
lawyers in this case should
surprisingly
know
short
about
answer.
you in determining whether or not you'd be a proper fit for this case? Besides what's in the questionnaire, which is very thorough, I think.
Well, I don't know. I've always been an open-minded person, and I've had all types of friends and all types of backgrounds, and I just pretty open-minded, and I'm not afraid to if something leads you to something, I'm not afraid to go down that road. I'm pretty open. I mean, I don't feel.
You understand that because the state has the burden of proof to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, the defense does not get to go forward until after they rest. Would you be able to keep an open mind until you hear all of the evidence, not
gonna
only
say
from
yes.
the state, but
It's a
from
waste
our
of a
client,
question.
Ms. Potter, and her witnesses? Would you be able to do that?
Yes, I think our society is getting better at keeping an open mind, because a lot of, just in general, I think,
Did he say our society is getting better at
mind.
keeping an open
I know
mind?
everything, all the stuff against the defense is said first, and you're right. It'd be, they start painting a picture for the jurors' minds and stuff, and I think I can overlook that because I'm a pretty open-minded person, and I have enough life experience.
Guys, do you guys think that he thinks he's an open-minded person? Maybe.
You were sort of the boss when you weren't retired of what you were doing. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when the case is completed, the jurors are going to go out and make a decision, and it has to be unanimous. You understand that, right?
Right.
Would you have a tendency to try and take over those 12 jurors that are trying to decide this case because at one time you were the boss?
No.
Or are you retired long enough
to get out of that phase.
That's one thing I wouldn't do, because when I was the whole time I was the boss, I always valued my subordinates underneath me. And when they would, if they had a good idea and wanted to do it their way, I always, if as long as the job got done, I went along with it. I don't micromanage people. I never did. And so a lot of people that work underneath you are just as bright and just as smart as you are. It's just that you happen to be in that position because you applied yourself at a moment and you got it. So I wouldn't hold that against. No, I wouldn't put myself above.
Yeah, this sounds like someone that just really wants to be on the jury.
Ask for cause, counsel?
I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, because it's one thing if you say, I try to be an open-minded person, that sounds a little bit more intellectually honest. But if you say, I am an open-minded person, let's be real. No one's 100% open-minded all the time.
Number 8. I apologize. It's rather impersonal calling you by number rather than name, just the way we're doing it in this case. So forgive me for doing that. I have a couple questions to follow up with you about. And appreciate you being here and taking the time to do this.
All right, let's get to it.
So you were a captain with the fire department.
Correct.
How long did you work in the fire department?
31 years.
And did you have a career before that, or has this been your?
Not much. I was a bartender. That was it. When I was 19, I got married. I was a bartender, and then moved to Minneapolis, and a neighbor recruited me. I got the job, and I was on it for my career.
And worked your way up to captain.
Yeah.
One of the things that we've learned is that a fairly substantial percentage of fire calls are actually medical calls, right?
Correct.
And a substantial portion of fire calls, when you go to the scene, there's Minneapolis police already there.
Correct.
Or come to the scene. So I assume over your career, you have worked fairly closely with Minneapolis police officers.
In some situations, we always waited until they cleared the scene before we would go on the scene and stuff like that.
Yeah. And in fact, that sort of protocol when going to a typical scene is police officers are going to make sure it's safe for you to be there.
Correct.
So you stage somewhere else, I think is the term. Right?
So him being a former fireman, that could cut either way, because either he has enough familiarity that he has sympathy for the police, or he has enough familiarity that he will be able to recognize when they should have done something differently.
We're just as accessible as they are, so we usually.
Oh, this guy sounds
a lot of times
Minnesotan.
we get there before
Yeah.
police mostly.
No, he was talking. So you missed it. He has emphasized that he is a very open-minded person.
Obviously.
He's retired. He lives in a cabin out in the woods. He got rid of his TV 3 years ago,
You've had a lot
and he's a very, very, very open-minded person.
Yep.
Sounds like a Fed. Don't trust
Does
him.
their own job.
Yeah.
Never had any real.
I can't believe we're
personal,
already on the state
anything off
here.
the job or anything.
I'm
but
shocked that
we
they
always
got through him
along
this
with
fast.
people, you know,
Defense
we
must
get
like
along
him.
with everybody,
Maybe.
get along great with the.
I don't know. Or they really don't like
Fire
him.
has always been the
Because, like I
nice
said, he said many times, he
fireman.
emphasized that
Everybody
he is an open-minded person.
So you just kind of, it's a good job being a fireman. So I was glad I picked that career.
Yeah. Well, congratulations. It's a good career. When you see those videos of, a fire at night when it's 2 below zero and you guys are out there, you get some appreciation for what a terrible job it can be sometimes, right? Or difficult job. You have any friends that are police officers?
You should be
My
live
nephew's
streaming
a
at
police
DCTC to see your BFF.
And he works in St.
Dakota
Paul.
County Technical College.
I don't see him that often, but he's a police officer.
Have you talked to him about his job?
Here and there a little bit. Not a lot over the years because we never lived close to each other. But
Who would I see at DCTC?
Once in a while on a family function or something, but not too much,
In this case, obviously involves a
I
police
got this
officer
pasta.
and other officers.
Oh, yum.
And
Was that the turkey soup that
We've got a
you
lot of
or your wife made?
working relationships with police
No,
officers.
this is just a
family
pasta I made a couple days ago. It's
Oh,
just some
okay.
sausage,
Think you'd be more
mushrooms,
likely to
cherry
believe an
tomatoes,
officer when they take the stand
wine.
and testify because
Sounds good.
noodles.
you're working with them.
Sounds
It
really
is.
good.
You know what? I like to think I would treat everybody the same. I would try to look at the situation and look at all the information and treat everybody the same. You know,
Because I'm an open-minded guy.
obviously the defense, you got to give them just what the judge said, got to give them the benefit of the doubt. That's what we start off.
Kyle Bogue says, Nick, how
Otherwise,
absolutely
but
embarrassing is it to listen to our fellow Minnesotans absolutely simp
I
to
don't
get on a
think I
damn
would be
jury?
biased at all. I mean,
That is what it sounds like.
to our decision that we're trying to accomplish here.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, obviously there'll be some police officers that testify. Do you think you would, evaluate their testimony differently because of all the years of working with them?
no, and that's the reason.
Dirty
of
Dan, it's
working,
really hard to
being
not eat
around
on stream
people
when you're
and
gonna
seeing them
stream for
interact
8 or
and
9
stuff.
hours straight.
I
You
feel
gotta eat
like,
at some point during the day.
Yep.
I don't feel like I would feel any different towards them as somebody else. I would just look at the information straight because I don't feel.
I'll
that
try not
they're
to chew into the
above me
microphone
or below
unless
me
you
or
pay
anything.
me
I
for
just-
it.
Yeah, that's
Everybody's
next level ASMR.
And you just listen to the information and
Cereal eating ASMR.
Oh God.
as a group, right? I'm trying to do that.
Yeah.
Indy's doing her own ASMR. Ah!
Relationships you've had with police officers professionally, your cousin, and just evaluate the testimony of a police officer like anybody else.
I feel I can because I've never had an opinion either way, I guess, with
Nick, Indy heard you had pasta, so she's here for it.
Oh, sorry.
just in general, police officers or firefighters. We're all human. I mean, people, I feel like I can make the correct decision. I
Ooh,
just
grape
always
nuts
have as a fire
ASMR. I could
captain.
do that. I got
Always,
grape nuts
you know,
upstairs.
Crunch,
you try to
crunch,
put information
crunch,
and be
crunch.
reasonable and be fair to everybody. And there's two sides here, and that's what that's what's going on here. I understand that.
This is a tough question, and I suspect you probably haven't been asked questions like these, right? These are not the questions you get at family functions. So there are no right or wrong answers here, right?
Okay. No, I'm just trying to ramble on and be the honest as I can here.
I'm trying to ramble on. Please don't, though. We don't
Yeah.
want you to ramble on.
Tougher question.
Please respect everybody's
When
time.
you're a
and
juror, and then you sit over
frankly,
there, and
get
you
the hell
listen to
on with
everything,
it.
and then you go into a room, and that's the place, in there where you got to set aside, these relationships you've had in the past.
Yes.
And you've told us, I think, candidly, that you would like to think you could do that, or you feel you would do that.
Yep.
Tell us,
Will you do
can
that?
you assure us that you'd be able to set that aside, go in with that sort of?
It's Hilson.
Oh.
Oh, I'm telling you, man, we're going to get objections in this trial. This is not
So the
Richards.
juror, he said he feels like he could.
What was the question that he asked that was
Allowed to
impermissible?
pry into that a little bit. I don't
You're just saying he's
disbelieve
asked the same question or the same line of questioning like
No,
10 times.
well, let me see. I'll give you an example. I got to look at.
Can
life
you be impartial?
experiences,
I
how
think I
acted
can.
in
Well,
the-
can you though? I'm
conducting-
pretty sure I can.
Can you ensure that you will be impartial?
I've had friends that I really liked a lot and everything, and there was incidences that happened with people I didn't even know, and I would support the person I didn't know. So I don't always jump on just because that person is somebody I know or something. Give them support them 100%. I would, I try to even be fair to people I don't know, even with around my friends. I've actually lost a friend or two over the years because
I was so open-minded.
and I actually respected the person I didn't know.
Very open-minded
So-
about saving them
so
from
I think
drowning.
that character right there kind of shows me that I can stick to that. I can stick to that, and I feel strongly I can. But it's like I can promise you anything and this and that, but I'm just I'm trying to be as honest as I can here.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't mean to belabor the points.
No.
That's
But I'm going to do exactly that.
it's a very important point, obviously, right?
See how annoyed he is, though? I don't mean to
not every
belabor the point.
person
Well,
was
apparently
right
that's
sure
a
for that
problem.
case, so
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's what we were saying all through Rittenhouse trial. Object a couple times. It will make them, like, it will throw off what they're doing.
Yeah.
This is jury selection
when you
in
retired,
a weird, you
well,
know, in
let
the
me
voir
ask you
dire
this.
process. But
When you were asked about
I hope
demonstrations
Earl
that have
Grey
taken
brings
place
some
in the
spice
Twin
to the
Cities
courtroom.
area, you indicated community is always affected by these types of demonstrations. What did you mean by that?
Positive and negative both. It should, you know, there's, like you say, there's people demonstrate, there's two sides to everything. I mean, it affects the community, affects them in positive ways, negative ways. But, you know, if something doesn't turn out, you know, something bad happens or something, obviously. But that's the kind I was looking at. There's
What are the positive ways that you can think of that?
It makes
How did riots impact you
society
positively?
step back and whatever they're demonstrating, take a hard look at it. Is it something that needs to be improved? Is it something that society can do? Whatever the demonstration's about. I mean, somebody's bringing this demonstration up because they feel that there's a problem there, so they're trying to bring it up to everybody. I guess the political people deal with it. So that would be a good thing for a demonstration. Maybe things will improve, whatever the improvements is supposed to be. I don't know, you know.
Yeah.
It's a general way of looking at it, I guess.
And
You got rid of
some
your
the
TV
negative
3
things?
years ago. Do you have any idea what we're
Negative
even
things would
talking
be,
about?
Well, obviously with the different protests and stuff, a few things happened that probably would have been nice didn't happen. You know what I mean? Some of the excess of protesting. I'm trying to be thoughtful here, right?
Yeah.
You know. So
Yeah.
I mean, obviously there was destruction of property. That's always a bad thing. Sometimes, you know, that's not good. So.
Did you? I started this line of questioning intending to ask about your job. If you were still on the job,
I'm going to be right back.
when a lot of that stuff was happening.
No, I retired 6 years ago. So it was, yeah.
You know, whether you call them demonstrations, protests, riots,
whatever.
Yeah. Do you think that was handled by the various government agencies properly?
I think it just took everybody off guard and people weren't prepared and things happen, you know what I mean? Stuff happens and, you know, I mean, I'm sure there's enough pointing to go around to everybody. I have no, you know, I guess
No strong opinions either way about it, really, or?
No, because I wasn't living in the city then, and it's like I guess I was in my own little world, retirement world, you know. So you know how that goes, you know.
No, I'm not retired. I have no idea.
Retirement, right?
Yeah, I mean it's So.
If you want to know, this is
chart
how
of
every
questions
Minnesotan
with
talks,
agree or
exactly
not
like this
agree.
juror.
Do you remember doing that?
On the questionnaire?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure I filled it out.
Yeah.
What was on there?
This was a long time ago. I don't expect you to have perfect recall.
Well, I remember stuff pretty
Yeah.
good.
Okay. One of the things that you were asked about is because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions that they make while on duty. And you circled somewhat disagree. Should I, you want me to
say that again?
Yeah, I thought you'd
What's
want me
that?
to.
Okay.
So you put somewhat disagree that because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions that they make.
Yeah, I don't know if I was looking in if on the fire department, see, if we're out in the field and something's going on, generally in the fire department, it's command is in charge, like the captain, if there's firefighters. If something's going on in that scene,
usually the firefighters can object to it, but usually it's after the scene. You have a fireside chat and you sit around, and then they can bring up all their questions they had that could have made it better or whatever. Was I thinking about when they're actually doing the job at the time? What was it?
Yeah, it's a tough worded question.
I don't know what I was thinking of that. I know that when you're out in the field, generally with any military organization, fire, police and stuff, they kind of give a lot of leeway to the person in charge. You know what I mean?
Right.
And they're guiding and then you don't, when there's something going down at the time, they usually don't, try to force their senior officer to do something else. You know what I mean? They're, after the fact, you bring it up.
And the way this one is worded, and you,
when you're out in the field,
it talks about not second guessing. And you said you somewhat disagree with that. So
yeah, right. Oh, yeah, right. Not second.
Oh, yeah,
guessing.
right.
Oh,
Yeah, not second guessing. Oh, yeah. No.
I mean,
right.
people
yeah,
can.
Of course.
Not
yeah.
everybody
No.
looks at some situation, and you may second guess what they're doing. It's
Steve
possible.
C, I
Yeah,
think
I've
we've
second-guessed
impaneled
what chiefs
3
did all the time
so far.
You know what I mean? Sometimes there was nothing I can do but do what they wanted anyways because they were in charge. But you second guess people a lot. And sometimes you can bring it up, but it doesn't do you any good. And then sometimes there's people that listen to your subordinates because they are very
Listen to your
knowledgeable
subordinates,
stuff, and
right?
you
Yeah.
change your mind. So I guess
So, yeah, you got the fire out
maybe
there and you got to take care of
the
it.
term
Yeah.
second guessing there, that's kind of kind of hard to apply as well.
yeah, I'm not really.
Ryan
Well,
Case,
actually,
they've
the
got
question is,
impaneled 12 jurors and 2 alternates.
Like firefighters, police officers have dangerous jobs, right? You agree with that?
Yep, they can. Yep. Sure.
But does that excuse us from looking back?
How many
and
to be
evaluating
interviewed
what
until
an
they fill
officer
it?
or a firefighter did when they were on the job?
No, we're always training, reevaluating ourselves, readjusting ourselves. We make mistakes all the time. There's
Why do you think so many houses
just the way
burned
it
down?
is.
Yeah.
It's, some of it's not as bad as others. Some it's worse. It's like, like you say, and things are the way they are. You know what I mean?
As the captain, I assume you make some decisions that others have to follow.
That's correct.
And equally apply to your own decisions that maybe have to be reviewed later.
I change my mind all the time with my decisions. I always value the people underneath me. I was never one of those captains that you don't do it that way. I was always willing to, because as long as the job got done and everybody did a good job and they stayed professional and stuff, I was okay with them doing it their way. So I'm pretty open-minded about stuff like that, I guess.
Oh, you're still open-minded. Thank goodness.
One of the other questions was, people today do not give our law enforcement officers the respect they deserve. And you answered somewhat agree. You recall that?
I would somewhat agree on that.
Okay.
I somewhat agree on that.
Tell me why.
I mean, you can, yeah, I think I somewhat agree on that. You know what I mean? Just the way it is.
Why?
It's society. It's just the way it is. I mean, it's not any particular group, any particular anything. It's just, I guess we're just, I don't know. We're
Starburst south of me? What are you down by
more
Marshall?
Relaxed our society did.
I went to school down there.
We're not so.
Down there, don't you know?
Yeah.
Down in
More-
Marshall,
There's more knowledge,
Yeah,
and
down
more
in Marshall.
information, everything else out there. So that plays a part in it too, I think. And it's
Yeah. How so? What do you mean by we're a little more relaxed now?
well, as far as years ago, you worked the same job for 30 years all the time, like I did, and years ago you did this, you did that, you never went outside the box. It was more. Our society was a lot more structured. Now we just have a lot more a lot more things going on, a lot more information, a lot more this and that. And I think there's, you know, we were probably, our society was driven certain directions years ago, you know, like with the military or whatever it was. And things kind of changed a little bit over the years.
Why do you feel
I'm not
like you
saying
need
it's
to tell a story every
always
time?
bad or always good or what, but it has.
So, you know, going back to this question, you think that police officers aren't getting the respect they deserve like they used to?
I would say if I had to give you a percentage, I don't know what the percentage is, but I bet it's probably, you know, it might be 1% less respect than they got 20 years ago. I don't know. I'm just saying I just reached at something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I didn't really have a lot of information behind it when I answered that question. I just think as a general rule, I think that probably 51% of the population probably thinks they don't get enough respect if they do. That's all I see.
That's why you put somewhat agree.
That's why I put somewhat agree. It's probably just a little bit that way, but it's, you know, I don't feel strongly about it one way or another.
Yeah.
So
I don't feel strongly
You were
enough
asked a question
about
about
one way
Black
or another.
Lives
Let me
Matter.
talk about it for
Remember
10 minutes
that
though.
question?
You
yeah,
know.
I really don't know a lot about the group. I really haven't been paying attention to stuff like I should. You know what I mean? I probably should pay attention to things more. So I really don't. I don't know what I put on there, but I probably put down there. I don't know if I have a slightly positive or negative, or I probably put neutral on it because I don't know nothing about it. You know what I mean? So
You actually checked somewhat unfavorable.
did I write that down?
Yeah, and you indicated that it seems the group could work harder to stop inner city gun crimes. Do you think we have a problem now with inner city gun crimes?
Well,
I mean, we do.
I think so. There is. You know what I mean?
There's definitely a problem with inner city gun crimes. It's
Think that
peaking
group could do
again
more to
They could probably work harder
in
on
every
that.
major city.
Yes. And do you think that group is associated with some of the demonstrations or protests or riots that led to some of that property damage you talked about earlier?
I don't think it was any particular group. I think it was the moment of what went down and what happened, and everybody wanted to come out and vent and say how they felt about something and come together as a community or a society or whatever and make change. And I don't think it was any particular group or anything. I don't want to point fingers at any groups because I mean, it looks like most people would have an input in it. You know what I mean? So.
Mr. Gray talked about his client and trying to make sure they get a fair trial for Ms. Potter. You recall
Obviously, the state disagrees
that?
with his
You understand that
position on
the
that.
state is a party to this case as well, right?
Right.
The state has the right to a fair trial as well.
Yep.
Is that something you would think is important?
Oh, definitely it's important.
As a juror, of course, you're a neutral party, right? You're in the middle.
Yes.
Do you think you can provide a fair and impartial trial as a juror to both sides?
I definitely feel like, and I definitely want it to be, I want it to be fair. You know what I mean? I do. I'll definitely do my best on that.
You know,
do you have any concerns that, if you're a juror in this case, how a verdict might be received by, the former people that you worked with in the police department or the fire department?
Not at all. No, not at all. I really feel I think whatever the jury decides, I think it's going to be fair.
it's going to be a bloodbath,
And
every
fair
jury
and
I've
just,
ever
that's
been
what we
on
want.
is devolved
So
into a
I'm
flaming
in the
bloodbath,
system.
I mean,
That's
you
what
know how it
it's gonna
goes.
be, and
You know how it goes.
That's what I feel, and it's so I don't feel. I think people. That's all people want. I don't care who you are. If you're a citizen or a firefighter or who you are, that's what you want.
You
Mayor,
know,
can I have a moment, please?
Yes.
he just wants to step away from the microphone so he can fart. Oh my God. Tall Skinny Geek says, I hope the court coffee machine is broken or something. This is hard to handle. 200 Watt Studio says, this looks like trial at the Villages, 55 and over. Matt Bond says, it's 2:40 a.m. in Australia. I'll be asleep in no time. Graham 83 says, has Earl Grey ever teabagged anyone? Of course. Of course he has. Udhef Heku says, this guy will exonerate just to own the libs.
Okay, thank you, jury. I have
This
no
was
further questions.
that was a
We'll
while
pass the
back.
jury, yeah.
You're going to be on the jury.
Juror number 8, you will be on this jury.
Emery Kalam says, I want to hear Kermit the Frog and Mark Richards singing the Rainbow Connection song together in a duet like Mark was a guest on the Muppet Show. Well, here you go.
What did I miss?
They paneled that guy. He's on the
Okay.
jury. I think
Interesting. I got a DM from someone saying that he worked in the Minneapolis Fire Department, and he said that typically retired guys will be more pro police, and current guys are going to be more against police. I don't know if that's true, but that's an interesting distinction.
weird. That is an interesting distinction. I wonder what causes that. Maybe it's just like
It
sort
could
of
be a sign of the times.
Maybe. Or I wonder if it's like has to do with just conflicts over roles, maybe.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, could be.
You're dismissed from this panel.
Oh, they
But
dismissed
I
him.
really appreciate the
Oh.
fact that you came in and everything else. It was wonderful meeting you, and you are done with jury service, okay?
Oh, great.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's not on the panel.
All
Well,
right.
we just set ourselves back another day of jury selection.
Okay, for the record, the state exercised a peremptory strike on juror number 8.
Wait, whose peremptory strike was it?
The state.
Okay.
The state did not want that guy. I mean, that seemed like he would
Too
be
open-minded, they said.
way too open-minded. So each side gets 7 peremptory strikes. I don't know how many they may have used based solely on jury questionnaires. If they've used any, I don't know. They didn't say. So it's possible that even though they have 7, that we won't see them. Mark Gee says, can we arrest and convict these jury candidates for theft of time and the unjustified murder of my already limited brain cells? Brian Lindauer says, Neville and I both agree this guy is lying, both to himself and the rest of us. Corey Boatwright says, I'm surprised at Bronca's application of imminent threat. It sounds like he's saying if you can aim, it wasn't imminent enough. Also sounds like if you defend yourself between punches, he'd say the threat ended whenever the fist pulls back. Yeah, that's why I have a problem with his analysis personally. Again, he's a very smart guy, and people should listen to him.
Filling out the questionnaire. I know it was.
I don't think the conflict ends a half second after you're hit.
That many questions, follow-up questions for you. Okay. You indicated in response to question number 2 that that question is, from what you've heard, seen, read, do you have a general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter? And you checked the answer somewhat negative and stated she was an officer for a very long time and she made a grave mistake.
Starburst. Okay, I was thinking if you're south of me, I don't know where you are, but yeah, north of me, that makes a lot of sense.
Decide the case. The question of whether or not the state has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt, based solely on the evidence in the case and my instructions of law. and not on general impressions that you may have. Would you be able to set aside any general impressions that you may have and keep an open mind and listen to the evidence and decide the case based on only that evidence?
This judge could put me to sleep in a
I believe
microsecond.
I would be open to listening to all evidence presented in the courtroom. I have heard a small amount. I don't often watch the news, so I've seen very small or little coverage of the story. But I do believe I would not be biased towards the case in a sense. You'd like me to elaborate further?
Do you want to elaborate further? You can if you like.
No, I don't have much more to say on the matter.
Okay.
Would you like me to
You
elaborate
stated that
further?
your friend's
Sure
shop,
you can. I don't have anything
was
else to
broken
say.
into during one of the demonstrations, and he had inventory stolen. I guess my question to you is this. You talked to your friend and he or she was upset about that. Correct?
Yes, very much
Alright.
so. A friend of mine, I've known him for about a decade, since 2011.
That's about a decade.
After
Nailed it.
the civil rights protests in the city of Minneapolis, his shop was raided. He then spent a year rebuilding his inventory and redesigning the shop. And then after this incident, the protests again, he was targeted at his shop.
That
And
sucks.
it was a point of frustration after he had built back the back up his shop and inventories and whatnot. So he was directly related to this. So
Okay. And I
affected by it.
All right. And I take it you felt bad for him because he was a friend, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yes, I noticed he said civil rights protests.
Again, I'm going to ask you this. Can you decide this case?
Shop just happened to be raided
based
during these
upon the
rights
evidence
protests.
and not any sympathy or whatever concern for your friend without regard to that?
If I'm being 100% honest, I don't think it's my relationship with my friend and what happened to him that would decide my viewpoint on the case. I think it would be more of just my opinion on what had happened. I don't think that I would be so persuaded to not want to hear the evidence because I don't know a lot about the case.
Okay.
If I'm being
So I don't think my
100% honest,
relationship
tends
to
to
my
not
friend would
mean
persuade
that.
me.
In
Yeah,
any
I was
way.
thinking the same thing. Usually if somebody starts off with to be 100% honest, because otherwise I would be 100% dishonest.
Tend to vote not guilty or guilty.
No,
Is that accurate?
and alone would not. No.
Okay. Thank you. You indicated that police officers are more likely to respond with force when confronting a black suspect than when dealing with the white suspect. And you circled strongly agree. Could you elaborate on your answer?
I
Strongly
don't think
agree.
it takes a rocket scientist to make observations. I have had people of color, friends of mine, directly face law enforcement in a way that I have not, just from my own personal life experiences. I feel that one has to question, is there racial bias? I think that's something that all of us question to an extent. So
I question if you're actually questioning
I
if
just
there's
think
racial
the
bias,
tone set
or if you've
for
concluded that there is, which
a
is fine.
traffic
You can do
arrest
that.
varies.
I'm not sure he's
based on your
questioning.
race. I think that's reality that we
I
face.
think the defense is going to be like, we have no questions. We're going to use our
I
peremptory
don't
strike.
specifically remember answering that question, but if you're asking me right here, I think it does make a difference. So yeah.
Okay, you've observed situations where that was true. But can you keep an open mind and listen to the evidence in this case before coming to a conclusion?
Oh
on
yeah, it
whether or
doesn't
not
bother
that
me at all.
happened here or not?
Although I do believe that is reality that a lot of officers face, or current political climate or in our country, but I would want to hear any and all evidence before making a judgment. I wouldn't have my mind set 100% prior to the case.
I don't want a
Maybe
channel
95.
says
Maybe like 95%.
I don't want a channel says 7
Oh no,
dismissals.
your battery's exhausted.
Oh, dang it. Already? That was quick.
I know
It's been exhausted by the questions being asked.
The
in
judge.
here.
None of that.
I wonder
So-
how. Let me check my backup battery.
I would like
need
to
to get
hear
one of the
evidence
dummy batteries.
presented before.
Or maybe figure
make
out a way to
decision, yeah.
plug it into an outlet.
Finally, in response to the question, do you want to serve as a juror in this case? You checked not sure.
That's the dummy
Do you
battery.
still feel that
It's
way?
plugging it into an outlet. It has to go into the battery slot.
I just wanted
because it's
to
actually
come
plugged into
and
my.
be
It's getting
honest
power
with
through
my
USB.
answering
It's
and
just not enough
questioning,
to
and then just let the
keep up.
cookies crumble as they may. I'm not leaning towards yes or no.
I take it you've never served on a jury
Never,
before.
no.
Okay.
No.
Let the cookies crumble as they may.
And what was your reaction when you got your jury summonses?
It was very surprising. You don't think it will happen to you until it does. It was actually sent to a former address where I had lived. So my friend that his shop got broken into was actually his home that he owns, and I was renting from him. So I had moved and updated my address, and about a month later, he told me that I had received this packet, didn't know what it was, opened it, first time I had been summoned for a jury. So it was surprising, to say the least. Especially a case of this nature was surprising. I have had the ability to, or opportunity to live abroad throughout my life. And I do have many foreign friends who are aware of this case that have brought it up to me without me mentioning it. So it's a lot of, it's.
Oh, we have another guest.
It's surprising, to say the least.
Oh, hey, Ron.
Hey, guys.
County.
Welcome to Ambien Live.
That's why I'm here.
If
I got a number of desperate messages saying, Mr. Coleman
chooses me, I would.
Save the stream.
My work is all in nature. I don't have much backup to do to cover it, but
what is this? Voir dire of the jury?
if I'm selected
Yes.
for jury, I don't
Individually
think I'll say no.
and belaboredly, begrudgingly even.
So yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, that's all the questions I have.
With the nicest, most ASMR judge ever to walk the earth.
ASMR. You're going to make me Google that?
It's
Paul, I
yeah.
have some
Yes.
questions on
Yes,
behalf
I am.
of Mrs. Potter, Officer Potter.
I can do that.
You sound hesitant as we sit here about serving, and that's kind of just a intuitive feeling I have about it after listening to several other jurors too. And
Watching you
am I
Google it in
right
real time made
thinking
me
that you're a
very
little
happy.
hesitant? Just curious.
She's wearing a mask now.
Yeah, I don't understand why she's wearing one when she
I
hasn't
don't
moved any closer
necessarily
to
know
any
how to
person.
answer
No one
that.
in the
I do
courtroom
know
has moved.
because of my personal work.
I don't know why they haven't
I
switched
have
over to the
clients
defense
to
attorney.
attend to, and
Camera.
I don't
Come
know
on,
how
camera
that
guy.
would fill out
Fell
or
asleep.
play out in my own personal life. As far as the case itself, I don't know if you'd want to select me.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was asking. That's what I thought. Maybe you can tell me why.
Excuse me, Mr. Lee, I don't think your microphone is on. Oh, okay.
But there we go.
There we go.
Why wouldn't I select you? Why wouldn't I want to select you?
I'm a mass murderer.
Full disclosure, I have heard the age of the, can I use the word victim or the
This guy Wright, if you'd
Mr. Wright.
How's it? Mr. Wright would be fine.
This guy watched the Kyle trial.
And then I've also heard that Miss Potter has been an officer for quite some time.
Longer than he was alive, yes.
And me
Is that
sitting
brief
here, I
arm
don't
cross?
know what evidence I could hear that would
Make me actually whether everything I heard
change my mind per se.
Anecdotally.
But then again, that's
Possibly
hard
not
for me to
true.
say without hearing
You just
any
told the
evidence
judge
at
you
all.
could be
I've heard
unbiased.
very minor news on the.
This guy needs to go.
So-
He's got to be struck.
Well, it sounds like you kind of made up your mind a little bit. It's okay if you say that too. I mean, we all
Please
kind of
say
have
it so I don't have to use my preemptory on you.
opinions about things. I mean, if you've already kind of made up your mind on certain things, it's all right. I mean, it's okay.
Just tell
us. You have permission to say that if that's kind of what you're telling us.
That I think you've identified it quite accurately.
the whole world talks like lawyers
But
now.
I do believe I do have some biases against your client, and that
Makes
I
me
guess
happy.
I'm curious to hear evidence as to what would personally change my mind on the story and what happened,
Well,
what transpired.
Sorry, that's
You're
not
not
good
going to
enough,
hear
buddy.
it unless, yeah,
Sort of a cart before the horse problem.
yeah, exactly.
The problem is that we have to have a clean slate going in.
Yeah.
Oh,
I understand.
before
Hank,
we
give
start.
him my link. He can hear the evidence if he watches
And then
my
you
show.
hear things. So the clean slate is that you don't have an opinion. Or
Well, Nick,
don't
you are
have
going to avoid dear the
bias,
panel
as you
members
would
this time,
say.
right?
It's okay to have a bias.
Yes.
Again.
Yep. Every time.
So that's what we're trying to inquire here. I mean, I can get all the details of your questionnaire. I have 10 questions for you, but I'd just like to cut to the heart of the matter.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, get
And
me
then
out of
you
here.
Tell us whether, given what you know about the case, given her age, given the age of Mr. Wright, given
What
what
you think
you
you
read,
know.
given your friends who've talked to you about the matter, you can be unbiased here. That's the question.
I guess the main concern for me would be, in all honesty, how, if you are a seasoned officer, it's almost like getting in a car crash. If you're about to get in a crash, you know the difference between the brake and the gas. And if you don't know the difference between a taser and a rifle, or
This
not a
doesn't
rifle,
work,
but a pistol,
though.
I then question your judgment and your expertise. And to convince me differently, that would be
Whoa. This is a confused guy.
Well, she has no obligation to convince you of anything, really. I mean,
Well,
she,
absolutely.
I mean,
The question is whether she's committed murder.
well, she would testify, but maybe you're not going to be at the trial. But I mean,
Yeah.
she doesn't have to. You don't have to do anything. I mean, they have to prove this to you.
Yeah, this guy has
She
got
has
to
no
go.
obligation to say anything.
I know.
He's watched too much
Well,
law TV.
are you going to be are you biased?
By the way,
Um,
many people
to
who
the
are
point
about to
where
get into an accident mistake the gas and the brake
would not be
pedals.
fair
It happens
here.
all
That's
the time.
That's the end
Probably
question
every
that
day.
the judge would ask you, or the state would ask you, and I've just asked you.
I think that if you can find other juror that would be 100% unbiased, I would not be your best selection. So I can say that, yes.
Just say
But-
you can't that you're too
I
biased to
don't
come
think
to a
that
conclusion
many
in favor of the
people out
defendant.
there wouldn't have any bias towards this case. I don't have much more to say about it.
Okay.
You should have just come in with his NWA shirt on, right? F the
May I
police.
pause, Your Honor?
A question
Yeah.
here. Go ahead.
Hopefully he's going, or Your Honor, can we please, like, are you serious? Can
For
we just
cause, right?
Like,
For
get out
cause.
of here. This guy can't be here. He's said, he told you he could be unbiased, and he immediately tells me that I don't want to pick him. Well, when I ask why, it's because, well, you're going to put your client in jail.
Because I would like nothing more than that. Good Lord.
We saw that, the direct act or the direct result of the client's actions in shooting Daunte Wright led to his good friend of a decade's store being raided and destroyed right after he spent a year building it back up from the last time it was raided and destroyed by the last time a cop did something wrong to a person of color who he has stated that cops treat poorly. I mean, seriously, everything this guy says he cannot be on this jury. I hope he gets on now. It'll be funnier. So Ron, what you up to today, man? How's it going?
I'm in an odd spot because I'm about to change offices. I'm moving to I'm excited to be moving out of this sort of sublet I have in the suburbs to a new space, in an old building that is kind of historic in beautiful Newark, in a nice block of Newark.
Very cool.
And we're moving December 1st.
Good afternoon.
So I feel a little bit
just gonna
off kilter.
Yeah, because I don't even
questions I wanted to
But
ask.
You like can't start something,
Answering, 'cause we get
yeah,
your
which is asinine. And I mean, we have all these things going on in the Sixth Circuit with the Daily Wire case,
The bottom line is,
or
we all
Fifth
have-
rather. And if it all like stuff comes in, and all of a sudden you have to drop everything and start
we have some
writing briefs and responding to briefs.
case because of what you
Since my summary judgments aren't due for like days,
and a lot of jurors are going to have information
I
about
figured I'd come into the stream.
question.
And regretting it big time. And of course, you guys are great.
It was a juror. You listen to that evidence you look forward to hearing.
I think we're all regretting it to a certain degree.
Americans depending on us to handicap this jury selection.
I can't believe that the state
You're the
is
only one
getting
that
to
can tell
even
us
waste
this, right?
time
So
asking questions.
Just a candid question about it.
Why? Why do you say that?
I'll tell you why I asked.
Because this juror should be struck for cause already.
Oh, this is still the same juror?
Yeah.
You set
I
aside
thought they moved. Okay, he wants to see. Okay.
prejudices and decide this.
He wants him to have to use his he wants the defense lawyer to use his peremptory. That's why he wants to rehabilitate this guy.
So
to say no, even though I sound like a lunatic, I'm actually
recognize that.
I haven't buried any Boy Scouts under my porch in like 3 or 4 years.
Agree with that?
Yes, I do acknowledge the bias. I also believe in a fair trial, no matter what the case.
Of course.
So
There you go. There's your
Ron
point.
called it.
to hear both sides, defense and prosecution. So I do believe that I would be able to not draw a conclusion 100% by just what I believe now. I do honestly believe to a fair trial, and the defense.
I want to hear the
ability
evidence to see
put
if
the
she's as
case
guilty as
out
I think
there
she is.
So yes, I acknowledge the bias, but I do not believe that I'm so hardcore set in stone in what I believe. I'm sure there's many other factors that will come into play in the actual trial. So
Yeah.
yes.
In your questionnaire, you were asked about, these very important principles of law, the presumption of innocence. The burden of proof is ours, not the defendant's at all, right?
Yes.
You agree with that?
Yes.
And
But like he doesn't understand what that means clearly
burden
because of
proof
what he
being
said
beyond
earlier.
reasonable doubt. And you would have
Yeah, he
to
said
apply
she would
that.
have to prove.
And you said you would in your questionnaire. So the question today, and again, only you can answer this, is can you set aside that previous information, decide the case carefully based on the evidence you hear in the case in a fair and impartial manner?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And by believe so, because we're Midwesterners and we talk like that, but do you think you would do that?
Yes,
Is it
I
just
would
me,
do
or
that.
does
Yes.
this attorney kind of look like what legal mindset might look like in
That's all
30
the
years?
pleasure I have at this point.
Yep. Yep. The chat has been noticing.
Okay.
It looks exactly like, yeah. Yeah, it's Legal Mindset's dad. I have inside info on that. Yeah, I wonder if the judge is going to strike him for cause or not. I mean, whew. They're conferencing. Judge, come on. Don't make us use a preemptory on this obviously biased person who just wants to get on the jury because they want to hear what happens.
You know, I don't think he's biased. I think he's confused about what his job as a juror would be.
Oh, yeah, that could be.
Like he seems to think that he's supposed to make a value judgment about whether protocol was followed or whether this was a good move here by the defendant, when his job is to decide whether or not someone should be punished for a serious felony.
Yeah. That's not her phone, guys. She's not playing video games on it.
She's playing Candy Crush, actually.
The headset thing they have to do there.
Thank you so much for your honesty, and thank you for coming here today.
And get
Goodbye.
You're dismissed.
Yeah.
Yep. Dismissed.
So you're done with jury duty. Have a great day.
You're done.
Now,
man.
now we'll see if they use their preemptory or if that was a dismissal for
Yeah.
cause.
That should be for cause, in my opinion.
Okay, for the record, I granted the defense request for a strike for cause.
Okay,
Okay.
This juror admitted that he was biased against a defendant. He questioned how a seasoned police officer could not know the difference between a taser and a gun. And I think he was being honest when he said that. I don't believe he was rehabilitated by leading questions from the prosecutor.
Say the magic word and the duck will fly down. Did you hear what she said?
We're bringing in a new.
No, what?
I don't believe he was rehabilitated.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was good. You called it. You know, he was trying to rehabilitate him. Didn't work.
Which makes sense. I mean, because yeah, he wants to force the defense to use all of their peremptory strikes sooner rather than later.
It's also funny how she phrased it. I didn't feel he was rehabilitated by leading questions from the prosecutor.
You're really an okay guy, aren't you? Aren't you?
But like, you're
totally
kind of a
unbiased.
reasonable person, right?
Like, because you want to be on this jury to help out, right? And do the right thing, right? Someone asked, is she really putting her mask on to talk into the headset? I believe that they're actually doing that so that no cameras are seeing what is being said in those private conferences.
So people like us.
I think that's why, because she's consciously done it a couple times now.
Yeah.
For lip readers.
But she also puts it on when she's not asking the juror questions.
Yeah, you have to wear a mask inside all court buildings in Minnesota right now still. So, I mean, they're wearing it frequently when they're not talking. But when you do talk, you can take it off. I don't know. It's weird. It's like
Because COVID knows the difference between somebody who's talking and not talking.
Exactly.
And also, you're definitely not blowing more air out into the room when you're talking.
You know, that sounds like a conspiracy theorist type of questions that you're asking. And I tell you, I've got a reputation to manage here.
Oh, hey, Ron, is there any update on Gavin McInnes? Or is it going to be another 2 years on that one?
That's a great question.
Okay, I'll take that as no, there's no current update.
As you know, federal judges are great at keeping parties abreast of their intentions regarding ever deciding a motion. And they like to go through one or two presidential terms if they can, before, especially in a busy district like the Middle District of Alabama. And a senior status federal judge who has such a busy docket.
Well, all I'm hoping for is that you win so that you can come on my show and make fun of me for making fun of you. That's what I want.
I want to explain what we were thinking and why was maybe perhaps not obvious to you at the time.
That's a very kind way of putting it.
I would love nothing more.
With the assurance that we really, really thought it through. We really thought it through.
Like I said, I would love nothing more than for that to happen. That would make my entire day, and I hope nothing but victory is in the future in that case. Because I think, you know, reviewing that case, I agree with the principles of it. I worry about the court's application of them, but I think there is really one very fundamental point that a lot of people made, because unlike you, a lot of people who have commented on it haven't really looked at the pleadings. There are two categories of defamation / tortious interference here. One is you engaged in the defamation per se of the 21st century, which is calling me a racist. Right.
Which judges have all decided is an opinion, which is asinine.
I agree.
But there's also about 5 or 6 different defamatory claims, including, here's what Gavin McInnes did on such and such day, or when he didn't do it. You know, like really plain vanilla defamation. So that is the oil in the fly in the ointment for the defense. The other one is time. I mean, that's a fly in the ointment for the plaintiff, rather, because, you know, they know I'm old.
Do you think now this is a matter kind of unique to people like Gavin, for example, or other people who are subject to this cancellation? Do you think that the court processing delay is prejudicial towards plaintiffs? Because in the respect that by the time you go to trial, it's possible that they've rehabilitated their image and would have trouble showing damages. I don't know if that's the case in Gavin, but in other cases that can be true, right?
Well, delay is always the defendant's friend, all things being equal.
All right, good afternoon.
You're asking a very specific question about and a thoughtful and unique question.
This trial.
But
first of all,
on the other hand, it cuts the other way too. If 5 years have gone by,
thank you,
and the guy still is nowhere near where he was,
interrupting your normal.
you've got a much more compelling damages case.
Such an important civic obligation. These are, of course, not normal times. These are extremely trying times.
These are the times that try men's souls.
Heartfelt appreciation from
We'll have no summer soldiers on this jury.
Say thank you for responding to your jury summonses. Upholding the rights we cherish, the right to a trial by jury and the right to a speedy trial in unusual, trying times is the American way. You validate these constitutional rights by appearing today and by proving your willingness to.
Why is she doing this now?
I don't know.
Jurors are our heroes. You are ordinary people who are called to do extraordinary work.
Usually you do this.
Our justice system moves
at the very beginning,
when you've impaneled
or when you've actually impaneled them.
You are upholding the Constitution, the very foundation of our democracy, and we could not do this without you. Not all of us can serve in the military, but what we can do is do our civic duty by serving as jurors. Our justice system would not work without good citizens like you. I'm saying thank you again because I really can't say it enough.
That's why.
Actually, you can.
As you know,
You can
this
and
is
have.
a criminal case. And in this case, the
Oh, I
state
know
of
why.
Minnesota has
Why?
charged the
They're only
defendant,
bringing in pools of
Kimberly
like
Potter,
10
with the
jurors at a
following
time.
charges. Count one is first degree
Oh, so this is the new intro.
on
This
reckless.
is
Oh
yeah,
no.
new intro, same as the old intro. Oh
And
God.
that charge alleges that
Oh
on
no.
April 11th.
I don't think you're going to be
This is-
topping
this is-
any 160,000 viewers on this one, my friend.
Not anytime soon, anyway.
You might have to
This
do
is
some real work
purgatory.
this week.
That's right.
Yeah.
While committing the
I'm
misdemeanor
gonna have to.
offense
I'm gonna have to
of
sneak a
reckless
camera
handling
onto
or
Joe as
use
he's
of a
covering the
firearm,
Ghislaine trial.
so as to endanger the safety of another with such force and violence.
I hope you didn't take the wrapping off that yacht.
Bodily harm to any person most reasonably foreseeable.
How did you know?
Count two.
I think we've known each other long enough.
And that
It's amazing how well you can get to know someone in 3 or 4 hours of live streaming.
This is true, actually.
Center, Hennepin County, Minnesota, defendant Kimberly.
Minnesota. She said Minnesota.
Of Daunte.
Minnesota.
Oh, you missed one of the jurors earlier that had he had a beautiful Minnesota accent. I loved it. It was great.
It was constant and persistent.
And then he threw in an occasional, you know. It was great. I loved it. I loved it.
While using
Oh yeah, you know how that goes. You know how that goes.
Yeah, you know. You know.
The defendant has
Yeah, right.
not guilty.
Oh yeah, that's right. This is a hometown trial for you.
In places upon
Yeah,
the
well,
state of
it's
Minnesota,
not too
the
far.
burden of proving
Not too far.
defendant's guilt beyond a
If I could
reasonable
broadcast from the court, I would go down there.
doubt.
I
The state
think that'd be
is
funnier, but
represented by AG
You go down there.
Johnson,
hey, go on down.
Mr. Matt
Yeah.
Frank, Ms. Erin Eldridge,
But you're saying their names.
Mr. Josh
She's
Larson,
introducing all of the attorneys to the
Oh.
jurors.
Okay, those are not juror names. Those are the.
boy.
Mr. Earl Gray.
There are 4 state attorneys on this, including the attorney general himself in the courtroom.
Interesting.
Ms. Amanda
It's a very
Montgomery.
important case to them.
And will the defendant please rise? Thank you. I have
And the
two
attorney
clerks
general
that,
of Minnesota is
will
going to
be
spend
helping me
a
throughout
week
this trial.
sitting through
You
jury
may have met
selection.
him already.
Maybe just
Oh.
today and then let the other
And
the
Ms.
other however many weekdays.
There
Well, you
is
have to be there.
the
If
administrative
you're going to try the case, you need to be there during jury
Yeah,
selection.
done
I guess you're
this
right.
trial.
Yeah.
Now,
You
if
can't just say, okay, now that the scut work is done, I'd like, ladies and gentlemen, for you to meet the important lawyer.
my staff know, and they'll make sure.
That's fair. That's fair.
And then sitting in front of me,
Also, it's,
Carly Davis.
it's considered to be a really important. I finally had a trial. Where was it?
On all the testimony.
I guess it was Florida,
Formal record.
where they really did that, in New York and New Jersey, where I practice primarily,
And clearly saw in court
all voir dire is done by the judge.
an accurate record.
Hmm.
And I did a Southern District of Florida voir dire,
Answer
where it was one of these
You must answer orally instead of shaking.
lawyer voir dires.
And please refrain.
I'm talking about the Veneerman voir dires, not, obviously, for jury selection. And which, and lawyers who do these all the time are always saying how important this is, because this is when the jury first gets to know you.
Yeah. That I was
And-
gonna say. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
yeah, and very often they make up their mind
Also are required to wear their mask.
very, very early on in the process.
Yeah.
So
Questioning.
Yeah, because I mean, there are very few opportunities for the lawyers in the case to address the jurors directly, and so the opening statement obviously is the first time for them to be able to give the narrative and to really sort of communicate that directly. But at least here, they're able to sort of build a certain rapport, and I think that's one of the things is one of the attorneys here has actually unfortunately named a couple of the jurors openly in court. Because he's probably not used to having cameras in the courtroom. And so, of course, they need to retain their anonymity, but he's probably so used to just addressing them by name, because when you do that, it helps to sort of establish that rapport.
From
yes, right.
this courtroom. and will question you.
Good point, legal bite.
Thank you.
The witness box behind the plexiglass.
Oh,
And I'll
Seven
ask you to remove
Seven
your
Buckev
mask
says,
when you're in the
we need to
witness
figure out a way to
box.
either arrange the panel like Mystery Science Theater
Okay.
or like Statler and Waldorf from the
Please
Muppets
note
while
that
all
we
of you
can't
guys heckle the
usually
court
control
proceedings.
the temperature very well, so remember to
Ricky Green says
dress
Legal
in
Bites'
layers,
legal
okay?
mindset joke made this ASMR so worth
You
it.
are
Loving the
also
coverage
allowed
and
to
seeing
bring
you
a
grow,
beverage
Rackets and
into the
Alita.
courtroom
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
as
Very
a
much.
favor.
Ron, they don't love seeing you
Now,
grow.
Well,
I think that was before you
I've
arrived.
got to wear a tuxedo I bought several years ago next Saturday night, so I don't need to grow any more than I am. Believe me.
Mike the
there
Dad
may
Crosby
be
says
other
here in
breaks,
Minnesota,
too, and
COVID
I wanna
also knows the difference
apologize in
between a
advance,
swimmer, mask
for
but
any
not in the water,
delays
and a
that might
wrestler,
occur
no masks,
during this
period,
trial.
as well as kids and
I
anyone
try to
college age
deal
or
with
older.
all legal matters.
Okay.
Attorneys
We have very
before you
discerning
come to
COVID here.
court or after you
Oh, I
leave
get it.
in the evening.
I get it.
But
I get it.
sometimes things come up
That is pretty discerning.
didn't anticipate, and that's what I'm apologizing for if that should happen. So I hope you understand. At this point, I'm going to give you some preliminary instructions.
Oh, this is
There are rules of law that apply in a criminal case.
This is brutal.
I'm going to give you some
Every
know-how.
10 jurors.
In the questioning that will take
Prospective
place,
jurors.
you ask whether you will accept and follow
So I think I have been in.
these instructions in mind.
Maybe this is a security
A complaint is
consideration here. Sometimes the judge will do this
no inference
song and dance to the whole, or we can go into the jury assembly room,
against the defendant
because you might have 250 people called in for a trial.
or because
Yeah.
the defendant
Especially one like this. Lots of
the
publicity.
defendant is presumed innocent. In order for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove guilt. The defendant does not have to prove innocence. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant unless and until the defendant has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by evidence admitted in this trial.
I don't know if she's going to finish reading this by 4.
Misperception of the American justice system is that
That's
the
an
jury
hour and 9
determines
minutes from
whether
now.
the accused person is guilty or innocent.
Yeah.
That is not what American juries do in a criminal case. There is no such thing as an innocent verdict in American criminal law.
Oh, I thought you were going to say there's such a thing as an innocent person. That would have been juicy.
Not guilty. Guilty means
And
proven.
neither one of you is a sinner, and you know it.
Guilty means not proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, to make sure that both the defendant and the state receive
So if you
a
think
fair
this
trial
through,
by an
Well,
impartial
she really does have what you would call a
the attorneys to ask you some questions.
calming
Remember that you will
voice.
be under oath when
and
you answer
delivery.
our questions.
sounds like she's guiding me through an airport.
This questioning
Please step lightly off the trolley and
all
do
of
not
us hold
move your hands.
and all of us have had things happen.
Yeah, that's right.
Proceed to gate A23.
Our
Your
goal
new
in
gate
jury
is
selection is to
A23.
try to determine whether or not you hold some opinion so strongly,
How strongly?
or if something has happened to you or someone near and dear to you that would make
It's kind of touchy-feely.
your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this type of a case.
Say it. Say the rural
In other
juror.
words, a personal opinion or a life experience that would essentially prevent you from listening to the evidence in the case and deciding this case solely on the evidence.
It's just you and me, Ron.
Please don't take any offense
It's
to
time, you know, it's time we had this
none of us wishes
opportunity together.
to your personal
We're having
life.
all male.
And our obligation is to ensure that the jurors who decide this case are
Misogyny
neutral,
has finally
open-minded,
won
and
this
fair.
day.
Neutral means that before you hear
Get the
all
glass ceiling on streaming hours.
one way or the other on the question of whether the state has proved guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Open-minded means that you're willing to listen and consider all the evidence.
Welcome
Fair
back.
means you base your verdict on the evidence in
My
this
internet
case,
died on me.
not
What
on
happened there?
is not presented in this case. We want you, of course, to bring your.
Okay, it looks like I'm not going to have to step away. It looks so there's someone. I've got the most interesting email. Voicemail. The word emergency is in it. So,
Obligation
all
is
right.
to answer the questions honestly and tell us of anything, even if you are not directly asked, that might affect your ability to be neutral.
You know, it's only 2 minutes since I said this would take an hour and 10 minutes, but it feels like an hour and 10 minutes has passed. This is eternal.
Excused from this case. Please
Oh,
don't take
man.
offense to that. I hope you will understand. At this point, I will ask that all of you stand up and raise your right hand while my clerk swears you in under oath.
What's
Whoops.
this?
Don't worry, that's Discord. That shouldn't have popped up over
You
there.
affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror. If so,
One of my
please say,
mods
"I
told me
do."
to check Discord, so I went to do it.
Okay, please.
It's on the wrong
Thank
screen.
you.
Whoops.
All right, I'm going to start with the group questions now. And again, please don't respond out loud. Just raise your hand. Do any of you have any serious concerns about your health? If you were called to be a juror in this case, please
Here,
raise
one
your
brief second.
Uh-oh.
No hands were raised.
No, don't worry. I'm bringing it back.
Second question.
We might actually miss something.
Yeah, not going to happen.
Innocent of the charges against her unless and until she has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is on the state. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence, and she is presumed innocent. Do you accept the principle that the defendant is presumed innocent and that the state has the burden of proof? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Does anyone disagree with that principle? Please raise your hand. No hands are raised. If you serve as a juror, I'll instruct you as to the law. You must follow the law as I give it to you, even if you believe the law is or should be different. Are you willing to do this? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Oh, okay, all hands are raised. If you're chosen as a juror, I'll instruct you that proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinarily prudent men and women would act upon in their most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt does not mean beyond all possible. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean beyond all possibility of doubt. Does anyone disagree with that principle of law? If so, please raise your hand. No hands are raised. In arriving at your verdict, if you sit as a juror, the subject of penalty or punishment is not to be discussed or considered by you. This is a matter that lies solely with the court and within the limits prescribed by law. The subject of penalty or punishment must not in any way affect your decision as to whether or not the state has proven the charges beyond a reasonable doubt.
Oh,
Are you willing
God.
to follow this instruction?
Oh,
If
this
so,
makes for
please
bad
raise your
television
hand.
when they do it this way. Really
All
should have
hands
done
are
this.
raised.
I was going to say earlier.
Under our system of justice,
Okay,
the
so
jury
in the
must
first
decide
10
the case
jurors, we got
solely on
3
the evidence
impaneled,
produced in court,
which means we can
and the
reasonably
law that
expect
the judge
5 rotations
instructs,
of
and
jurors
not because
to
of
get the
bias,
14.
passion,
So she's going to go through this 5 times.
prejudice, or sympathy. Would you be able to follow this principle of law?
Mithrin Emmer
If
says,
so,
why does it
please
sound
raise
like
your
she is
hand.
talking to a group of kindergarten
All
kiddies
hands
just
are
before
raised.
nap time?
There will be
That's how
police
it's going.
officers who will testify in this
What's
case,
up,
as
Ty?
well as other witnesses. I'm going to give you some guidelines in determining whether a witness is believable or not believable, and it's basically a matter of common sense. But things to look at are, how did the witness appear? Did he or she seem honest and sincere? Will the witness gain or lose if the case is decided a certain way? Was the witness's testimony consistent with other evidence in the case?
This should just wait till the
And
jury's
what is the
impaneled.
relationship of the witness to
Like this
the
part.
parties?
This is about the case, not about the jury
Would you
selection.
be able to use
Right.
these guidelines in deciding the
Brother
made
Nemer says,
some-
why? Or wait,
police
AJ Cook
officer,
says the word is
just as you
soporific.
would any other witness?
Yeah.
If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Is there anyone here who would automatically believe the testimony of a police officer just because he or she is in law enforcement? Please raise your hand. No hands are raised. Is there anyone here who would totally discount the testimony of a police officer just because of his or her position?
All hands are
Please raise
raised.
your hand. Okay, no hands are raised.
Now we're going to take a 30-second break for you to hear about my new feet pick release. On
They may not all testify.
Do you love
but my
toes?
question to
Do you love the
is
webbing
this.
between
Please
toes?
raise your hand if any of you know any of the witnesses on the list. And I'd like you to raise your hand.
Do any of
even
these
if you're not
words
sure.
pique your interest? Tarsals,
hands, please.
metatarsals, ankles,
Do any of you
tibia.
have trouble hearing or understanding what I'm saying? If so, please raise your hand. No hands.
You're just asking for the chat to talk about my feet.
No, I'm talking about the judge's feet.
Okay, sure.
They're calling her a jilf, which I
We
think is
will
very
start
inappropriate.
With opening statements and the trial by December 8, and we expect to be finished before Christmas Eve. That is our best estimate. Now, don't be concerned if we don't finish by Christmas Eve. I intend to
Don't be
take
concerned
Christmas
if I
Eve
take up your
at
entire
8
holiday
o'clock
season.
and start the following Monday on
trying to
December
take
7 if we are not
again.
done. So you don't have to worry about missing Christmas with your family. And
I guess if they're planning on starting on the 8th, Christmas
As
Eve is
far
only
as day to
16
day,
days after.
the trial will be conducted from
That still
9
sucks, though.
2
Can you
weeks.
imagine?
either 4:30 or 5
Yeah.
o'clock.
I
There'll
can't
be a
figure out
20-minute
why.
break in the
I mean, I
morning
can figure
about
out why, I guess, that
approximately
voir dire of
10:30,
jurors is going to take
and a 20-minute
the next
break
8
in the
days.
afternoon, but we typically
Well, I mean, at this pace of their conversation, I can see why.
Yeah, that's what I was
and
saying.
there will
It's
be
like,
a lunch
ugh.
break from 12:30 to 1:30. Okay, so that'll be our typical trial day. Now, please remember, while court is in recess, you must not talk to anyone involved in this case, nor should you discuss the case among yourselves. During the recess, you might see the
Super
attorneys
chat.
or
Don't be concerned if we're not finished by Memorial Day 2022. That was my bear in the woods. Good one. It's a good one.
Oh, that was
This
good.
case has been ordered
Thank
to
you.
have contact or communication with any member of the jury panel. Any violation of that rule could jeopardize this trial, and this prohibition will
And
continue.
then we'll have to start from the beginning all over
And of course,
again.
do not do
Right
any
after jury
research
selection is done, I will call a mistrial and
do
impanel a new jury.
as
Mark
far
Gee
as
says
social
in
media.
Lady Judy ASMR voice,
I will remind you about that from time to
is there any reason why Legal Bites will not
Okay,
show her
at
feet
this
to the
point,
chat?
members
We all
of
can't
the
serve in the
panel,
military,
I'm
but
going
we
to
can
ask that
all be
everyone
heroes and uphold the
leave, follow the
degeneracy of
deputy's out,
simps.
except for juror number 10.
Oh, wait, no. So it's 9 jurors at a time. 9.
Oh
Not
no. That's even more rotations.
10. Yeah.
Okay, juror number 10, will you please come
She has
up
2 speeds, slow and stop.
and right next to me?
So we have a
in the
33%
witness box?
impaneling rate at this point.
And will you please remove your mask?
Because it was 3, right, that got impaneled?
I think so.
How are you doing today?
Doing fine.
Okay. Thank you for being so patient. We were a little bit behind.
A little bit, huh?
I just have a couple of follow-up questions on your questionnaire.
Scottish Poi B, we're going for 12 jurors
You
and
indicated
2
that
alternates.
You have a very negative general impression.
So we have a new scale of speed talking.
And your
On a scale of Judge
experience
Chu to Ben Shapiro, where do you fall?
She should know
Yes.
between a
Voir
taser
dire should be
and
done at Ben Shapiro speeds.
You have a somewhat negative general impression of Daunte Wright. And you indicated, I feel this way, he should not have been shot, but his choices he made were incorrect. My question to you is this. Of course, you've heard things and you've formed some opinions about the parties in this case.
He has a bow tie.
That's perfectly okay.
He's still wearing that?
If you were
Yeah.
My
chosen
cat
as
would
a
have
juror
killed
in
me
this
if I did that.
case,
No, he loves it. He's a little professor.
you have to put that aside and decide this case based solely on the evidence that is presented in this case, and you must follow the law and decide
He wants to step on my laptop.
in an impartial manner. Would you be able to do that?
I would definitely be fair, but I guess. I'm sorry. Yeah, I would definitely be fair about the case.
Okay.
You know, I just think it's everybody got an opinion, and what she did and he did, I don't say it was right for nobody, but it's what it is.
Right. So even though you might have an opinion right now, you can set that aside, listen to the evidence, and decide the case solely on the evidence presented.
I would definitely do that, but I'm not.
But-
I never talk about this type of stuff or politics and stuff, and I'm uncomfortable with being on the jury and stuff like that because it just ain't me.
I understand.
I don't think I've been through a lot this year. My wife 6 months ago in COVID on a ventilator. Now she just went through 6 months month ago with double the second one with cancer. I just don't feel comfortable up here dealing with this.
Okay.
I got a lot of other things on my mind.
I think he just doesn't want to be hanging around here until Christmas.
Yep.
Which is understandable.
What's going on in your personal life,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Can you tell me again what they are?
But you know, based on the last 6 months, I almost lost my wife twice. You know, and I'm just I got selected to this. Then I'm worried about this. I'm worried about her going through chemo and all that stuff. So
Okay, so your wife has cancer.
she just had double mastectomy. What do you
Okay.
call it? And
All right.
she went through she was in a coma for a month and a half with this
All right.
COVID stuff. All this happened within 6 months. So
Okay.
I'm just going through a lot, but I'll be fine. If I get selected, I guess I have to understand and do what I got.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry about that. I hope
I
that
just-
she's doing better.
And then another thing, you know, I work for the jail. I'm a food service supervisor at the kind of workhouse out in Plymouth, Park Lake there. I deal with a lot of inmates and I live in Champlain. And I just don't, a lot of people know me and I just won't feel comfortable being a judge.
Can you explain why you would feel uncomfortable being a juror?
Because the people that might sit there might know me. I don't know.
Okay.
You know, I feel like I'm well known, not in a bad way, but a good way.
Okay. You're concerned that other jurors will know you or who?
Just people just come in and sit in the jury.
Okay.
Like their family or her family. I don't know. Somebody might know me.
Okay. Well, do you know any of the Potter family?
I don't know nobody, but
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that what I heard on the news, she don't live that far from me.
Okay. And do you know any of the Wright family?
I don't know nobody from, but I know Brooklyn Park and that's
He's like, I don't know anyone. I don't want to know anyone. I just want to get out of here and live my life.
Get me the hell out of here.
This has
I
been
work-
a tough enough year for me anyway, without being part of some crazy trial that has, you know, national media attention.
Yeah.
But you feel uncomfortable because you feel that other people might recognize you.
But that's just not it. It's just hard for me to deal with some this extreme. You know, I'm not used to this. You know, it just be tough.
Yeah, you've never served on a jury.
I never served on a jury. I never had to be asked questions,
Okay.
stuff like that. And that just mean like when people talk about politics, I get away from it. People talk about black and white stuff, I get away from it because it don't concern me, and I just try not to get into that fighting bed with other people and stuff like that. I just never was like that.
I totally
You know,
get that.
I just never was. Like
You know, this part of the trial is uncomfortable for a lot of people because you're not used to being questioned. And I don't know any jurors that, you know, find this to be a pleasant situation.
I understand what you're saying, but
And I hope you understand why we have to do it.
it's fine, but I do my best to do the best thing I can to make it fair for both parties. I will never judge nobody either way.
Okay.
I will, you know, but I just not comfortable. But you know.
Well, it's natural to not be comfortable. This is a totally different situation that you've never experienced.
Yeah.
And you know, it's okay. Everybody feels uncomfortable.
Yeah, I do. I just got so much. I got so much going on. Almost about to lose my wife a couple of times this year.
Right.
And I just rather get my mind back on something else than this.
Now your wife is doing better?
Yeah, she got better. Now I was at the doctor with her all day over there. And I've been here earlier. She had to go in because he had the genetic testing and all that stuff. And they talking about chemo, taking this pill. It's a lot of stuff.
Let this man go.
Okay.
Seriously.
Let me ask you this, number 10. Let me ask you this. Given the health problems that your wife is undergoing and you're concerned about them legitimately, are you going to be thinking about that the whole time
Say
if
yes.
you're chosen as a juror? Or can you concentrate on the evidence?
He's already like, yeah.
Say because I don't know if we're going to come back or not, you know.
Okay.
I don't know. I think I can get over, but I can't promise you that.
No, just say you don't want to. Just say you're only going to think
guess,
about your wife. You can't even listen to this Kim Potter lady because she's not your beautiful wife that you miss very dearly.
Will your concerns about your wife's health prevent you from listening to the evidence in the case?
No, ma'am. I would definitely always listen because it's important for both parties.
Oh, buddy, she's throwing you a lifeline.
Potter.
It's important for both of them, and I do understand that. I don't like to see nobody get killed or nobody go to jail for 15, 20 years. That's something I don't wish on nobody. Like, you know, I just want whatever happened, I want to come back and people do the right thing. You know, that's all. Just do the right thing and make, you know.
Right. Okay, thank you for that.
I just pray to God. Let God deal with it.
You know, I should tell you.
This guy sounds like a good dude.
He sounds like just a down-to-earth dude who's been through a lot of rough stuff, and he doesn't have time for a jury right now.
Really want to serve. They were really glad they did, and they tell me that they learned a lot and that they stepped away.
She's trying to convince him.
As a juror with the renewed respect for
I
the system of
respect
justice.
jury 100%. I just won't be.
I understand.
I respect that. That's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, it takes you out of your normal routine.
You know, Judge,
It's
you could preserve court
inconvenient. You
resources
have
by
to come
dismissing this guy
downtown.
and then letting the next person come
Pay you
in.
enough for parking. I hope so.
Yeah, I'm the type of guy I hate going downtown.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, parking at the courthouse downtown is brutal. It's like 16 to 24 bucks an hour last I went, and that was years ago.
I ain't
that
been
sucks.
back here unless I'm going to the
That's
doctor.
worse than LA.
Everything
It's
look different.
just that building is the worst. I used to work in the next building over, and I would park for like early bird. It was like $9 for the whole day or something. But at the courthouse
feel
there,
the
it's
same way.
nasty.
You too. You said that you would
fucking
have
hell.
difficulty looking at graphic photographs or video, including photos or video of a person who has died. Now, if you were chosen as a juror and you had to do that, would you do that?
I feel like I wouldn't have a choice, but I don't like doing it. I don't like looking at bullet holes, and
Yeah.
I stay away from that. I don't even like the.
I think most people wouldn't like.
That's just me, you know.
Okay, but if you're chosen as a juror and it's your duty to look at those photographs and videos, would you do it?
Yes, ma'am. I respect the court to give them the honest and be truthful about everything.
Okay.
Yes, I will not sit up here and lie on the oath.
All right, and lastly, there was a question. Do you want to serve as a juror? And you said no. Why do you feel that way? And you indicated my feelings are for my safety. The way everything has gone down with George Floyd in this case, I worry for my safety. Can you,
Not only that,
do you
it's
still
just
feel that way?
when people, you know, they want to ask, you know, everywhere you go, even when they're over with, they want to talk about it. And I'm not the type of guy to deal with that type stuff. So I'd rather just not have part of it, because I don't want to be in the middle of that. I don't want to be in the middle. My life is to just deal with God and just live a good life. I don't want to be dealing with negative. I'm always about positive, and I don't want to deal with nothing.
Okay. I should tell you that you are not required, if you serve as a juror, you're not required to talk to anybody about this case.
And I respect that, and I won't, because I know it can enter the case. So I have to do what I have to do, but I'd rather not even go.
I mean, he actually would be an ideal juror, it sounds like, if not for his
believe that you would be
like sincere desire to not be there.
Picked you to serve.
Yeah.
Would you serve?
I guess I have to do it. I ain't going to jail. I will, yes, I have to. I don't want to go to jail.
You wouldn't go to jail if you just if you were.
I just, you know, it gets tough.
Yeah.
You gotta be tough.
Okay, but would you do it if the parties picked you as a juror?
I ain't gonna sit up there and lie to you. I'd rather not, but I guess I will.
Okay. You're reluctant.
With his luck, he's going to end up on the jury.
He's going to end up on the jury for sure. This man is too pure for this world.
I know. This poor guy.
Ace of Spades says, Judge, can you be unbiased in this case? Me, I'll be whatever you want me to be. Please step on me and speak to me in that sultry voice, Mommy Judge.
Oh, no. No.
Sean McGee says, Ricada Law, as someone called to jury duty, can you conscientiously object to serving on a criminal case while being willing to serve in a civil trial? You could try it.
Paul Lang is my name. I'm one of the lawyers for Mrs. Potter, Mr. Potter, with Earl Gray, Amanda Montgomery. You know, on the one hand, you would serve. On the other hand, you have a lot going on in your life.
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that service here would be a hardship upon you because of your wife's medical condition?
There you go. Say yes.
Yes, sir.
All right, Judge, thank you.
And it would be fair to say as well that you're worried about your personal safety if you were to be picked as a juror. Isn't that correct?
Yes, I just don't want nobody to find out I was on the jury and then they go either way and then it'd be a problem. I don't know.
Well,
I hear things about juries, so I don't want to be.
So right now we're anonymous, but you know, when the trial ends, you know, eventually the jurors' names get released, and then
Yes.
Are you worried that are you worried for your personal safety no matter what your decision is?
True.
So
Yes,
if you,
yes,
if you
yes.
acquit, if you find that the evidence is insufficient and not proven for Officer Potter and you find her not guilty, you're worried about ramifications for that, I assume.
Yes.
At the workhouse
He's
where you
admitted to
work.
2
Yes.
grounds for dismissal with
And
cause
the
right here.
population up in Brooklyn Center, Brooklyn Park.
Yes, and I work around a lot of inmates, you know. I got 17 inmates in my kitchen.
And your
It comes and
concerns,
goes.
and your concerns about your personal safety are on your mind right now.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would rather not be here.
Yes, sir.
And you can be excused if you say it's a hardship or you can't serve in a fair fashion. That's all you got to say.
So say it.
Probably.
Pardon me?
I probably can't.
You probably can't.
Yep.
I mean, all you got to say is you can't.
I can't.
There you
There you
go.
go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Can we
Yeah,
use the
yeah, yeah.
microphone? Can we go to
Yeah.
our little headsets? Judge,
Yeah.
come on. I mean, why are you belaboring this? Let this guy go.
I mean, I understand that the judge probably doesn't want to incentivize the other potential jurors to say, oh, actually, this would be a huge hardship for me too. And I don't want to be here. And all of these things happened to me. And please let me go immediately. You know, like the judge might say, like, all right, like if we are going to let you go, but I'm going to make you sit here for a minute before that happens so that people don't think that they can just get out of it immediately.
Yeah. I mean, I think the judge wants to make sure that it's not just some person saying, oh, I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
But I think this guy came across, my wife's almost died from COVID. Now we're talking about chemo for her cancer and all this. It's like, oh, come on. This guy's going to be like
Right after they dealt with COVID where she was on a ventilator. Like,
yeah. In normal circumstances, this guy seems like he'd be a very good juror.
right.
He's given some clear issues about how much of a hardship that would be. Even if you
Yeah.
take out the stress of him thinking about his wife the whole time, if she's potentially going to go on chemo sometime in the very near future, like say in the next month during trial, there's no way he can be away from her while she might
Right.
need urgent medical attention. So,
Right. I mean, because she might need someone to take her to her medical appointments, to take her back,
yeah.
to give her care while she's dealing with all of those side effects.
Yeah, if she has any reaction at all, and lots of people have reactions to radiation therapy,
Right.
even not even chemotherapy, but pretty much any treatment for cancer is going to produce negative reactions that you have to manage, and
Yeah.
managing those alone is really tough. So,
Yeah.
ugh. Oh man. And again, why is he sitting there having to argue with the judge?
She's gonna have the prosecutor go up there.
Thank you.
Are excused.
Okay, good. He's
So,
excused.
You're done with jury duty, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you very much for your honesty.
I'm sorry, but yes.
Totally understand.
Thank you.
Okay.
Y'all have a wonderful day. God bless everybody.
Yeah.
Yes.
You too.
Thank you.
Okay.
So what do I do now?
You're done.
Do I go back to the room?
No, you can
No,
go
you get the hell
anywhere
out.
You want.
What do I turn this in?
Yes, the deputy will get that
Oh, okay.
from you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Okay, for the record, the parties agreed that juror number 10 could be excused for cause because he has concerns for his own safety should he be on this jury, and his wife is very ill and has personal problems.
I mean, you could have said it as a medical hardship rather than personal problems. That might have been the more appropriate way to word that. Oh, his wife has personal problems.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, some real personality issues that he's got to deal with.
We're going to take a 20-minute break? Oh, my God.
But
does this
aren't they
ever
out at
even
4
happen?
p.m.?
I don't. They might be out at 5.
Okay.
Or
Well,
4:30.
if that's the case, I need to get going because it's
Yeah, yeah.
it's getting morning time for me.
Yeah, go get some sleep. Thanks for hanging out.
Thank you, and thank you to Judge Chu for providing the perfect ASMR for that little bit of wind down, so that I can
Yes.
go sleep.
Yep, she's oh, excuse me. God, oh, dang it. She's great at bringing the room right where it needs to be.
Right where it needs to be.
All right. Well, thanks for joining me.
Of course.
I'll let you guys know if I'm doing this tomorrow.
Yeah.
I
wouldn't blame you if you didn't.
I'm heavily debating it. I really want to watch all the trial and I really want to faithfully report on it, but my God, this jury selection is terrible. Terrible.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. So, all right. Well,
real quick, Shiroi
Yeah.
says, give those feet a good rest.
I will. Thank you very much.
All right. Catch you later.
So much concern about my feet. Okay. Well, anyway, on that note, I'll catch you in the next video.
Sounds good. See you later.
Okay. See ya.
All right, chat. Welcome back. This is just you and Ricada Law ASMR. We don't need Mommy Judge. You have me. You've always had me and you always will. I'm here for you. I'm here to discuss just whatever law you want to talk about. Here we go. We've got Russian name says based judges, ASMR judges. What's next? Furry judges? Oh, dude, you know there are some. You know there are some. Omega cringe. Oh man. Talk about the Maxwell case. I can't. I'm stuck here. I'm not watching it. Joe, Good Logic has put out a video on the Maxwell trial based on his first half of the day observations. You should go check it out. Very, very cool of him to cover the Ghislaine Ghislaine Maxwell case live. I mean, he's there in the courthouse watching the trial and reporting directly there based on his notes. We cannot rebroadcast any video or audio from the trial. We looked into this. We talked a lot about it in our private chat, the law panel. And I think we've come to the general consensus that it's a violation of federal law and would put, perhaps our law licenses at risk as well. So we cannot really do it. Willfully violating federal law is not typically a great move for barred attorneys. Oh my gosh. That almost sounded like Adrian Barbeau on The Fog. I don't know what that is. I don't know who that is. Why do I want to discuss Bradshaw versus Unity Marine Corp? Ken, why do I want to do that? Why on earth? What's happened in that case that I need to look at? Let me continue reading chats as we will go through this. Mike the Dad Crosby says you can use pepper spray first to put the target down, then they are easier to shoot. Yeah, that's a good plan right there. I don't know if it's the best legal strategy, but it is a good plan in general. Is Viva safe to restream because he's Canadian? I don't know. The other problem is willingly violating federal law isn't the best YouTube approach either. So it's tough. Plus, I don't know if you can actually get the I don't know if the audio feed actually exists. I know there was a call-in line that people had for audio, but that was actually a call-in line for a pre-trial hearing. And I don't know if that call-in line works for the actual trial itself. CBDX.com says, as you know, we love you. As you also know, our Delta 8 products will get people stoned legally, but now you can use NOS at checkout for 20% off. Keep being based, sir. Thank you to CBDX.com. You can check out the Delta, not the Delta variant, the Delta 8 products at CBDX.com. Oh, Ken's counseling couch. I read that case before on here on stream. Yeah. It is funny. Next, Abe Eckstein says, Juror 5, I watch Tucker every night and I'm super based. Noah Vanderveen says, correct. Angry Bellsprout, did you remember the ASMR tag? Also, how high is this trending within that tag? Hope you have enough Colombian sugar in your coffee to survive this. Joe Dean says, I'm a little late. Huh? Has Officer Bray testified yet? No, I don't think Officer Brittany Bray will be here testifying in Minneapolis, although maybe Officer Brittany Bray should should become a use of force expert, because the memes would be phenomenal. Derek says, hey, Nick, mind painting your wall and showing the detailed drying process? We need some entertainment during this snooze fest. Adam Trapp says, can this count as a retainer fee? Thanks for the legal content. No, it cannot. Joe Blow says, why does everyone in the chat keep saying Judge Bukaki? Can you explain this? Come on. No, you can't fool me. I've been watching the chat. You can't say that. That's against the law. Mad Margarita says, what happens if a jury can't be found? They keep going. They keep bringing more jurors in. Mimer82 says, this makes Odysseus's journey home seem like a walk in the park and shorter. Just imagine how long jury instructions from this judge will be. There's only two charges. Oh, excuse me. Good God. There's only 2 charges, so I don't think we're going to have the same level of jury instruction that we had in the Rittenhouse case. Ibne00 says, have to leave because I have to watch a calendar proceeding for extra credit. Normally I'd be sad, but this jury selection is putting me to sleep. Aw. Yudev Heku says, Nate, you only fired taser once. Why did she pull the trigger multiple times? She didn't. She pulled the trigger one time, one shot. I think people misunderstood what Nate was saying there. Mike the Dad Crosby says, murder. If she hadn't said taser, 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 and simply said stop or I'll shoot, I don't think there would be charges as easily. This was an accident, 100%. Can't speak to what the outcome will be with our climate. Joe Blow says, this Will Wheaton, Jim Gaffigan, and Whoopi Goldberg stream is pure tits. Will Wheaton? Oh, damn. Just a second. I'm going to go get tased. What you're looking at says, who did you guys sacrifice to the content gods to get all these big cases at the same time? No, they're terrible. Smollett and Maxwell not being able to cover them live. Oh, that sucks. And having them at the same time as this is actually awful. I don't like it at all. Quicks DC 614 says, isn't that a case for the judge in sentencing at Nate the Lawyer? Robert Norwood says, you do know that the reason why the trial is going to run up to the 8th of December is so the media can get enough time to circle jerk their dwindling audience enough so they're properly riotous, right? Kenny Cab says, it was not a mistake, it was an accident. Abe Eckstein says, at Kurt Schlichter wanted to get on. Really? Capricious Tyrant says, to the tune of the Aussie, Aussie, Aussie cheer, taser, 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 blam, blam, blam. Call me Straws says, my take is that the 2 men present with Potter would have handled it fine. The officer passing custody to Potter had him under control. The moment the victim feels lotiony, small, probably chilly hands, he bolts. JK the Slacker says, who is this lady who keeps replacing the ninja judge? Ryan Holiday says, when you going to do an OJ throwback? What, like do the stream the OJ hearings? That was an eternally long trial. I don't think that would work out. Tara Rayner says, deferred prosecution. Fiery Red Podcast says, Nick sent you an email from a similar name off the record, and Kim was not just a desk cop for those accusers. Oh, excuse me. Thanks for all the coverage. Let me see what's up with that. Did I? There we go. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Fiery Red Podcast, for that. I just wanted to see what was going on there. Andrew Clark says, thoughts on monkey shoulder whiskey? I had it once. It was not bad. Not bad, especially the price. I think it's like $38. Pretty good. Shane Dixon, welcome to Super Lawyer Status. Eric Pabst says, hey, conservatives, this is how the left lies in order to get selected. Lochnav Livuk says, this reminds me of my mother learning to type. Zerp Twerp says, if it were a lawyer on trial, would a jury of his or her peers be a bunch of lawyers? You actually don't have a right to a jury of your peers. That is not actually part of the American judicial system. That is a phrase that comes from English common law, because the peers were actually a set of, since they had a class system, that they would have people from the same class sit on juries, so that, knights didn't sit over a peasant or whatever. In America, we are not similarly stratified, so it doesn't happen that way. You just get a jury of peers being people from your jurisdiction, or from the jurisdiction where the act is being prosecuted. Mithrin Emrys read that one. Jack Daw says, I will not sit in here and listen to this panel disrespect the judge for how sultry and quiet her voice is. I will sit over there on the bed and doze off to it. JTM Sish says, Potter seems to be not guilty criminally, but absolutely guilty in civil. Surely, possibly a diversity hire. I mean, I don't think so. She's been on the force for 26 years. What are the panel's thoughts on Cosby? Well, the panel is now me. And so the state is appealing the dismissal of Cosby's case. Oh, excuse me. But to me, the Cosby case looks like it was properly dismissed with prejudice, and his order overturned because they enticed him to do depositions and not take the fifth with a promise of non-prosecution. And then they prosecuted him based on the information gained from those depositions. You can't do that. The government cannot say, well, you won't have a Fifth Amendment right because we're going to not prosecute you. So therefore you won't be able to say that that you can't answer the questions because you're not going to get prosecuted. So you don't have that Fifth Amendment right. And the exchange of that is we won't do it. And then go, psych, and then do it again. So that is the problem here. I know there's arguments over it, but I'm sorry, if a prosecutor represented that Cosby would not be prosecuted, then that representation was clearly relied on for depositions. Then you can't keep that. You can't keep that charge. It sucks if you think he's guilty and he gets away. That's not great, but you got to do your job correctly. And they screwed it up. Russell R, thanks for donation. Mr. Hellspawn says towards the Legal Bites ASMR fund. Scott Campbell says, "Oh, me so judgy, me judge you long time." Unacceptable chat, but I love it. Thank you. Dennis Heaton says, "Did the judge say what time they're breaking for Caucasian food?" Let's see. Here we go. Nathan Hewitt says you should get an assault SUV only if you live in high crime areas. Chrissy R says, "I love you, Nick, but I don't know if I have the fortitude to do 25 plus days of this Midwestern meditation or meditation." I don't know if I do either. I did not think we would be in for a week of jury selection. Oh God. Evan Bushong, excuse me, as Richards, Your Honor, I object to the commie gobbledygook coming from this juror. Kevin Dorr says you can see Nick rethinking covering this trial. He's rethinking his whole YouTube business strategy right now. Balls or no balls. OUM and UHO says, when do we break it to the legal panel that they are providing a true crime show? Oh, I know. IWD says, speaking of true crime, any updates on the Sophie Long case? No, I do not have any recent updates. I have to see how that's going. I'll see if I can reach out to some contacts and get some information there. Cullivar says, well, Your Honor, I can be fair. I think she should have tased him, then shot him. He could have caused havoc to other drivers. Havoc. Kenny Cab says, the difference between accident and mistake is that accident is an unexpected event with negative consequences occurring without the intention of the one suffering the consequences. Rick Van Luvender says, Judge Shito forgot about the state. Yep. Ty says, would I get charged with contempt if I asked a judge to punch my snail spa card? Yes. Yep. You should. Othamer says, make way for the commie Highlander. Catherine H. says, if she gets onto the jury, she will possibly cause it to be a hung jury. Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead. Monty Python Marathon. Anyone? Gonfall says, I assume as a grown adult and a parent, you flush the toilet and wash your hands, right? No, I just lick my hands clean. I don't know. Who talks about washing their hands? That's weird. You just lick them. S. Isaac says, she seems like an SJW. Guru for Hire says, the Gunlock Washington chair is in fact America's throne. Mike Fenn says, this juror is the book deal seeker. Rick Van Luvender says, during Vietnam, the Marine Corps offered a 2-year enlistment. London Strolling, thanks for the donation. Dreamcast Hub says, trying to convince the defense to not strike her, maybe. Mike the Dad Crosby says, just accept her and let her pay reparations already. Woo. Wow. Why? Wow. John Otto says, so I understand a cop shot a man on accident instead of with the taser. What are the charges, though? Manslaughter 1 and manslaughter 2. I mean, if the guy died, I'd expect at least manslaughter. You get manslaughter. The problem is getting to the elements of manslaughter that are charged. The elements of the actual law. Does she fulfill them? That I'm not sure on. Honestly. Man, I cannot wait though. For this day to be over. For this day in court to be over, because I'm going to take a nap. I only got 3 hours of sleep after last night's stream. It was a beautiful stream, a wonderful stream, truly phenomenal. I think tonight I may hold off on doing another YouTube stream. I'll probably do a Twitch stream, maybe watch a movie, something like that. But I think I'll hold off doing a YouTube stream tonight because those tend to run long. And I need a little more sleep. I sleep well, very well. Wonderful sleeper. Oh, the other night, guys. So I turned on my fireplace it was one of those gas fireplaces with the remote thing or whatever. Turned on the fireplace and I sat on my couch. Everybody had gone to bed. And I'd actually had the fireplace on kind of all day because when there's this weird place, my house is really nice in the summertime. It stays very cool. And in the wintertime, it stays very warm. But we're in this weird transition of fall where it's not quite cold and it's not quite hot outside, and the temperature fluctuations can be like 30 degrees a day.
Identifying information is really upset that his name, that people were able to identify him. So I just want to warn everybody again that we've got to not ask questions where they could be identified.
Saying his name.
He was very concerned. Okay.
But anyway, so with the big temperature swings, my house will sometimes be really cold or really warm just during the fall, pretty much. And so it was chilly. And so I turned on that fireplace, and it had been on all day. It's really toasty in that living room. I sat down on the couch and I was out. I mean, I was out before I even got my phone up to look at stuff. I slept like a rock. It's warm and cozy. I didn't have a blanket on or anything. I could bring the judge back up here for the chat. For you, chat. For you. Okay. Really Now says she just made an admission. She said the riots have nothing to do with this case. She has prior knowledge of the shooting. QGG639 says hope lunch isn't held up in Long Beach. News Now Wyoming says if this judge gets mad at you in court, do you think she raises her voice or changes her tone? Probably the second one. Tara Rayner says, as a Canadian unfamiliar with some of your judicial system, who determines written questions? And WTF do the riots or BLM have to do with this case? I think what we do in Minnesota is that there are questions proposed by both parties, and they work out what that jury questionnaire will be. And once they've got it, they submit it to the judge, who then, that's how that goes. What do riots or BLM have to do with this case? Well, after Daunte Wright was shot, there were several nights of protesting and rioting that happened in Brooklyn Center. So right after this, as a result directly of the shooting of Daunte Wright, actually, we covered some of those riots here on the channel. They were great. And that included my favorite rioter, the one chick who said, they killing our people. They killing our people. Ignoring the fact that she was a white female, the lowest, I think, of any demographic group shot by cops.
Right? Is it 13? Okay, it's 13, not 14. Okay.
She also said,
hello.
Our people don't have life insurance, but they buildings
do.
do.
Your mask? Okay. Thank you for being so patient. I know that you've been waiting a long time. I just have a couple of questions for you. On question number 10, I'm going to read the question and then what your answer was. No matter what you've heard or seen in this case, and no matter what opinions you might have formed, can you put all of that aside and decide this case only on the evidence you receive in court, follow the law, and decide the
Russian
case
name says,
in a
ironically,
fair and
Caucasian food is a thing here, and it's nice. Even more ironic is
And
that
your answer
derogatory slang
was,
term for
"I am
Caucasian
sure
is
I will
black.
have to. Okay. Could you explain what you meant by that?
I think I'm just such a law follower that would have to.
Okay, so you would follow the instructions of the court and say, no matter what opinions you might have had of the parties, and no matter what you've heard about this case, you can decide the case only on the evidence presented in court. Okay, Thanks.
Not you, Your Honor. You're fine. Make the person speak into the mic.
Say it again.
Oh, yeah, he just wanted you to speak into the microphone.
I said I'm such a rule follower that I believe that I would have to.
And you would.
Mike, the dad Crosby, says Carver and Douglas are 2 hours apart. Hope she became a DNR officer near Carver, or they are either separated or doomed. Killer Combo says she might actually want the Target guy in.
Now, you
I have
stated
friends who
that
manage at
a
Target and they're
friend
pretty
or
based.
family
It has to do with
friend
picking up the
was
slack.
a victim of a fatal stabbing
Not that
in
one.
Minneapolis, and it was a close friend. Were the police called in connection with that?
Yes,
And what was were you there at the time it happened?
I was not.
Okay. How long ago did it happen?
David Payton, we peaked at close to,
And did
I think
this
we were at
friend,
9,900
recover
for a
from the
bit,
stabbing?
but this has just been a slog.
So he or she is in still very bad physical condition.
No, she.
Russian name dude is Yevgeny
From stabbing?
Alexandrov. I try to remember it, but I won't.
And did the culprit who did this, was he or she ever found?
Yes.
And what happened to?
He was found guilty.
Okay. And he went to prison?
Yes.
Okay. What, did you have any interactions with police in connection with that stabbing?
No.
Someone is vacuuming upstairs. I was like, what is that
Was it a
sound?
she?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ever express any dissatisfaction with how the police handled it?
No.
Okay. Did you think that justice was done in that case?
Yes.
Is there anything about that case that makes you think, I really shouldn't sit on this jury at all because it involves someone who died?
I believe that I'll be, listen to the evidence in this case. Every case is different.
Okay. So you can be fair and impartial in this case, even though your friend was murdered, right?
I believe so.
Okay. Can you tell me you can?
I can.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Oh.
One of the questions on the questionnaire was, under our system of justice, a defendant is presumed innocent of the criminal charges against them. Would you be able to follow this principle of law? And you said, if it is required of me. You meant yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you answered the same way about the prosecution having the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And you would be able to follow that principle of law?
Yes.
Okay.
Are all these hearings as boring? Jury selection can be. Once the trial proper starts, it should be more interesting.
You indicated that you're a single working person and will need to continue working to support yourself. Like I said before, this case is expected to go until we expect to be finished before Christmas Eve.
See ya, Bainling.
Is that going to prevent you from serving?
The officers that shot Jacob Blake are not on trial. They were specifically not prosecuted by the Kenosha County office.
I do work during the day, so I don't know how that's going to go.
Okay.
Seriously, just talking to a microphone.
I work during the day, so if this is
It's
gonna
right
be
in
going
front
on
of
during
you.
the day, I'd have to get off from work.
Okay. Are you able to get off work for this trial if you were chosen?
Possibly. I'd have to talk with work, yeah.
Okay. And you're not self-employed, correct?
No, I'm not.
All right. And you haven't talked to your employer about getting off?
I talk to my employer about getting off all the time.
Summoned for jury duty, but I don't know the outcome yet.
Okay. Well, they were supposed to let you off work for jury duty. Okay. So
They kind of have to let you off. It's kind of a law or whatever.
do you think that's going to be a problem? Or don't you know at this point?
I don't know, but I mean, I think chances are good that I will be able to get off.
Okay.
They have to.
Now,
It's a law.
you indicated I haven't seen very many dead people in response to the question. If you have to look at photographs, graphic
I haven't
photographs,
seen very many dead
photos and
people.
video of a person who
How
has
many
died.
have you seen?
If you're chosen as a juror, I know nobody really likes to see that type of stuff, but would you be able to if you're chosen?
Yes.
Crafty Huragok says BLM is people that
In
use them for
response to the
clout
question,
and
do
for
you want
terrorism
to serve
actors
as
for
a
when their
juror?
political
You said
advocation
you're not
benefits them.
sure. Okay. This will be something new for you.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I can tell you that I've talked to jurors after they've served, and I can tell you without exception, every single juror that I've talked to has told me that they found the experience to be rewarding, that they learned
That's
a
because
lot,
the jurors who didn't
and
find it
that
to be
they
rewarding
stepped away
didn't talk
from
to
the
you
experience
because
with
they're
a
trying to
renewed
leave.
respect for our justice system. So I'm trying to tell you that I think you're going to like it. Right? I know it's difficult, it's inconvenient, and you're coming downtown and it takes you away from your normal activities, but are you willing
Really
to
now
serve
says,
if you're
why is she
chosen?
talking like she's trying to seduce the pool
Thank you.
boy?
Mr. Gray or Mr. Ng?
Good afternoon, number 11. We have to go by numbers.
If you go by
Can you
numbers,
think of
because you've said the
anything that
names of two
we should
jurors,
put
you
in the
dummy.
questionnaire that you didn't think of when you answered the questions a couple months ago? Is there anything we should know about?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And besides the questionnaire, is there anything we should know about your personal life or back life that would be helpful in us determining whether or not you can be a fair and impartial juror on a case such as this? No?
I don't think so, no.
All right. I'm going to ask a couple questions about your
Mrs. C, I'm
answers
thinking
in the
about it.
questionnaire, and then I'll sit down. But
Friday's
before I
going to
do
be
that,
really tough for me.
You understand that because this is a criminal case, the state has the burden of proof. And because they have the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, they get to go first. Are you the type of person that will wait until you hear our case before you come to any conclusions? And can you do that?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, you guys are
Some
saying
of these
so. Earl
questions
Grey tea comes from
seem
this
simple
guy.
to some people, but
Yeah, he
they have to
actually
be
clips
asked
off
because once in a
pieces
while
of
they
his
say,
hair,
"No,
and that's what
I'll
goes in Earl
decide it
Grey
when the
tea.
state
Tea bags.
rests their case. And that wouldn't be fair to Ms. Potter, obviously, would it?
Right.
Now,
Jason Duncan, I don't have an easy way to do an overlay through StreamYard that would have, but I think it's 3
on
jurors so
question
far.
10, page 5, you were asking, I couldn't hear, and maybe Her Honor asked you this, I couldn't hear your response. No matter what you have heard or seen about this case, And no matter what opinions you might have formed, can you put all of that aside and decide the case only on the evidence you receive in court, follow the law, and decide the case in a fair and impartial manner? And your response was, I am sure I will have to. And that really doesn't answer the question. Would you do that? It would be a yes or no in my book.
So I put that just because I am such a rule follower that I if I'm told I have to do something, then I
The rule is you have to answer yes or no.
Yes, if you're a rules follower, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
PG, the two that were doxxed are
with
not
respect to
taken
the
off of the
military,
jury, though.
Lance Corporal in the Marines, but you don't tell us who that is.
It's my brother.
Okay, is your brother?
Yeah.
And how long has he been in the Marines?
I think he just finished his term. So
Pardon?
he just finished his term.
Is he going to get reelected into the Marines?
How long that would be?
No, then no longer.
All right. Are you close to your brother, or do you see him? Or?
He lives here, so I see him, when he's available.
All right. And where does he live? Reside?
In Belle Plaine.
Belle Plaine, Minnesota?
Yep.
All right.
1998, Margaret says, Judge Schrader ain't looking so bad with his rambling and long silences compared to this judge. My goodness.
And the same question with, under our system of justice, a defendant is presumed innocent of the criminal charges against them. Would you be able to follow this principle of law? And again, you say, if it is required of me, and it will be required of you, and you can do that, correct?
Yes.
Joel, yes, they are under oath during this. Gonfall says
With
he's
respect to the
totally
work, if
biased.
you do get off, will the employer
OMG.
pay you, you know?
I'm not sure on that part.
Can you afford to be off for a couple weeks if you don't get paid?
Not really.
Your last answer is that you're not sure if you want to serve as a juror. If you are selected, would you serve?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have.
Bill Bonius Bag of Donuts says, Your Honor, I've been told you're on something called OnlyFans as Love You Long 69. Could you describe the nature of this ASMR content? Call Me Straw says, I went full Celt screaming on the road at how quiet and slow this is. Put some wind in your sails. Add some tenor. Dylan Hall says, welcome to ASMR Court. News Now Wyoming says, did he just call him Mr. Rasmussen, doxing the juror? Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good afternoon, Juror 11. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, gosh, my
today,
neck.
I have a few follow-up questions I want to ask you about.
I mean, seppuku here. Michael Ito. Yes, that is a Dark Angel Space Marine behind me and to my right.
There's a question in the questionnaire about how
There's also
your
an Imperial
community has
Fist and
been
an Ultra
affected by
Smurf.
any of the demonstrations that
Waiting on my white
have
scar.
occurred over the last year or so. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And do you recall what your answer was? I know you filled this out a while ago, so if you don't have perfect recollection, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't really remember.
Con Geary, photo chat is over $20,000 on his Gifts and Go, and on this show, $2,700 was raised. It still needs to be donated.
Yes.
Yes, this is a prosecutor from the
Do I need
Chauvin
to
trial.
go into why? Well, especially at work, because I work in Minneapolis. It's just been questionable, especially in that area.
Do you think that I mean, that, what did you think about the demonstrations and the protests going on while it was happening?
It was
He's going to walk over the
scary,
defense lawyer. Again,
because I
Earl
live
Grey is legitimately one of the
kind of
highest
in that
regarded
area as
defense
well.
lawyers in the
So
state,
it was
dealing with many high profile
I heard
cases in criminal defense.
shots from in my house. So it was
Photo chats up to 30,000. Awesome.
Do you associate those issues with any particular group or people?
I mean, you can't really tell who it was, so you can't say it was one group or another.
How do you think the city and state government responded to all that? What did you think of that?
I feel like it's a little more organized because again, at work, I did see how they handle the situation just right outside our windows, and it seemed like it was handled a little better.
It's easy to see all of that, and for you to see it firsthand and think that there's kind of like a lawlessness going on out there. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Do you think that would affect your ability to be
His goal is 30,000. 23,585 raised. Made you look, apparently.
I would like to say that I'm impartial until I get the whole story.
While
'cause
you're
there's
there,
always two
drop him
sides to every
$5.
story.
And so do you think you'd be able to leave your thoughts about that outside of the jury room, outside of the courtroom, and not bring that into how you make decisions in this case?
Yes, I do have to, just listen to what is presented here.
You paused a little, and I want to assure you that we're not judging you on your answers, right? There's no right or wrong. It's just how you feel. That's
right.
We do this jury selection because not everybody is right for every case.
Right.
So I want to make sure that your very understandable concerns about your safety and what happened in the past couple of years, you don't connect with what you would be doing here in the courtroom.
Right.
You can keep those two things separate.
Mm-hmm.
And
yes.
You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Court reporter's taking everything down. So.
Yeah, that's what's going on.
So there's sort of not like what's the easiest way to say it? It's not a negative taste left in your mouth from those things that you just can't get rid of and would bring in here.
Right.
There was a question about Ms. Potter and the Brooklyn Center Police Department. And you wrote, "I respect the police and the law." Of course, nothing wrong with that. And it's in the question about anything about Ms. Potter and the Brooklyn Center Police Department that would make it difficult to be fair. And so you wrote, "I respect the police and the law." Can you just describe for us why you wrote that answer there?
I believe that the police do keep order. It does vary upon cases again, but there are mistakes sometimes, or things happen. But I do believe that police are there to keep order.
And they often do, right?
Right.
Yeah. Do you think it's possible that you can have respect for police and the law?
Roy Murlonos says, "You're still at it. Strong-willed, admirable, really. Furries allowed to hang out and watch? Of course. Promise I'm one of the good ones. Actually regularly get mocked for having faith." Oh, no. No. Yes, all are welcome here, but all are also welcome to be mildly ridiculed.
The state's a party to this case too, right?
Right.
The state should have a right to a fair trial as well. Right?
Actually, the state has no right to a fair
So
trial.
when we ask, can you be a fair and impartial juror? We really mean, can you be a fair and impartial juror for both sides?
Yes.
You think you can do that?
Yes.
I think the judge asked you earlier, if a police officer testifies, would you automatically believe them without regard, would you automatically believe them because they're a police officer? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And, I think you part of the group that said no to that. Do you think you can, respect the police and the law?
Respect
and
the
still
police, no
evaluate an
chance.
officer's testimony like anybody else's?
Yes.
Having respect for the law, as I said, is good. Okay? We like that. And part of the law is basing a decision only on what you hear in court. You can do that, right?
Yes.
Joanne Anderson, I think we're still at 3 people.
And so you also answered there's that like chart of questions and choices. Do you remember that? That agree and not agree. Kind of thing. And it's a quiz, right? It was a lot to do. And there's a question about whether people give
John
law
Baca, I
enforcement
don't know if there's
officers
been
the
that
respect
pretrial
they
ruling or
deserve.
not.
And you checked that you somewhat agree.
The judge has a cute voice. Hope she likes Jeopardy.
People, based on their experience, already have.
Can you explain how the state doesn't have a
then
right to a fair trial? Because the right to the fair trial resides in the defense,
respect or don't
in
respect.
the person accused by the state. They're the ones who have the right to the fair trial. State just doesn't.
Sometimes.
I mean, by extension, if you have a fair trial, the other party should have a fair trial as well.
And that kind of ties in with, I think
It's
the
just a
question
weird
probably already asked
question.
you
It's a weird
a
phrasing.
few minutes ago, right? Is, do you feel as a person you can feel that officers maybe should get more respect than they do in general, but still evaluate fairly and with an open mind, the conduct of a police officer in a case like this?
So
If the state is the defendant, it's not a criminal
I
trial.
won't hold you to it. You can just, if you don't understand the question, I will try to rephrase it. But otherwise, you can answer it however you want.
Okay, can you rephrase it?
I can try, yeah. You may have this feeling that sometimes police officers maybe deserve more respect than they get. Is that a fair way to summarize?
I mean, I think everybody does deserve respect. Maybe not one person more than another, but because they are officers of the law, they should get some respect. Because how else would the law be, I guess, like how would everybody abide by the
Oh
law
my God,
if
answer the
nobody respected
question.
police?
And but you think that sort of a general proposition,
right?
You are willing to keep an open mind about whether any individual police officer acted properly.
Yes.
And do you think it's fair to, to consider whether an officer has acted properly, you as a person?
Yes.
Any individual officer, for instance.
Right.
Just stab my eyes out.
You had
Why is it so
question about
slow?
because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty. And you said you somewhat agree with that. Do you remember?
Yes. I think sometimes you just react.
MD, not automatically no.
A wrong reaction, but mistakes happen. People make mistakes.
Michael
And,
Hickson says, "Damn, coffee pot's empty
sometimes
after
the
ASMR
mistakes
judge."
are bigger than other mistakes.
Right.
Sometimes mistakes are actually errors.
I can't actually.
This is improper way here. Going into evidence in this case.
Why don't we do a sidebar, please?
So he objected. It said this is improper question on voir dire because he's going into the elements of the case. Very interesting. Again, we've had more objections in the first day of jury questions than we had the entire Rittenhouse trial. No, I'm kidding. But we have had several objections so far. That's why I'm kind of hopeful for the trial. I can't actually read the name of this chat because it contains racial slurs. So, sorry, but it says end stream. Chilled Milk says, is he saying jurors' names so the ones he doesn't like can't be selected to serve? No, I don't think so. They still got selected. Those names, those people are on the jury. News Now Wyoming says this juror really wants to be on the jury. He's trying really hard. Would you be afraid of him as an attorney for either side? I don't know. The Target guy, I don't think he ended up getting on. Magatron says, I'm Earl Grey. Hire me if you want to teabag the state. Next. Mithrin Emmer says, Pawpaw Bad Touch here does not give off the best vibes. Just saying. Kind of feels like old geezer from Family Guy. Hey there, little fella. You looking strong. Mark Gee says in Lady Judge ASMR voice, don't get brazen with me. Pancake Turd says the target manager sounds like a lefty activist trying really hard to sound normal and get on the jury.
Okay, sorry about that. There's a couple of words I want to ask you about that are tied into these questions and answers, and I did that inartfully. I apologize. The question that we're talking about here is it uses the term second guessing, and you answered that you somewhat agree. What did you think the word second guessing meant when you answered the question?
Is two alternates a low number in high profile trial? I mean, not really. The Rittenhouse trial, they use 0 alternates. Typically, you're going to use 0.
Myself, so I'm sure that with everybody's, when it comes down to a split-second decision, you could make that, you have that split-second thought, and then you just do with what decision you make at that moment.
Okay, and you use the term mistake, and that's what I was trying to ask you about. But let me ask you this way. In this case, with any jury, the judge gives instructions on what the law is. The judge defines the crimes alleged for you. And as a juror, and as a rule follower, you would follow the law that the judge gives you, correct?
Right.
And would you be willing and able to decide the facts of the case as a juror based solely on the judge's law and the facts you hear in the court?
Yes.
And these very understandable notions that you have about mistakes and second guessing, would you be able to leave that out of your deliberations as you're working as a juror in this case?
I object to that. She has a right to her own personal opinion.
Excuse me.
I object to the
No.
point here.
No time objections, please. Okay, why don't you ask a different question, Mr. Frank?
So the bottom line, I guess.
Another objection.
Right, is when you serve as a juror, can you fairly
Donna Baca,
can you fairly
the Rittenhouse
apply
trial originally had
the
8
law the
alternate
judge gives
jurors.
you, and only the
2 of
evidence
them were
you hear in this
removed.
courtroom
That's
will
why we
arrive
got
at
down to
a decision
18
one way or
total.
another.
But they didn't use any of those alternates, is what I'm saying. many days has this trial been going? All of them. I was born when this trial had already started.
Bear with me. I just gotta check my notes real quickly.
Bear with me. I just got objected to twice, and I don't remember what I'm doing anymore. Ewan Marshall says, well, they might have not given the methodology Jews. Well, no, they weren't used. The alternates weren't used because the alternates weren't determined until the jury went into the courtroom. I guess you're saying because 2 of the potential jurors were dismissed. So maybe. My God. Mike the Dad Crosby says firearm safety contains nothing about tasers. News Now Wyoming says someone who plays in a grunge band.
Thank you. I will pass the jury.
Someone who plays in a grunge band is afraid of COVID. Wow, times have changed.
11, you will be on this jury. So we expect to start on December 8th, but you will receive a phone call telling you where to report, what time,
Niels
and
Mulved,
where.
the case isn't that
Okay?
horrible. I went
So
to
you
bed
have
at
a
5
great
a.m.
All right. Good night.
Almost 5:30. Somewhere between 5 and 5:30 a.m.
Deputy, before you bring the next juror in, can you give me one moment?
Oh, talking about those objections? Talking about those objections. This will be interesting.
Okay, counsel, would you please take a look at juror number 14, particularly his answers on the ability to serve? Part 4, he's going to be going to university during that time, okay? And he'll be unable to attend his classes. And so I'm just
Let him
wondering
go.
whether or not the parties want to agree that he can be stricken, or you want to question him.
Can I really cook though? Are you talking to me? I mean, yeah, I think so. I've been cooking every day for
He also, please take a look at
30
his
years.
answer to number 7 as well.
Yeah, you and Marshall, I got it when I thought about it later. Niels Mulvad says you still can't pronounce my name. May the wrath of a running nose hit you for the slight you just caused me. Also, have a good night.
Mr.
Hey man, if
Frank?
my nose runs, you're all in danger. So I wouldn't wish that upon me. Erica Ajos, yes,
His
I am
answer to
Polish.
Number 7 is concerning as well.
Yeah, News Now Wyoming says someone who plays grunge band is afraid of COVID. Wow, times have changed. Justin P says, hey, don't knock grunge. Nirvana's the best band ever. I'm 40, so probably not hip. Really Now says, I wouldn't want this guy just because he would add 4 days to jury deliberations telling his story. This one time at band camp, I tased my nuts. Gonfall says, Earl is obviously biased. Oh my God. NIMBY says democracy is cringe. Read Aristotle,
Some
quoting
follow-up questions on that.
John Doyle.
Okay, we're ready for juror number 14.
You're going to do another one, huh? I mean, you might as well. Wait, juror number 14, this is the guy going to college? The guy who can't attend class because he's going to be... Let him go. You've got a big fucking pool of jurors. What a waste of time.
Okay, hello, number 14. Please take a seat. And you may remove your mask, okay? just have a couple questions for you. You responded to the questions about ability to serve, and in response to the questions relating to the time span that this is going to take, you said there was a significant hardship or reason why you couldn't, because you'll be going to university during this time. Okay, when do you start school?
I've already started.
Okay, and are you going to school full time?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you go during the day?
Yeah.
Okay, what grade are you in?
I'm a sophomore.
Okay, and so you would be unable to attend your classes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Also, I just had another question. Under our system of justice, the jury must decide the case solely on the evidence produced in court and the law the judge instructs, and not because of bias, passion, prejudice, or sympathy. And the question
Why are
is,
you
would you
asking
be
this
able to follow
question?
this principle? And you said, no, I believe my biases would likely play a role as well as sympathy. Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
I believe my my political leanings, along with the political leanings of my family, would affect the and would make me me biased.
Yeah. By the way, no
Would either
university
party
students on a
like
trial
to,
like this.
Ask questions of juror number 14.
Just one quick question. I assume you have finals coming?
Yeah. Yes.
Finals coming up, would that be during this time then that you'd be doing finals?
Yes.
So this would really just kind of obliterate a whole semester for you.
Yes.
All right.
Agreed. Okay. All right. Well, good luck with your finals and good luck with
I wouldn't
school.
want a college
You're
student at
excused
all
from
on this
jury.
trial, personally. Too risky.
Yes, please.
Gonfall says Earl sounds like he really wants to be a jury. He's obviously coming in biased. He sounds like he's focused on getting a job. Brian Lindauer says, did he just misgender legal bites? Yes. Alex McCamey says, take a shot every time the target manager says like. No, I'd be dead. Zen Cicada says, you said the jury may be sequestered. Will they be on suicide watch? They'll be sequestered partially during jury deliberations. I don't know exactly what the sequestration details are. I'm guessing we'll get them at trial. Why are students risky? In this case, students are overwhelmingly left leaning and anti-cop right now. I think that's why I'd be very concerned about any, especially like a state university student. I just don't think that's the kind of element you want on a trial of a cop who accidentally shot a black guy. Just not. That's
number 15.
that's my take. Yes, I know there are conservative students out there. Obviously, there are.
Thank you for
A
filling
lot of
out
them
this
watch this
questionnaire.
show,
Will you
and
please
I
remove
love
your
all of you.
mask?
However, in a trial, when you're playing
Okay,
odds, because that's
couple
all
of
you can
follow-up
do,
questions, all right?
probably going to
You
want to have
stated
that guy
you have
gone.
a somewhat negative and general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter, that her actions seem careless and without regard for the possible fatal consequences. And that I guess what I need to know from you is whether or not you can listen to the evidence in this case and decide the case solely based on the evidence.
Proud
and
nothing. I'm
not
glad you
on
love these
some
streams
general
because
impression you might have formed.
it's
Yes, I do believe I can.
Okay.
these are
You
long.
said yes, absolutely. So that's a great answer.
These are long streams. Black Tiger 001 says disagree.
Okay,
Ops
and you
managers
also
become broken
indicated
quickly.
That you might not be able to render a fair and impartial verdict if Kimberly Potter had a substantial history of abusive behaviors that violated standard practice. Again, if there was no evidence of that type that was admitted into trial, could you render a verdict based upon that?
Yes, I could.
Okay, so even if you heard that she did and it was not in evidence, you could base your decision on the
Don
evidence.
Baca, yeah, I think we're up to
Yes.
4 now.
Okay.
Maybe we'll get to 5 here. This stream is the same length as the Rittenhouse ones, yes, but this stream is infinitely more boring than the Rittenhouse ones. Holy cats. We can literally hear her mouse wheel rolling and have it several points during this trial. It's brutal. PBS isn't covering this, so yes, I'm beating PBS. I mean, we're like orders of magnitude higher than any other stream on the Kim Potter trial is.
Your maternal aunt and your uncle are both.
But the trial
lawyers.
hasn't really kicked off yet.
What type of lawyers are they?
My mother's sister practices family law, and her husband practices corporate law of some kind.
Okay, and neither has ever done any criminal law, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and your paternal cousin is a law student?
Mm-hmm.
And does he or she...
Malia Carr says, quick
does he
summary of
intend
today's
on
events,
doing
please.
criminal law?
They've picked 4 jurors out of 14.
I don't know that he's gotten that far yet.
Okay. Got to graduate first before that, huh?
See, Goody says more streams like the erosion of the 4th Amendment, Little Rock versus Gonzalez, and Borson Law 1, etc. would be nice for me at least. Love more serious topics on the night show every so often.
Like
Last night was a serious night show.
Volunteering for AG Keith Ellison's campaign. When did that happen?
That's correct. That would have been August of 2018.
Okay.
Strike.
Now, as you know, Mr. A.G. Ellison is representing the state in this case. Are you going to be able to overlook the fact that you volunteered for his campaign would indicate that you were in support of him for AG, correct?
No.
Oh, can you explain that, please?
Sure. I was connected to Mr. Ellison's campaign through a connection I made while I was working in Europe. And I thought it would be a really good political opportunity to understand local politics at home. I was on the campaign for about a month, did not make any close connections, headed back to school in the fall.
Okay.
Nope, gone.
No offense, Mr. Ellison. It wasn't particularly about your candidacy.
Okay. So,
gone.
Am I understanding that the fact that you volunteered for his campaign, is that going to affect the way you look at the state's case?
Not at all.
Okay, so you wouldn't give the state's case more credibility just because Mr. Ellison is prosecuting this case. Is that right? Okay,
No,
you're
of course
positive
not.
about that.
Absolutely positive.
I'm 100% positive. I worked on the campaign, though. Look, I made a connection. I'm like, oh, yeah, maybe I should go work on that campaign. That sounds like a good plan. But I would hold no. Come on. This is insane.
I like your answer to the question about not listening to news accounts and not posting anything. Slightly tough to avoid social media coverage, but getting off Twitter for a bit would be good for you. Okay. So you could do that, couldn't you? Stay off social media
Yes, completely.
and keep away from reading any news reports or podcasts about this case. Okay.
Yes.
Cracklin says, additionally, he's training to be a cage fighter. DeVito is pure says, Derek Chauvin, prosecutor. Yes. Binford Bear. Thank you. Taylor Wales says, prosecution, have you been comfortable today? You have cousins in law
So you
enforcement.
wanna
Have
be
you ever
on
seen a
this
grown man
jury?
naked?
Sorry?
You want to be on this jury?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And you're willing to serve?
Yes, I am.
All right. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Ing.
All right. Just ask her everything about her choices of campaign. Just keep going on that
Afternoon.
campaign thing.
Good afternoon.
My name is Paul Lang. I'm with Earl Grey, Amanda Montgomery. We represent Officer Potter. And the part of the process is that I got to ask a few questions as well, followed by my colleagues on the state. So the last page of your questionnaire talks about accountability. Do you remember the answer to that question?
No.
I'll read it to you. I wasn't trying to put you on the spot.
Thank you.
Bullet 2, Tony, the charges are manslaughter 1 and manslaughter
The question is,
2.
do you
What I
want to
think is
serve
a
on
fair
the
outcome.
jury for this
I don't
case?
think
You
they
said
meet
yes,
the
and
elements,
then,
but I'm willing to see the evidence on
You
it.
have two paragraphs. The second one I want to ask you about. I believe you quote, I believe accountability, fair accountability is important for a just and healthy society. It'd be an honor to participate. I believe in civil service so much that it's probably on my career path. My question is, fair accountability, what do you mean by that?
Accountability as rendered by the fair rule of law.
Well, did fair, one of the ways to look at fair accountability as a phrase would be to hold Officer Potter into account and to hold her responsible for what you believe she did. Is that what you were referring to on fair accountability by chance?
Not necessarily.
If it's not, tell me. I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
Not necessarily. It'd be more in reference to understanding the forces at work in regard to that situation. One of them being Officer Potter, but obviously not all of them. And understanding as a society and collective.
Strike. Strike.
What led to that scenario.
Immediately strike.
Well, you understand
Just-
that the
Just strike.
the task is a
This
little
person
simpler
talks.
than that. It's really just to
This
see if
talks like a women's
presuming
studies
her
major.
innocence, which
Strike
you can
them.
do, whether there's proof beyond a reasonable doubt
Yes.
of the crimes
Get out.
charged. That's your task
Yes.
essentially. And so the sociology
That's
of
the
all of this
Activism
is
talk.
of great
No
interest
thanks.
to you and to the rest of us, but it really is not why we're here.
Of course.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
When she
But
said the
nonetheless, there is a
power
context for
structures
the
at
case,
work,
and you've
I was
written
like,
quite a bit about it in here. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so.
All right. So I want to ask you a couple of questions about what you've written. Fair enough?
Yes.
Okay.
Strike. Nowhere Overland says it's painfully obvious how bad this guy trying to get into the jury. The way he's slithering between questions screams, I have an agenda.
You quote, or you check mark the somewhat negative box. And you say her actions seem careless and without regard for possible fatal consequences, but not intentionally malicious.
That's correct.
Can you help me with what you were saying there? I think I kind of know what you're saying, but can you interpret it for me?
I would say, as I wrote, that the actions did seem careless based on what I recall from the case, from just the media coverage. They also did not seem intentional to me. There did not seem to be an intent to permanently injure or kill Mr. Wright.
Okay. Did it seem to be sort of like an accident to you? Is that how you looked at the video?
I felt it could have been an accident, yes.
Council.
Sidebar, you're getting into elements of the case. You guys objected to that. The state won't object to it, but the judge is going to let you know. The state of mind of the defendant is actually on trial in this case. And so their voir dire questions that get to the elements like state of mind are going to be improper. I'm guessing that's what's going on in this sidebar. We can only guess, but I think, yeah, you guys objected to this from the state just a few minutes ago. Make sure you're careful on your own questions. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta run to the bathroom.
Quite the system.
It doesn't always work. All right, you may continue, Mr. Ng.
And then the next question was number 3. You had a neutral impression of Mr. Wright.
That'd be correct,
You
yeah.
maintain that today.
Yes.
And you said you were neutral because you didn't know too much about him. Is that fair enough?
Yes.
Okay. The question I want to ask you about is number 5, though. You expressed to your family and friends how absurd and terrible this incident was, especially following the death of George Floyd. Can you explain your answer to me in terms of the absurdity of the situation?
I felt and still feel that Officer Potter's actions were careless or could have been quite careless, and that I felt it, at least I was more on edge about police behavior and my own behavior in regards to the conversation we were having as a culture. And it felt unfortunate and somewhat careless that the actions occurred.
Well, would you agree that she's, and I think the court has asked you this, that she's presumed innocent?
Yes, of course.
Of the allegation. You would agree with that and embrace the concept?
Yes.
Is the concept of a presumption of innocence consistent or inconsistent with your thought that the incident was absurd?
Consistent.
How so?
I felt that my perception at the time of the incident made the incident feel absurd. However, I'm open to that being changed, very much so. And in the context of a trial, I'm absolutely unwilling to function with the presumption of innocent until proven guilty.
This is still going on?
And you also engaged in the protests, or at least you visited the George Floyd site at 38th in Chicago, it indicates here. Am I right?
That's correct. I visited once closer to the events of George Floyd's murder, and I visited later when a friend came into town. My protest activity, I went once to the protest on Lake Street.
When?
It was probably a weekend morning after things had kind of hit the fan for the first night. And I went with my mother and sister to help whatever the cleanup was, and then stayed for some of the protest after.
How many protests have you been to?
Just the one.
Sure. Yeah. Shocker. Shocker, she's a protesting leftist. It's as if the way she answered questions didn't give it away.
And you talk about the racial disparities in law enforcement as well?
Yes.
Okay. The question in this case is whether you would be biased in listening to the evidence that Officer Potter's white.
No, I don't think I would be.
Mr. Wright is black.
Correct.
And does that racial composition of the case, a disparity for you, would that impact on how you would look at the case? And I'm not being insulting to ask you about that, but you can give me your answers here. I wanted to ask you. Okay?
Sure. I mean, one of my degrees is in public health, and so I have a pretty good understanding, I like to think, of how racial disparity and systemic racism function as both on a structural level and then how it filters down to a personal level. However, in the context of this case, this is an individual case rather than a systemic or disparity related event.
Yeah, no,
So I think for an individual case, that doesn't really apply.
Police shooting a black guy, that has nothing to do with systemic racism or the entire fucking narrative about it. Come on. Come on. Come on, stop lying, lady.
And keep going through here, so I appreciate your patience with me.
Yeah. Ang knows she's gotta go. Come on. I mean, I don't think actually the court can disqualify her
page
yet.
7, which is with the multiple choice questions here, where you had to say strongly agree, disagree, etc. You said, do you somewhat agree to the question, I support defunding the police?
I do, yes.
Could you explain that for us?
I've done some work on government budgets, municipal and federal, and it is my personal opinion that police are overfunded relative to the amount of good they can do in a community as compared to other initiatives that could be more deserving of that funding.
Would that lead you to have a slight bias against police officers then, those who choose that as a career?
Not particularly.
You just think there's too much fat in the budget?
Yeah.
If I may use that simplistic way of talking about it. You don't question someone's decision to be a police officer, do you?
I'd question it like any other career choice.
Pardon me?
I would question it like any other career choice.
What do you mean by that?
If one of my friends wanted to become a police officer, I would ask them why and whether they felt that that was congruent with their values, as I would if they wanted to become a lawyer or a veterinarian.
Would you try to talk them out of it?
Probably not.
Really? Little pause on that answer there.
You mentioned the Japanese system. I was curious what that was.
A firearm control?
Yeah.
The Japanese have a well thought out and large federal apparatus, well, not federal, national apparatus for regulating how guns are available and used in their societies.
Far more than ours.
Far more.
Okay. And that's the direction you'd like to take us?
Yes.
If you could.
If I could.
Towards the Japanese system?
There's a question about Blue Lives Matter on page 9.
Oh my God, the Japanese
and
system's
you say,
a
quote, "It's not
nightmare."
about police, it's about white supremacy. Tell us about that answer.
Sure. My current line of work means I do a lot of research into disinformation and the communities that generate it.
I
and
bet
one of the
you
things
do.
that I've seen on the side of the radical right is that Blue Lives Matter is used as a calling card, as it would for white supremacy.
And then for Black Lives Matter, you indicate the organization, at least in your view, is unstable. Is that right?
Yes.
Why do you say unstable?
It had lots of leadership changes in the past 2-3 years.
You were in Los Angeles for a while. Was that for college?
Correct.
Which college you go to?
I went to USC.
And you believe that the justice system is flawed? Do you not?
Yes.
It's only flawed if you get
And,
on this jury.
What do you think we should do to fix it?
If I were eligible and I could answer that question, I would be president of the United States.
Do you have a thought of what we can do to fix it?
Many.
You would not become president of the United States.
And knowing that it's a flawed system, undefined, you're still willing to be a juror in this case?
Yes, I am.
Engage in the central tenet of democracy, which is the jury trial.
Yes.
This a couple more questions.
I'm mad that I
connection to
missed
Mr.
part of this.
Ellison. Of course,
This
he's
has
here
been
in the
great.
courtroom. You recognized him.
Yes, I do.
You smiled at him when you came in, I assume, right? Because you
Yeah.
recognized him.
I assume he doesn't recognize me. I met him very briefly once.
Remember, she totally didn't
You know,
hear
our
about
concern,
Keith
of course,
Ellison's
is that
campaign.
We're going against his office. They represent the state.
Yes.
And we were wondering if you had any bias for or against him because he's on the other side of this case.
Not at all.
No, none.
Yeah, confirm.
Yes.
Please strike this commie. Are you kidding me, Judge? Are you even kidding me? The second she said she worked on Ellison's campaign, she should have been struck. We didn't even need any questions. Insanity.
Well, thank you very much for answering my question. The defense exercises its first peremptory challenge.
Get out of here.
Juror number 15. You're excused from this jury, but thank you so much for answering our questions. You're done with jury duty. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you much. Thank you all.
All right, counsel, what I'd like you to do is take a look at juror number 18, overnight. Take a look at her questionnaire. She's got some significant anxiety issues. Juror 19.
By the way, I want to point out that I said striker way back when she answered
30,
about the
it looks
structural
like she's pregnant and vomiting.
issues or whatever.
Can you write these down so you can take a look at
Your Honor,
this?
can I stop you for just 1 second? Did you mention 18? I thought 18 was a postponement. Is that right?
18 is a postponement now. Okay.
Yeah, but the judge should have actually struck that
Yeah.
that person.
I'm
Obvious
just
bias,
trying to get
conflict
counsel
of
to
interest
take a
with
look at some of
working
these
on Ellison's
questionnaires more
campaign.
closely so that we can discuss maybe agreeing to a for-cause strike so we don't have to question them. So take a look at 19. There's some childcare issues. I just made some quick notes when I was looking through this. Number 30 is pregnant and vomiting. Number 31, wife has cancer. He has high blood pressure, and I think he indicated some physical problems. Number 38, husband's best friend is
Don
friends
Baca,
with
I actually
Officer
don't
Potter.
think the court would have struck her for cause.
43 is a Minneapolis police officer. Okay, those are the ones that kind of stuck out to me, but if you could take a look at those questionnaires and then maybe we can discuss whether or not we need to question them. Okay?
We submitted our strikes and I filed them, they didn't agree to.
Right. But will you take another look at those questionnaires, because we can always review them, and if
Yeah,
we
the
decide
defense
that
doesn't
we
want
can
to strike the
them for
police
cause,
officer
it'll
without
save
questioning
time.
them first.
That's what I'm concerned about. All right, counsel, is there anything we need to put on the record before we conclude?
Your Honor, yes, that last witness was a commie.
All right. Okay, counsel, I will see you tomorrow. Please try to get here early. You were on time today, just so that we don't keep the jury waiting. If any legal issues come up in the meantime, please email each other, and I'm always here at 8. So, okay? Have a great night.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Judge.
counsel.
Put your mask on, Judge. No, Judge, you're going to get the coof. Oh, God, you got to put your mask on. Oh, my goodness. That was a thing. That was a thing. Wow. Whoa, we got all choppy there for a minute. All right, I'll say it this way. Tomorrow I will be doing this again, at least tomorrow. If it persists on, we'll see. But at least tomorrow I'll do it again. I think there's some use in doing this. I think there's significant interest. I mean, we had a lot of people watching. I know it's not the most exciting aspect of a trial, but there's interesting stuff. This last witness was actually really interesting. Wait, is your state seal a native attacking a farmer? I mean, that's one way to look at it. But yeah, there's stuff to watch here. There's stuff to learn about the jurors, who's actually making it onto the jury, who's not. And so we'll be following along for at least another day. Preemptive warning on Thursday. I may not be able to start the show on time. I have to go get a rapid COVID test because I have a charity event. And I need a negative test within X amount of hours because of, well, lack of jab. So I have to go get a rapid test to do that. And my appointment would be Thursday morning, I believe. So the show might start a little late on Thursday, but I don't think we're going to have any trouble catching up. Am I going to cover the Smollett case? I can't, there's no camera in the courtroom, so we have to go through updates that are available. So we'll see what I can do. Stay tuned for what's going on tonight. Again, I may just do Twitch tonight at the 11 o'clock time. I'm not sure, but I don't know with doing this again at 8 a.m. tomorrow and being such short sleep tonight. I don't know if I can risk another YouTube live stream running almost 6 hours like last night's did. So we'll see. Yes, I do want to point out that last night I streamed for yesterday I did the Nathan DeBruin stream, which was 4 hours long. Then I streamed for 6 hours last night, so that was 10 hours. Slept 3 hours, woke up, and have just done 8 more hours. So it's a lot of streaming, it's a lot of talking, and I have to get a little rest, and otherwise my voice will go out. That's one thing that I've noticed about myself is when I do a lot of streaming and don't get proper rest, then my voice will go out when that catches up to me. And that's a real pain for someone who talks every single day. Live chat Wednesday, Amaranthus will likely have some issue with that. So I'll be working on a reschedule, maybe the evening tonight, maybe the evening tomorrow. I'm not 100% positive. I got to look into what's going on. Friday night, I will probably not have a live stream. I might, but I don't think I will. I'll keep you posted on that. Friday's going to be an interesting day. I think my event is Saturday night, but I think Friday night I'm not going to be available also, which also means I probably won't be on Flashcast this week. But That being said, we've got some chats to read before we're done. Lay's potato chips for the voice. What? Mrs. C says last night's live stream was awesome. Your late night shows are my favorite. Well, thank you. I like my late night shows very, very much too. I do. They're where I built the show, and they're where the show will technically remain. But you know, in the coverage of trials, sometimes there might be some nights off randomly. Hopefully, not too many. But you know, normally, even before I was covering trials, there were occasional nights off as well, because sometimes it's just late and I've got other stuff I have to do. But we'll figure everything out. I've got super chats to read, though. We're going to try and get through all of those, of course. That is what I try to do. I love the Odyssey chat over here. Someone says, damn, Mercado Law, your family must have really forgotten about you. Yes. Yes, actually, right before coming back on stream, my son is playing Hollow Knight and was showing me his new dash attack. Anthony James has raged for at least 4 hours of that stream because YouTube chat are an embarrassment on mankind. Oh, YouTube chat, you've been called out by Odyssey. You've been called out. Whew. Gosh, I cannot believe that commie chick. She was amazing. I would be president if I were allowed to answer that and were eligible. I'd be president of the United States. Lady, most people, by the way, are not getting elected to president on criminal justice reform issues. And they're certainly not getting elected on criminal justice reform issues in the way that you think that you would. That is not how you get elected to president of the United States. It has not been a functional way to get elected to president. What has been functional is to have a strong law and order component to your candidacy. And the reason that's been functional is because look at literally every single president who has been elected in the past 30 to 50 years, all of them being strong, quote unquote, law and order candidates. Even Barry Obams was professed himself that way. Didn't actually work out that way. All right. Next. Alex A says the judge is reacting to the jurors banned. Binford Bear says Earl Grey has doxed this guy, called him Mr. Rasmussen at the start. Now we know he works for Target Distribution, is 29 years old. Yeah. Caddock one says trial day 45, final juror is picked. Z. Michael Gelke says fieldwork definitely takes LawTube to the next level. Pagan says the lawyers know they are on camera and they are selling themselves. Music and Fiction says after that lotion impersonation, I need a ciggy. Doctrined says 24-hour live stream in Richard's voice. Nick, please accept this challenge. True Anana Shabata Pressure Bata Cafe Care says, what's Joe's YouTube name? Good Logic. It's actually in the description of this video. You can go and check it out there. You can pop over to his channel very easily. John Smith. Oh, man, I'm sorry I missed this earlier. It says, hail once more from my high school government class. My students loved everyone's commentary during the Rittenhouse trial. I'm not so sure I'll be showing this one due to Judge Ambien. Yeah, I would wait until the trial proper starts for sure. Det Navin says, someone reboot Kurt. Hiker John, thank you for the donation. Dave123 says, will the jury members get to handle the taser and the gun to feel the difference themselves? Probably not. Although it may actually go back into the deliberation room with them. It may actually happen. Wrestler Town says, if you want to abandon this trial, you can always go back and finish Doki Doki Literature Club. You know what? This trial just sounded a lot better. Thank you for putting things into perspective for me. Pagan says 50 Shapes of Kraus. GD says, if everybody's got a price, and how much would it cost you to record a reading of 50 Shades as Richards? Well, let's see how big we could get a Indiegogo on that one. Shattered Lies says Jussie Smollett trial is now. It is, but it's not. There's no camera. No cameras allowed. Salty Old Guy says this snooze fest should be against the defendant's rights to a speedy trial. Mandy Carviga says, Nick, if you were the judge in a low-profile case and you had to call my name as a potential juror, how would you say it? I would say Mandy Caravicius. Ben Giss says, I'm a little late. I watched the entire Rittenhouse trial alongside y'all. I have to know, what is your opinion on this trial? Boring so far, but we're still in jury selection. Don Baca, yeah, it is a pity that Smollett's is not broadcast because it's got to be ridiculous. It's got to be really ridiculous. Yeah, Shadow Maze. Joe is welcome to pop on. He has the link. Whenever he can pop on to report on Maxwell, he's welcome to do so. But it's entirely up to when he's got the ability to do that. He popped in for about 5 minutes earlier today. And
For dear. So I just do introductory statements, tell them what the charges are, and, just some preliminary.
this is a start. It started over. Sorry. I was like, what the hell is happening? This is it starting over back at the beginning. Okay, never mind. I was very confused as to why the judge had come back. Sorry about that. Go away. Miss Squishy says, isn't the defendant also a member of the state, and isn't her defense funded by the police union, which takes state-funded contracts? They're both the state. Ooh. I mean, kind of. Will R says, stream Chad Daybell trial. It's 20 minutes away from me. When is that? When is the Chad Daybell trial? Who's Chad Daybell? Jack Daw says, did the judge say the trial would go past Christmas or jury selection? It would be trial. It's actually aimed to finish by, they're aiming to finish the trial by Christmas Eve. Let's see. Next is Taylor Welcome says, meet at Zorba's 4 p.m. We won't be done. I won't be done yet. But Taylor, if you're local, if you're still around, Taylor, welcome. I don't see you in chat. If you happen to see this ever, Taylor, if you're local and want to meet with me, let me know. I usually make that happen. Solid Snake 83 says, judge reminds me of the DMV sloth on Zootopia. Kim Berger says, school shooting in Michigan. Yes, there was apparently a school shooting in Michigan. I saw something in chat like 3 people dead, high schoolers. So very, very awful situation developing there. But I don't know anything about it because I'm watching this. I just saw what was in the chat. Celtic Commando Gaming says that Super Chatter must have Rona because they clearly have no sense of taste. Abe Eckstein says you're going to put feet pics of legal bites. Jason Simedru says this judge makes you want to get tased by Kim Potter. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How far back are we? How far back are we? Oh my gosh. Whoo! Oh boy, we're a long way back. Here we go. Oh, Andy the Game Maker says, ask about Legal Bites biking adventures in Southeast Asia. Mithran Emirates says, true story. One of my law school's classmates actually reached out to LawCap for a position with his firm, stating, I may not have much experience in the law, but I do know how to use Zoom. She got an interview. Daydreamer Pictures says, this judge will observe happy little objections. Mr. Tech says, YouTube won't show your live stream in my subscription live tab. Not sure this is intentional, but weird. It's something I've been dealing with for the past 20 months now. Dash says, Judge definitely reads erotic novel audiobooks. Rise Thompson says, how can she use her bedroom voice and sound like she's talking to kindergarten class all at the same time? Ooh, they asked Jared Fogle from Subway the same question, and his answer did not go well for him. Hold on. I'm trying to move my secondary monitor to a place where it's a little easier to read these chats without me looking so far off to the side. Okay. Elijah says, speaking of cookies, Judge Schrader's cookie book was just a recipe book, not a catalog, and there are no macadamia nut recipes. De Bruin lied. Oh my goodness. Kelsona says, this is the worst ASMR I've ever been part of. Hiker John says, Legal Bites, exactly. 200 Watt Studio says, don't want to be on the jury, but on the judge, yes. Wolfgang Deo says, just started watching. Wow, Ninja Judge, based or no? I don't know. Boring, though. Very, very boring. Chad and Lori Daybell are the cult couple from Idaho who are accused of killing Lori's husband and children, as well as Chad's wife, so they could get married and collect life insurance. Damn. Kyle Bogue says, Nick, how absolutely embarrassing. Oh, I read that one. Kalanin number one says, I know this gore, Captain. Dirty Dan says, eat into the mic, do it. Bill Crowell, thank you for the donation. NASCAR Kelly says, hey, Nick, fellow Minnesotan here. One, POTUS Biden is at Dakota County Tech College today. Oh, that's what people are talking about. Two, this stream is so Minnesotan. Sure is. I didn't realize that that Biden was at DCTC. That's what someone meant. Yeah. Yeah, great. Robert Gorachanas says, should I retain the services of a lawyer before answering questions on one of those jury surveys? No, probably not. I don't think you need that. Kay Vegdahl says, Nick, is Green Lake frozen yet? No, not even close. Matthew W. says, are they doing the jury voir dire one juror at a time? Yes, Matthew W. Matt Pelzer says he's an incredibly bored retiree who desperately wants to take up a month of his life being on this jury. John Doe says, can someone be sued for defamation over an opinion statement? I state that in my opinion, I believe that someone committed a crime. Would have to be stated as fact. Thanks. Love your work. The question of whether or not a statement is an opinion is not automatically resolved by, in my opinion. It's resolved by whether a reasonable person listening would reasonably take the statement as factual. Can it be determined, and was it intended to be determined as factual? But generally, you're going to fall on opinion there, but it's not an automatic get out. It's like, in my opinion, Jared Fogle, wanted to touch little kids or whatever. Or did touch little kids, that he did, said it's truthful, but saying that in my opinion would not have made that an opinion statement. Like, in my opinion, he touched kids for sure, based on what I saw. Yeah, you can get to a factual statement even though you say, in my opinion. Kenneth Slayer says, I haven't had a TV for 15 years and I feel adequately informed. Thank you, Tim Pool, Ben Shapiro, and Glenn Beck. Hey, only one person on that list who I haven't been on the show of yet. Ben. Eric Chieftain says destruction of property is always a bad thing sometimes. Kyle Bogue says, at every meeting at work at the end, there's always one jackass who always asks one long, boring question that makes everyone facepalm. This is him. Yeah. Yeah. Larry and Crystal says, if I was a juror when asked a question, I invoke my Fifth Amendment right. Kellenen number one says, this guy's son is an exceptional fire captain. I've worked with this guy. He's pretty unforgettable. Very cool. Very cool. Ryan S says, I actually got a DM from someone who also said that they're pretty sure they know exactly who that guy was. You know, guys, you keep asking if I could keep up with Ben Shapiro. What actually happened is he made a deal with YouTube where his live videos are played at 1.5 speed. So he actually talks very normal. He's cheating. I figured that out. Ryan S says, imagine how long deliberations will take with this guy in the jury room. Well, he didn't make it on the jury, I don't think. I think the state struck him, right? Celtic Commando Gaming says these jury answers sound like the stories in recipe blogs. News Now Wyoming says he keeps telling stories because he lives in a cabin in the woods. This is his first contact with humans in 3 years. Just let the man speak. Josh Pacole says they should let Kim taser this guy. Callan number 1 says he loved to hear his voice over radio. Matt Hagan says, how long till this guy drops an oofta in his answers? Brian Miller says someone gave PhotoChat $5,000. Holy cats. Andy Swainson says, is this the normal standard process for jury selection? Yep. I mean, it is in Minnesota. Individual voir dire, following jury questionnaires. Yeah. It doesn't have to be done this way, but, you know, it does. Jestar21. Wait, Brian Lindauer says Nevik and I both agree this guy is lying, both to him and to the rest of us. Jestar21 says all other jurors just rolled their eyes that they'll have to listen to that guy for hours and hours and hours. The other jurors actually are not present, but I agree. Steve C says stepped away, wouldn't want to shard on a live stream. We all know how that can turn out. Angris says sitting a prisoner in that room for a day would be cruel and unusual punishment. Arno09 says this judge is a cure for insomnia. Do we know if she has a YouTube ASMR channel? We do not, but she does. C-San says this juror is almost as bad as the Chauvin juror said he was literally shaking from being ID checked at the courthouse. He was dismissed. Beast on the Run says, Richards, Your Honor, the victim clearly said, tase me N-word, tase me N-word. I move to dismiss with cringe. Whaler says, are you biased? Yes. Can you be unbiased? Let me tell you a story about why I'm calling myself unbiased and also a completely irrelevant one. Mechanical Fluff says this guy sounds like he was a protester himself. Really Now says, think I would rather do a Zoom call with Tubin than watch this jury selection. Andrew War Snowboard says, every time I see this judge put her mask on, I expect her to exclaim, bailiff, fetch my shurikens. Also, it's who's on first, what's on second, I don't know. I don't know's on third. Go Buckeyes. So it must be who's on first, what? No, what's on second? I don't know. Third base, right? Maybe that's how it goes. I don't remember. Darren Haviland says she's wearing a mask so she can eat snacks. My guess is Skittles. Skittles. Not applicable says mumble rap judge. Freaking A, this lady needs help. Z. Michael Gelke, ASMR judge. ASMR judge, ASMR Richards, and ASMR Ron should do a gaming stream. Lol. Johnny Osprey says Gage Grosskreutz juror edition. Zach says, I can't with this ASMR judge, but if I'm being 100% honest, I know very little about the case. However, she seems pretty goddamn neutral so far. Yeah, the judge seems fine so far. We'll have to see as we get into the case. Tony K says there's a nice block in Newark. Britt Cormeyer says, I only want to have a fair trial for the defendant that is 100% guilty and should be put away forever. Tara Rayner says, Matthew Frank, assistant AG from Chauvin trial. Correct. Eric Chieftain says, would I be seated on the jury if I said I have a strong belief in the presumption of innocence and would have a hard time coming to a guilty verdict? Well, I mean, the prosecution might strike you. Oh, thanks, Blake Hyman. That's right. There you go. Squiz says, I'm running my Amazon route now. Rittenhouse trial kept me way more awake. T-Bone says, Chag Semich. Don't mangle it, Nick. To Ron Coleman. Yeah, I mangled it. I don't know how to speak Hebrew. Vienticus Prime says, this judge sounds almost exactly like the computer from the movie Logan's Run. I'm now eagerly awaiting her to ask someone to locate Sanctuary. Kyle B. DaCosta says, damn, you might want to wait until the end of the day and run this bad boy at 3x speed. 2 GNOs spam. I usually watch YouTube videos at 1.5 speed. I'm glad I started the stream late and ran this at 1.5 speed. Otherwise, I would be crazy by now. Galaxy Express Media says this judge is putting me to sleep. Kyle Bogue. Here, I'll read it as a judge. My favorite part about COVID in Minnesota was last winter when it was going to attack bars and restaurants, but tribal casinos, super safe from COVID. Yeah, exactly. They're like, oh yeah, casinos are fine. You're okay. Tara Rayner says she is the voice of the self-help CD. You're not an asshole. You will use your money for good using POSO at mypillow.com. If my voice is lulling you to sleep, you need a MyPillow. Use promo code POSO at mypillow.com. Jacob says, I think she does voice work for meditation apps. Tim S. says, did y'all see Gabe on CNN clarifying his statement on Today's Show? Still claiming his arms were up even after they played the clip of his cross-examination. Yeah, he's a liar. This is his problem. Clay Neal says, if I only had 3 months to live, I'd watch these instructions on a loop because it would make those 3 months feel like forever. San Francisco Live says she's a member of the Committee for Minnesota District Judges Civil Jury Instruction Guides Committee. There you go. So she helps write civil jury instructions. Roby McCann says she sounds like Siri. Buffalo Reaper says, can we hire this judge to read Go the Fuck to Sleep? Northwatch says, if asked as a juror, have you ever broke the law? Like, have you ever smoked the wacky tobacco? Do you have to answer? I mean, you don't have to answer anything. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, you don't have to answer any questions. You just refuse to answer, certainly. But I don't think they tend to ask that question. Not applicable says all our cases ended with jurors hanging themselves. A Bear in the Woods says, don't be concerned if we are not finished by Memorial Day 2022. DK says, Your Honor. Your Honor, if the state wants me to come to this storage room, you call a court and sit through this until Christmas, I'm voting for the defense. Does it matter? Says, can I sue the judge for sudden onset narcolepsy? Yes. Z. Michael says, mistrials are the real life version of hitting the wrong button during the video game tutorial and having to do it all again. Oh, F that. VS says she's like a guided meditation yoga instructor. The Lorax says, if ASMR slow talking was an Olympic sport, this judge would take the gold medal. Change my mind. Kyle Bogue says, speaking of Ben Shapiro, just subscribe to the Daily Wire. I'll have my leftist tears Tumblr before this judge finishes this speech. Renee Miette says, I don't want to get doxxed by MSNBC judge. News Now Wyoming says, why is she working so hard to rehabilitate jurors or keep this man who has had a bad year already on? They have 200 people in the jury pool. I don't know. I don't know why they held on to that guy so long. Like he needed to go. He needed to go right away. G. Nelson says, I love this guy. VS says, judge, get a clue. Jonathan Baxter says, Jilfs on Xanax, 3 DVD set. Gunblade Knight says, I just learned that Biden is speaking at DCTC starting at 3:30 p.m. 200 Watt Studio says, wow, this judge should smile more. Radiant smile. Mekra says, 500K sub idea, have Legal Bites talk like this judge or put socks on her hands and pretend that they're her feet. Hiker John says, what's the legal definition of hardship? It's kind of circular, right? Like, what's a hardship? Well, something that is a hardship. Not applicable says, does Chu mean dead asleep in Chinese? C. John says, Judge, is a female Ben Stein or a good hypnotist? Really now says, keep talking like that. I'm going to need an adult. Captain Capafew says, I'm sure Binger has been with a few furry judges in his day. Ryan Acorn says, your willingness to quit proves you are not iron within. American B. Savage says, have Binger broadcast the Maxwell trial. Yeah, get disbarred. Oh my gosh. Market 012, you just followed me on Twitch. Thank you. You know, I don't talk about it too much, but you can follow me on Twitch if you want. It's a completely different environment, a little more laid back, gaming and movie nights, and it's a lot of fun over there. Lots of fun. Two Weeb to Function says, I'm a social work student and got a question. In cases where a father sexually assaults their kids, can you move to have his parental rights taken immediately on those grounds alone? Yes. Yes, absolutely. And they should be. He can try and restore those parental rights later, maybe, but they should be taken away immediately. Tara Rayner says, school shooting, Oxford County, Michigan, 15-year-old shooter, 3 students deceased and 6 more injured, praying for these families and community. Timothy Reaper says, the Honorable Judge Sparkle Fox is presiding. Come on. Dan H says, read his Judge Schrader. You know, I think I'm going to leave streaming jury selection tomorrow open with a bias towards denial. Dapper Wolf says, Nick, look at that cat painting right behind you. Now focus on it. That will be you if you don't get any sleep. Yeah. Fiery Red Podcast says, saw a new Irish whiskey plus USA rye keeper's heart. Summer K says, Jussie Smollett is the reason dislikes were disabled on YouTube. Any naive person would think his videos were amazing. Mike Fenn says, sat on a jury 4 years ago, was convinced I'd be dismissed because I'm media. Not only did they keep me, I ended up as the 4-person. Booksome Browncoat says, I have a nerve problem where I can't sit for more than about 2 hours. Is that a problem for sitting on a jury? Yes. Yes. You would raise that as a medical hardship. Goalie 171 says, with all the craziness that comes out of the cities, at what point can we annex them to California? They can have Duluth too. No kidding. Get them out. Get them out. Shut up. I can cook. Says, thanks for your hard work. Love it. Cheers. Oh, that's what that was about. Hey, what's up? Shut up. I can cook. Punch Sucka says, Smollett was the younger black kid in Mighty Ducks 1, not to be confused with the black kid named Jesse in all 3, but he was part of the totally not racist Oreo line, 2 black wingers and a white center. Damn. Not applicable says, why don't we just pay jurors at this point, by the way? If you notice, by the way, I think the Ducks were the only team with black kids on it, which I found to be pretty racist. Very, very racist. That none of the other teams had any children of color that I would see at all, actually. But the Ducks had a very multiracial, very diverse, even with girls, right, on their team. Or was that in D2? But very, very diverse team for the Mighty Ducks. But the problem with that, of course, is that they were the bad team until Emilio Estevez, the white savior, came and fixed them. Very, very racist. I was talking to that one juror there at the end, the commie juror. I was talking to her about the Mighty Ducks right before the show. That's how I know this. Not applicable says, why don't we just pay jurors at this point? By the way, we do. We pay them like minimum wage. Jacob says, I'm glad my employer will continue to pay my salary if I'm on a jury. I just hope I will never have to use that benefit. Goalie171 says, the speed and tone of this questioning making jurors wish they would have chased Kyle Rittenhouse with a skateboard. Riley Place says, I hope this attorney's jacket being crooked isn't a reflection of his character. Wolfgang Deo says, I'm an open-minded person. I happen to always be right, and other people are wrong in various ways. Maybe I'm wrong, but everyone else definitely is. Vanilla Honey says, this judge has a cute voice. Hope she likes Jeopardy. I love that chat. That was very funny. Tina Collette says, is it possible Miss Potter dyslexic? As someone who is, I occasionally have issues with left and right, or as we call it, left and the other left. It could explain the oops. Don't know. Don't know. Can you say who your moderators are real quick? They're all terrible. They're all terrible, terrible people. People with the blue names and a wrench in chat. We got C Goody, Cinema Queen, and Angry Baneling I saw on here. There may be someone else who was in here earlier. I don't remember at this point. They're troopers, man. They've been around. They're pulling 8-hour streams too. Nova Zero, Andrew War Snowboard. They're both in here also. Ty Beard's technically a moderator, but he doesn't count. Ty's never done any work a day in his life. Just kidding. Or am I? Ty is he's like a emeritus mod. He doesn't have to do anything. Norm Grunsfeld says, will the jury get Asian food during this trial? Gosh, I hope so. I need some Asian food. It's Tuesday. Oh, I can get Asian food tonight. Oh, but I also have food to cook. What do I do? Adrian Lanza Fame says, watching back at 2X, the judge is clearly understandable. DCV Titan says, respect Mr. Popo or he mess your shite up. Sealy Star says, juror said she couldn't afford to be on the jury for 2 weeks. Can't she be excused for hardship? Well, she also didn't say, she wasn't sure if her work would provide her the time off and the food, and the pay for it. Shaftesbury says, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my client simply had a woman moment. I rest my case. Kay says, thank God for body cameras. The body camera footage is going to it's going to exonerate her or put her away in the eyes of the jury, I think. Patrick Waz says, giving you a big thanks. Thank you for the streams and the comedy you and the panel make the normally tedious law interesting to an engineering nerd like me. Oh, awesome. Thanks, Patrick. BG says, thanks for putting us through this, Nick. It's a weird way to thank someone. John Omar, it's like getting out of boot camp. Thanks for putting me through that, Dad. I didn't go to boot camp. It was a hypothetical. John O'Mara says this judge was obviously from Slytherin House. Marilyn Thiesfeld says the process is boring to watch, but stresses the importance of a truly impartial jury. Quips of the panel are enjoyable. Z Sean says school shooting just occurred in Michigan. It did. Peacock says, what was the total amount for Nate yesterday? It's somewhere between 27 and 2,800. I have to look on a specific app to find the exact amount. It's weird. It's how YouTube calculates stuff. It's a mess. And that phone with that app on, it's upstairs. Jack of the Dead says, this woman has made me drink. I'll probably just donate 2,800, to be honest. Jack of the Dead says, this woman has made me drink 5 cups of coffee today. Think I'll be up for the night show if you're doing it. There will probably be a night show. It might just be Twitch, though. I don't know. Niels Mulved says, you need to ask Drex how much he would need to hit it with the judge. Oh, I think he'd do it for free. Fatal System Error says, I can't tell which is longer, this jury selection of the Kingdom Hearts 2 prologue. Sally McTaken says, just got here. Is that seriously the judge? Sounds like a phone entertainment operator. Bloody Blah says, only Nick and his nose could make this entertaining. Lol. Steve Trammell says, wondering if judge ever worked at a massage parlor. C. Goody read that one. Nathan Hewitt says, which Primarch would make the best Supreme Court judge and why is it Russ? Oh, you don't think it's Girly Man? It's got to be Girly Man, right? He's got to be the one. Repent Sinner, but of course he would nominate Sanguinius. Repent Center says juror number 6 equals Grand Cuck. Scrog CW says, please do not run down your own stream. It is much more exciting than watching paint dry. The judge is so sultry. Bullet Tooth Tony says, Nick, forgive me for not knowing this, but what charges are there and what do you think is a fair outcome? Thanks for everything you do, brother. I read and answered that earlier. John O'Mara says, oh my God, I just realized my earlier chat. The judge is obviously from Slytherin House and the defendant's name is Potter. Bullet Tooth Tony says, agreed. Thanks again. Whale Ears says, in pre-revolutionary Russia, student was synonymous with revolutionary. Nothing changes. D. Watt says, who painted I'm Not a Cat? a guy named Eric Waugh, Waugh. People should check out his art. He is fantastic artist and a very, very nice guy. Ty, what the hell is what? What's your problem, Ty? What is your problem? Leon's Law says, any thoughts on Dr. Oz running for Senate as a Republican? Stay out of it. I don't know. Dr. Oz is a weirdo. Ryan Alexander says, get rid of the commie coont. Really now says, has asking more questions to get her removed for cause so he doesn't have to use one of his. Yeah, but he didn't get there. Call me Straws. Thanks for the donation. The sticker that says, nope. Abe Eckstein says, she's so full of bull. Darren Havillard says, just check back. I was expecting to see you hanging from your ceiling fan. What boring stuff did I miss? Actually, the last witness questioning was really good. I missed a little bit of it to go to the bathroom and grab a drink, and I'm sad that I did. Gary Herman says this whole long day was well worth the wait for juror number Karen. Britt Cormeyer says she would not talk them out of being a cop. She would unfriend them. Touche. Bullet Tooth Tony says, how can she be impartial towards an occupation that she doesn't think should exist? Out now. Call me Straw says she went to USC, big red flag. Holy crap. VS says USC, University of Spoiled Children. Martin Law says Japanese police are absolutely brutal and beat people. She would lose her mind if police here acted like that. Oh yeah. The Japanese legal system is terrible for defendants. Atrocious. Absolutely atrocious. You would not want to be prosecuted under the Japanese legal system. Justin P says this girl sounds like a real catch. Barf. The Squid says 5 doll hairs. Says this lady is a blue-haired Karen of bigger size. Caligulove says F that juror. There are 2 ways to amend the Constitution. Use one of those. Otherwise, Second Amendment all the way. Really now says the defense is pretty good. Pretty sure he could have got her removed for cause in that last question, but he didn't. He should have asked before he struck. He should have asked, I think. William Barnes says, I'm conflicted on this case. On the one hand, I want cops held more responsible. On the other, held responsible for not shooting more criminals. Matthew Johnson says she's lying through her teeth. 100% she would talk her friend out of being a cop and put that savings towards gun confiscation. Love the stream. The Rowdy Pope says she seemed nice. Tomorrow V says, can we play communist bingo? Dapper Dave says this is an example of what school indoctrination of the radical left looks like. 200 Watt Studio says, what is the judge's Twitch hot tub ASMR channel? Dachshund's Rule and really now welcome to paralegal status. Liquid City says, what is your personal feelings about what Kim Potter did? Looks like she made a mistake. Looks like she shouldn't have been in the field. I don't want to see anybody shot and killed by police. However, that guy was a fleeing felon for no reason other than getting arrested for an outstanding warrant for a gross misdemeanor. And he gets into a car with some cops there. I think I like Nate's analysis. It's a mistake. It's a mistake that ended up with someone dead, but I combine Nate's with mine. I think she would have been justified in shooting if she hadn't made the mistake. So, but it's an interesting case. But the reality at the end of the day is she shouldn't be there. She shouldn't be in the field. That's a mistake that you cannot make because it ends up with someone dead. And so I think administrative remedies for her make more sense than criminal penalties. And I'm not a guy who says don't put cops in prison. I'm not that guy at all. I certainly see scenarios where I think cops should be in prison. Daniel Shaver, one of the biggest cases where I think that several cops should have been imprisoned for that. But in this case, I don't see it. Bradley LaPratt says, I live 7 miles away from the shooting. Totally unexpected in our safe area. I'd be so pissed if my town was the cause of gun reform laws. Yeah, man. No kidding. Xander's Rant says, the B made video for They's on First. Go watch. Depths Walker says, your opinion on the Julius Jones clemency? I don't have one. I don't know enough about that case. Razor39T says Law and Crime released body cam of NBC reporter getting pulled for following the jury bus on their YouTube channel. Review. NBC boss says jury, so they knew who they were following. Ooh, very cool. I'll check it out. Roy Muerlunos says, wow, can't believe my gambit to bait people into super chatting anti-furry sentiments worked. Glad you got some extra moolah. Merry Christmas. Chief Hasbin says, why did they use preemptory challenge on the commie girl? Why not dismiss her for cause? I don't know. They should have asked. Maybe they wanted to make a statement about it. They do know they're on camera for this. So maybe what they wanted to do, and notice how he did his vocally. The other strikes were done through the system, and the judge dismissed the juror and then announced that the juror was being removed for for the strike. So Earl Grey and Paul Eng may be very conscious of the fact that they have whatchamacallit, that they are on camera, and they may be playing to the media a little bit. I don't know, though. But I think they should have just moved for her to be struck for cause, because it deserved to be struck for cause. Dank comment says, I hired Ricada Law for my divorce and I was convicted of 3 felonies. Thanks a lot, Nick. You're welcome. That's the kind of service you can expect from Ricada Law. Chief Hasbin said, News Now Wyoming says you get paid way less than minimum wage, at least here. They pay you $45 a day to sit on a jury. Ooh, gosh. Llama Brad says, can't imagine that judge reading 37 pages of jury instructions. Well, again, we only have 2 counts here. We're not going to have 5 different counts like we had in Rittenhouse with all the self-defense instructions and the provocation instructions. I think it's going to be a very different sort of jury instruction read. So there you go. That's it. That's the show for today. Poso and Charlie Kirk interviewed Kyle. Great. Very cool. Check that out, guys. Again, people who are telling me I need to interview Kyle, I have reached out through the appropriate channels to do so. I just have to wait for a response on that, and it'll be up to them. One of the things about unfiltered coverage of things like the Rittenhouse trial is it's unfiltered, and people may have an opinion on how that comes out. I have no idea about that, by the way, but that is a possible reality. So Chris Cuomo got caught helping his brother. He's gone indefinitely now. Oops. Oh, really? Really? Alex Aeo says, I was 5 minutes from the Michigan Oxford High School shooting. Sounds like a copycat of the Texas shooter. Very, very uncool. School shootings suck, man. All right, guys. We'll catch you soon. Bring Joe on, please, regarding the Maxwell trial. Joe has the link, but he's not here for whatever reason. So I can only assume that he's not available right now. I got to go take a nap and get dinner for the kids and stuff. So I'll see you guys later. Check out my locals, ricadalaw.locals.com. Also, check out Twitter to follow along for announcements, because YouTube isn't always good at sending out those notifications. Until next time, guys. Peace.
Your Honor, I'm pretty sure we have a mistrial here, sir.
I'm gonna mistrial my foot up your ass. You don't shut up.